Hello, I'm speaking. Am I doing this right? Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Other people hear me.
Trust in the streaming. I imagine they'll tell you in the YouTube comments section.
All right, I'm looking at the YouTube comments section right now.
Well, there's a little bit of a delay.
People
Give them
can.
a chance.
Jen Brown asks, "Is it silent right now?"
Well, not if you can hear it. Can you hear me?
She
No, it's
obviously.
silent right now.
All right, now I'm getting. Yup, I can hear now. I can hear. Good.
Hey, there they
Wow,
are.
I am blocking.
Yeah, I know
I
you're blocking.
apologize. I apologize for this poor connection. Not enough to do anything about it. Hello, friends. Oh yeah, it's quite a delay. Waiting to see myself drink beer.
Don't be distracted by yourself.
I won't look at myself.
You're a very distracting man.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. They hear that? They hear you talking about me?
Yeah, they can hear me. I'm not just a voice in your head right now.
Yeah, I don't want to sound insane.
No, that'd be terrible.
Only just now.
Heaven forbid you should sound insane before you start reading for your fucking Shingles book.
All right. Well, I suppose I should about shit. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Shinglethon. That's going to be me reading Shingles, hopefully for a long time, or at least as long as you guys keep donating $10 per chapter read of toward the Shingles the Movie Project, which you can find on a link where Steve will put somewhere. Yes.
The link is in the description, but it is on Indiegogo. If you just type in Shingles the Movie on Indiegogo, or indeed in Google, it should take you to the page.
Find it on Indiegogo, you can find it on Google, you can find it on any of our Facebook pages, or our Discords, or in our, what else do we have? Other YouTube things involving Shingles. Yeah, it's around. Indiegogo, Shingles, you'll find it. And we should establish a baseline right now. Refreshing my screen. Oh, hey, we just went over 12.6. All right, Shingles the Movie is currently funded at, or currently 21% funded at $12,605. Thank you to all who have contributed so far. And so I guess once I start reading, the first milestone we're going for is 12,615. But yeah, we'll get to that as chapters go on. Right now, I'm going to look for. There we go. That. Guess I'll talk a bit more, and give people a chance to come in. And what is Shingles? Is a question a lot of you probably asking. Steve thought that was funny. Why?
Oh, sorry, I thought my mic was muted.
Well, I mean, judging by the amount of people tuning in so far and the amount of people that have actually bought any of my Shingles books, I'd say a lot of these people don't know what Shingles actually is.
That's right. Educate, Bob.
Let's dive back into the history of Shingles. Sure. The Authors and Dragons folks back in the day was 4 years ago. We were just having a chat, and I think it was Drew who brought up. They wondered if just the Goosebumps publishing model would work nowadays. I don't know exactly what it was about, but that got me thinking. Fuck the model. What if we just did like a straight up parody and only like not for kids, like really not for kids, and Yeah, and Shingles was born. We talked more about it, and I had a vision of what it should be, and everybody else had clearly different visions, but fortunately, I write most of them. So,
It's worth saying, Bevan, we've already had some contributions to the Shingles the movie Indiegogo. If you want to make,
since we started,
yeah,
no.
since you started talking, that's how much you inspire people. Yeah, if you want to make this movie happen, we need your money to do it. If you want to inflict shingles on the world with the same passion and tenacity that Bevan does, please do contribute. He will read. Oh, what are we going for here? A chapter every $10? That seems a little bit cheap. I'd say like a chapter every
Yes,
backer.
um, I've never done anything like this before, so
And that's
we've
also less
already. I think
mathematics.
I've already said what we're doing, so
Well, we've gone
I
from
think
what
we're kind of locked into that.
101 backers to 105 backers. So that's already like
Damn.
4 chapters you've got to read now.
No, it's not. I haven't started yet. None of that counts until I start reading a chapter.
Fuck you if you already done it.
No, no. You're the one trying to step up the bleed them dry and saying, oh no, we need more backers. But no, I said from the beginning, I will read a chapter, and during that time, somebody donates $10, or if 10 people donate $1, that's fine. Then I will continue reading another chapter. That's how this works.
All right. Okay.
Uh,
All right, Shingles Daddy.
um, should I start, or is there anything else we should talk about?
Well, other than your shitty internet connection, I think you should just roll with it. You don't have to explain that. You can explain to them that you're just too lazy to cable your internet connection into the garage.
It's not a matter of being lazy. It's just inconvenient. Like the closet where my internet thing is to the garage is not a convenient path to put wires in. And I guess.
All this talk of inconvenience smacks a little bit to me of laziness. I would just like to interrupt you before you start. Miss Mash has donated to our YouTube $4.99, and we didn't really factor in YouTube donations to our game plan here. But Mishmash wants you to read some specific words. He wants you to read "Unzip the Pants of My Heart" for $5.
Yeah, I can do that. That's fine. Unzip the pants of my heart, Bevan.
There you go.
How's that?
If you want Bevan to say some weird shit you can't work up to the courage to say to your significant other, then now is the stream to do it in.
Before we begin, I want to show you all the girth of Shingles books I've produced.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm holding it up now. It's not going to be visible probably for another 15 minutes, but man, look at all this shit. Woo.
Oof. I nearly fainted.
All right. Okay. Enough of my girth.
Is it?
All right. I'm going to begin this shinglethon with the one that started it all. Ghost of Hooker Alley. And if people contribute and all the way to get me far enough to the end, then we can let the audience decide which one I read next. I will say, however, that I only have copies of my own shingles, so it'll be one of those. All right, without any further ado.
If it comes to it, I can send you like PDFs of mine. I will donate to this cause.
But then I have to
but
print it, or I have to
Read it
look
off
at
the screen
different
like
shit.
some kind of future person. Slogman just gave us
Yeah, I saw
$5.
it. I see it. I see it.
That son of a bitch.
I want to say it's worth more than $5, but all right.
You got to say it.
Slog is the greatest.
Oh God. Oh Slog. You're a
Just
worthy nemesis.
salt in that wound. It's not enough that you just steamroller all over our asses. All right, should I read now?
Yeah,
Well,
go for it.
people came here for a reason. All right. Here we go again. Book 1 in the Shingles series, The Ghost of Hooker Alley, by Robert Bevan. Chapter 1. Life had been difficult since Mom moved in with Mr. Riley, our mailman. Dad stopped going to work and spent most of his days passed out on the couch, sleeping off the previous night's binge drinking. He insisted it had nothing to do with Mr. Riley being black. Tommy and I had never seen him like this. Not even when Mom was fucking the 16-year-old Guatemalan kid who used to mow our lawn. Mr. Riley delivered the divorce papers. He winked and said, "Give this to your dad." That was the day Tommy and I vowed to get our mom back. Since I was the oldest, it was my responsibility to make both of our lunches every day before school. Today was Saturday, but I got up early anyway and went through my usual school day lunch routine. Tommy and I had a big day ahead of us. There were only 4 slices of bread left, which is probably for the best since it was getting pretty stale. 2 of the slices were the ends, though, which Tommy refuses to eat. He's so picky. So I made myself a double-ended sandwich and a regular sandwich for Tommy. I went kind of heavy on the ham because it smelled kind of on the fence. The cheese was a little moldy, but Dad says that's where penicillin comes from, so it's good for us. When our lunches were packed, I ran upstairs, woke up Tommy, and told him to brush his teeth. "But Sarah," he whined, "it's Saturday." "Did you forget what we had planned for today?" I gave him a good shake. "Come on, we've got a lot of work to do." Okay, I'm getting up." I crossed my arms and raised an eyebrow. "You don't look like you're getting up." Tommy sighed. "Fine." Rolled over and sat up on the side of the bed. "I'm up. Are you happy now?" I wouldn't truly be happy until Mom was back home where she belonged and Mr. Riley was sucking demon cock in hell. But I didn't say that to Tommy. He's only 6. "You can go now," said Tommy. "I have to change my clothes." Nice try, Tommy. I knew that he'd lay back down as soon as I left if I didn't make him get all the way up first. Crossed my arms. "Brush your teeth first." "You're not the boss of me." "Dad's not awake, I am," I said. "I can assure you, he's not." Ugh. Tommy got to his feet and stomped to the bathroom. With the kind of day we had planned, it wouldn't do to start on an empty stomach. So I went back downstairs and poured 2 bowls of Colonel Crunchies. Looking in the refrigerator, I found the milk bottle was down to half full, so I topped it off with tap water and poured some into our cereal bowls. When breakfast was finished, we tiptoed through the living room to avoid waking Dad up. Dad was in his usual place on the sofa. His hand was in its usual place down the front of his underwear. I asked him about it before, and he says it gets really itchy down there. His laptop on the coffee table had a finished video on the screen titled Rusty Trombone. I didn't know Dad was into jazz. We'd almost made it to the door leading out to the garage when Tommy stepped on an empty beer can. He can be so clumsy sometimes. Dad's eyes opened. He saw us and quickly removed his hand from his underwear. "Where the fuck do you think you two are going?" he said, then lit up what was left of a cigarette he'd stubbed out the night before. That gave me an idea. "I saw you were almost out of cigarettes. We thought we'd ride our bikes to the gas station and buy you some more." "Huh?" Dad grunted. He wasn't completely awake. "All right." Pick me up some smokes while you're there. He took a drag on a cigarette, stretched out on the sofa, and went back to sleep. Tommy carefully removed the still burning cigarette from between Dad's fingers and put it in the ash-covered beer can he'd been using for an ashtray. In the garage, we put on our knee pads, elbow pads, and helmets. Tommy accidentally put his knee pads on his elbows. What a goof. I helped him get his pads on, and then buckled his helmet on for him so he wouldn't have to waste any more time. All right. That was chapter 1. Let's see how we're doing on the old Indiegogo. Holy shit, we're doing pretty good. Steve, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm very impressed. We've gone from 12,505 to 12,555, and we've gone from 101 backers to 109 backers. So I reckon that's like 8 chapters straight off.
And now, you're reckoning wrong. Also, when we started this chapter, we had 106 backers. We gained 3.
Well, you'll be a lot less merciful than I'm being. But then again...
I'm the one that's got to read this shit all night.
Well, that's fair enough.
I'm going to take a pee break, though.
You can be as cruel as you want to be to these people. All right, you go take a pee break. I guess I'll
yeah, these will be frequent.
Sing for 5 minutes? Jesus. Danny D1199. That's a hell of a name you got there, Danny. $5 for another chapter. I guess I'll have to mentally remember that you did that and say we're theoretically 9 chapters now.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking to Danny. Are you peeing right now?
All right, I'll be... You wish. I'll be right back.
Danny, it's £10 per chat. That is fair. That is, or, £10 per backer. I'll also accept that. I'm saying pounds here, like a fucking Game of Thrones person. Dollars, I guess. Burritos, whatever you people trade in. I don't know. But, Danny, thank you for the YouTube smash. Do you have a message you like Bevan to read out? Maybe like him to submit to your superior Jackbox game playing skills, or read a message to your wife that you don't have the courage to read. Let's say, yeah, we'll stick that chapter in for you there, Danny. But from now on, is he using a bucket in the garage or the garage? He might be. I don't know how he keeps his garage. He's an efficient man. Okay, all right. Sarah Gen X has just backed you up, Danny. So that's like $10. That's a chapter. That's fine. We'll say if anyone wants to make a YouTube contribution, that's great. $10 for a chapter. Or if you want to just read a unique message to you in his erotic, sultry voice, please do. I will enjoy it as much as you do. Oh God, what was that noise? That can't be good. I'm going to mute that noise. Bevan done pissed in the wrong bucket.
All right, I've returned.
Okay, he has returned. All right, we're officially...
What's going on with the Saragnin?
Well, he has teamed up with Danny for another chapter. So they've bought a YouTube chapter. I've said that they should use the YouTube contributions for you to read an erotic message to them, or a non-erotic message. But, they've teamed up to buy another chapter, essentially. So we're 1 chapter ahead of our Indiegogo count.
All right, Steve, let me try to explain this again. We are never 1 chapter ahead.
Was that just a studied fuck you to 2 of our contributors there? I don't know. I'm not in charge of this. I just want to establish the rules early on, man.
So that 3 weeks from now, when I'm still reading, people aren't saying, "Oh, well, I donated 3 weeks ago, so you keep reading, motherfucker." No, this goes chapter by chapter.
Okay, well,
has to.
They bought a chapter.
Right. Well, somebody bought a chapter. Everybody bought a chapter.
They could have had an erotic message, but they bought a chapter. I don't care if you fucking read
I will,
until you're 97.
do like Slog and the other person did. You give me the erotic message. I'll read it.
Nice. I have a feeling.
I don't know. I don't know Serignan. I don't know what kind of erotic thing I would say to that person.
I think the erotic messages might make more money than the actual chapter readings. Or maybe that's just me. I'm going to go make a fake account now so I can submit my own erotic messages.
Okay.
Anyway, read a chapter monkey.
All right, here comes chapter 2. We got on our bicycles and pedaled as fast as we could to the community swimming pool. We going swimming? Asked Tommy. I didn't bring my suit. Oh, silly. We're just checking out who's here. What for? I winked at him. You'll see. It was only about 8 in the morning, so not too many people were at the pool yet. The Abbott kids were there, but their parents weren't. No good. Both of the Freeman parents were there, but I didn't know if Mrs. Freeman's dad was still living with them, or if he'd already died. Too risky. I was about to suggest we ride to the gas station to pick up a pack of smokes for Dad and try again here in an hour or so, when I heard a car door shut behind me. Hey, Sarah, said Mr. Richardson, pulling 4 green pool noodles out the back of his gold Lexus SUV. He glanced inside the car, where Patty Richardson was arguing with Mrs. Richardson about putting on sunscreen, then took a step toward me. How's your mom? Jesus, Mom, I thought. Him too? She's doing great, I lied. You talked to Mom? Asked Tommy. I gave him a tight-lipped glare to shut him up. Are you kids coming in? Mr. Richardson smiled and shook his arm full of pool noodles. We've got plenty of extra noodles. He'd have one less by the time I was done with him. I looked at Tommy, then down at myself, and finally back up at Mr. Richardson and slapped my palm against my forehead. We forgot our towels. You're welcome to use mine. The thought of rubbing my body with anything he'd previously rubbed on his made my stomach turn. We forgot our swimsuits, too. Before he had the chance to make some creepy response to that, I added, maybe we'll be back later. I certainly hope so. He winked, and I did my best not to throw up. A minute later, Tommy and I were pedaling away from the pool as fast as we could. Why did we even go to the pool? Tommy complained as he pumped his legs hard on the pedals to keep up with me. We didn't even do anything there. I turned right on Clark Street. Sure we did. What are you talking about? We just... Be quiet. I need to think. A perfect plan began to form in my mind. This way. I took a sharp left on Wood Lake Drive. This is the country club. Are we going to play golf? I rolled my eyes, but I was ahead of Tommy, so he couldn't see me do it. Of course not, silly. I just need to get something. In the West Valley Country Club parking lot, I stopped my bike next to the first golf cart I came to. 2 loose golf balls were right there in the cup holder. That was one more than I needed. I glanced up at the clubhouse to make sure the coast was clear, then quickly swiped and pocketed a ball. Let's go, I said to Tommy, then started pedaling back to the street. Tommy sighed and pedaled after me. We took Wood Lake Drive to Millwood Road, then cut through the woods and stopped when we got to the golf course. We were on the 14th hole. There were a couple of golfers up ahead at hole 15, but they weren't looking our way. We needed to get to hole 13. I put my finger over my lips to signal Tommy to be quiet. We took our bikes onto the cart path, keeping our heads down as we rode past a dozen or more backyards until we finally reached the one I was looking for. Pedaling up to the back of the house, I breathed a sigh of relief. I don't think anyone saw us. Where are we? Asked Tommy, after catching his breath and looking around. No, sorry, I misread that. After catching his breath and looking around, it came to him. Hey, we're at the Richardsons' house. Are you crazy? They're not even home. I know that, doofus. That's the whole point. I don't understand, said Tommy. Why would we... I threw the golf ball at the back door window. It bounced off, sailed between our heads, and bounced to rest just short of the golf course. "Phew," I said. "That was close." "You nearly took my head off," said Tommy. "What the heck were you thinking?" "Go get the ball. I've got another idea." While Tommy ran back through the Richardsons' backyard, I looked for a better tool to smash a window with. One of those loose bricks around the fire pit would do nicely. I grabbed one and got back to the door about the same time as Tommy. "Here's the golf ball," he said. "Good work. Just hold on to it for now." I held the brick over my right shoulder with both hands, then attacked the window as hard as I could. The whole window filled with cracks, but only a few pieces actually fell out of place where the brick had hit. Not nearly enough for me to get my arm through. I tapped around the small hole I'd made, knocking out more shards in a roughly circular pattern until I had a hole big enough for my arm. Reaching through, careful not to cut myself, I unlocked the door. Once it was open, I ran back to the fire pit and placed the brick back where I'd found it, then returned. When I came back to the door, Tommy was looking at me with a stunned expression on his face. "We're going to be in so much trouble." I put my left hand on my hip, cocked my head sideways, and held out my right hand. "Golf ball, please." Tommy put the golf ball in my hand. I wiped it thoroughly on my shirt to get rid of our fingerprints, walked into the house through the open back door, then dropped the ball on the kitchen floor. I looked back at Tommy and raised one eyebrow. "Feel better now?" "No! Why would you dropping a golf ball on the floor make me feel better? We're going to be in so much trouble." "No, we're not," I said. "Nobody's even going to know we were here. When the Richardsons see the broken window and a golf ball on the kitchen floor, what do you think they're going to assume?" Tommy scratched his head for a moment. "No, that's some good thinking, sis." "Thanks. Now let's go upstairs and see if Thanks. Now let's go upstairs and see if Mr. Richardson owns a gun. The end of chapter 2.
Oh, geez. Okay, we've got some, just to interrupt, we've got some messages. We got from Andrew Black for $50.
We got another, before you begin, I got from Mishmash again, $5 he would like me to say, "Buy my books, time for cummies." All right.
Ooh woo. Is it time for cummies or time for coomies? Buy my books, time for coomies.
I don't know what the umlaut means.
Ooh woo. I think that's some kind of I don't know. It's some kind of sex thing. Aaron Kelly gave us $10 with just a jumping cheerleader gif. I don't know what that means. I guess just she's supporting it. That's lovely. Saragin X says, "Bevan just keeps saying my name. That is erotica enough." And Andrew Black.
Am I even saying it right?
I don't know.
Saragnan.
X. Andrew Black's like $50. Please say "fuck off, Slaug."
Gladly. "Fuck off, Slog."
Andrew Black, you didn't have to pay us $50 for that.
Yes, he did.
We say that like every month in our fucking Discord hangout. But thank you for that anyway. That's all going to a good cause.
One to Max, and that is until I pass out.
Yeah, we're going to have to
paying us money.
Hold you to a credible that is. So he might stack more chapters than he can actually read tonight. So please do hold us to account on that.
God damn it.
If he owes his chapters, he will have to do another...
I don't owe you chapter. This is per chapter.
Oh, you shit. Just give me your money.
At least... if during the reading of a chapter, at least $10 more is donated than when that chapter began, then I will continue to read. This is not complicated.
Well, it's
not just $10 a chapter. You can't. It's not like somebody can donate $1,000 and expect me to read for 100 hours straight.
Yeah.
100. No.
I think donate $1,000 now. I don't know. I mean, at least make up the difference with like erotic messages for people.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that wasn't part of the arrangement, but I'm happy to do it.
We're at 12,955, which is tantalizingly close to the big 13. And if this gets to 15,000, I can update the piss meter. Look at that.
A second, you said, what are we up to?
We are up to 12,955.
That's what I thought. Which is where we were at the beginning of the last chapter I read. So technically, I could stop now.
You
However,
cunning bastard.
People did donate in wrong ways, like through YouTube or whatever this yellow box thing is.
There are no wrong ways to donate to this. Please do give me there. I want to get the piss fluid to here. This is 15. This is where we want the piss fluid to be.
What are you pointing at?
You won't be able to see
that screen on there. Wait, I do see the piss fluid. I do see it. It's on. It's live on YouTube, which I'm looking at.
Okay, well, there's a delay. Oh,
yeah. I see it right now.
I made the internet rules.
Well, no, you do. I made the rules, and you're fucking them up.
You poorly explained your rules. Look, okay, right. Just give us money. Bevan's going to get drunk. He's going to say some things that will get him, which will basically mean he can never have a normal job. All right, that's what you're paying for.
Oh, we're way past that.
By the time you're finished, where are you going? You can't just go.
Goodbye.
Look, we'll just destroy Bevan's employment prospects so he can never be anything other than the author of Critical Failures and the illegitimate father of Shingles.
Oh, I should take this opportunity to remind everyone that, like I said, a lot of you might not know what Shingles is. You fucking know now, don't you? These books are available on Amazon, so
that's right,
you can go buy those as well.
Now you know what Shingles.
Yeah. You ready to keep going?
Let's have another chapter. Everyone's primed for it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I didn't technically earn it that time, but I'm a generous man. How long this one is? Chapter 3. Richardson's master bedroom looked about the size of our living room and kitchen combined, and all the furniture matched. In front of the window, an exercise bike seemed to serve as little more than a dust collector and occasional clothes rack. A pair of Mrs. Richardson's hippo-sized panties hung from one of the handlebars. Tommy and I looked at each other and laughed. I don't know if he's old enough to appreciate the irony, but seeing another person's underwear alone is good enough for a 6-year-old. You take that side, I said to Tommy, pointing at the end table on the left of the giant bed. I'll take this side. I opened the top drawer of the nightstand. There wasn't anything there but a Bible, a watch, and a box of what appeared to be individually wrapped balloons. Nothing useful there, so I tried the bottom drawer. At first, the bottom drawer was even less interesting than the top. Just a bunch of Mr. Richardson's underwear. I almost didn't reach in. If Tommy caught me touching Mr. Richardson's underwear, I'd never hear the end of it. But he sounded busy on the other side of the bed, and a gun could easily be hidden at the bottom of all these undies. I held my breath, closed my eyes, and plunged my hand all the way to the bottom of the drawer. Feeling around, I didn't find anything that felt like a gun. The bottom of the drawer didn't feel very stable. It moved when I pushed different parts of it. My heart raced. Had I just found a secret compartment? As fast as I could, I pulled out all of Mr. Richardson's underwear until the drawer was empty. Or was it? I looked for a button or lever to open the secret compartment, but it wasn't that complicated. A notch had been cut out on a piece of wood serving as the fake bottom of the drawer. When I put my finger in, I was easily able to pull the board out. As if that wasn't disappointing enough, the secret space under Mr. Richardson's underwear didn't even have a gun in it. Just a bottle of hand moisturizer, a bunch of tiny bags full of white powder, and some Polaroid pictures of my mom. She looked like she was asleep. She wasn't wearing anything but a rubber hose tied around her upper arm. Pictures must have been taken at a hospital because she had a syringe sticking out of the front of her elbow. I put the pictures in my backpack. They were kind of funny, and I thought seeing them might cheer my dad up. I also stuffed one of the little baggies under my jeans pocket. I also stuffed one of the little baggies in my jeans pocket. Whatever that powder was, it must be pretty good for Mr. Richardson to keep it hidden like that. What a waste of time, I said. Did you find anything over there? I stood up and looked over at the other side of the bed to see what Tommy was up to. Just a bunch of candy, said Tommy, swaying on his feet. None of them taste very good. On the bed in front of him were about a dozen empty pill bottles. A gazillion white pills were piled up in the middle. You goofball, I said. That's not candy. It's medicine. Didn't you know it's dangerous to take other people's medicine? How many of those did you eat? I tried one of each, said Tommy. But don't worry, I feel fine. His forehead was sweating, and his eyes were facing different directions. I shook my head and rolled my eyes. Come on, help me put these back in the bottles. Tommy worked mostly by touch because neither of his eyes appeared to be actually looking at what his hands were doing. While Tommy scooped pills into bottles, I checked out Mrs. Richardson's purse, sitting on top of the nightstand. I didn't find any guns, unfortunately, but I did find a few credit cards in her wallet. That gave me an idea. I helped Tommy put all the pills back into the bottles. We didn't have time to sort them because they all looked the same, so we just made sure all the bottles were evenly filled. Tommy was sweating heavily from his forehead and armpits when we got back downstairs. Sweating like a rapist, as Dad was fond of saying. Also, there was something else weird going on with his eyes. Not only were they still looking in different directions, but the black parts in the middle were nearly as big as the green parts. Are you okay? I asked him. Thirsty, he croaked. I looked in the refrigerator and found a big bottle of white Gatorade. I know you don't like the grapefruit flavor, but it's all they've... Tommy swiped the bottle out of my hands, threw the cap on the floor, and started chugging down Gatorade. How rude. You're welcome, I said, but he didn't even seem to hear me. While he was busy, I checked out the rest of the fridge. The Richardson's deli meats looked a lot nicer than ours. The date on the bag said they'd been purchased this month. I knew it was risky, but I couldn't very well pass up this opportunity. I stuffed all the meats and cheeses into my bag. Come on, I said to Tommy after closing the refrigerator. We've got a bus to catch. That was Chapter 3.
Well done. I particularly liked the fact that we've just said sweating like a rapist live on air.
It's the Shingles experience.
Oh dear. Okay, we got another contribution. Nicholas gave us $5 Canadian. I don't know what that is in real money. He says, just take 5 drinks of your beer. Cheers. Thank you, Nicholas.
Steve, did you look at our backers?
No, I haven't. I've been looking at... No, I didn't do
We're up to 113.
We're at, 113.
I can see they have earned another chapter.
13,585. But I am reading out the other donations we had right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
From Michaela, we got...
Oh, wait, what did the first guy say I need to do? He wanted me,
You got to take 5 big drinks of your beer.
All right. I'll do that now?
Yeah, I guess. You know what you do it.
Wait a second. How much did he contribute for that?
$5 Canadian. Which I assume is
those aren't even real.
A little bit more self-righteous than American dollars.
Those made out of plastic?
Actually, yeah, they are made from a decent polymer, all right? Look, America doesn't have the best money.
No, did I say that?
Oh, I don't want to. I don't want
No,
to.
I don't know about Canadian dollars. I had $5 New Zealand once.
New Zealand
That was
dollars are top
plastic.
quality dollars. Australia and the Australias have always been ahead of the game when it comes to dollary dues. I'm going to say it right
Had
now.
to give that to a cab driver in Prague.
In
I
Prague.
woke up in his cab.
Well, it's the least you could do, really. Anyway,
Oh,
Michaela, fuck you, Michaela, for 10 American dollary dues, says, please just mock Steve's quote-unquote culture as Farnsworth butter biscuits for 30 seconds.
You know what? I forgot what my Farnsworth butter biscuits voice is.
Oh, did you?
I've done it in so long. Boil my orphans. Was that what it was?
Yeah, spoil my orphans. That is something that we typically say
Boil
in my
my
culture.
orphans. It's hot in here.
No one says that in England. Come on, 30 seconds of cultural accuracy. Put some fucking jam on your biscuits.
I have scones in my lorry. What else? Please deposit your crumpets in the lift. You guys say that all the time, right?
Yeah, of course. That's the only way we can get our crumpets to another floor. Fucking
Oh,
I don't know if that was 30 seconds, but it was enough for me.
I've got spotted dick in me flat.
That's perfectly reasonable. Anyone might have spotted dick in the flat. All right, changing the subject. Troy Neenan gives us $5 just to say sorry, late to the party. Don't apologise. Thank you for the $5.
Sorry, late to the party.
That's going to a worthy cause. S. Moore gives us $10. Want to see this movie made? Well, thank you, S. Moore. That will go into.
It's going to take more than $10 fucking, isn't it?
Yeah, S. Moore. Fucking maybe put another zero on that. But thank you for that. Cheers. Tamara Grinwell said, Michaela, that was an amazing idea. Fuck off, was it? It was a terrible idea. Somebody says, I'll contribute another $10 if Bevan takes a shot of something. Well, like a shot.
Ooh, not yet.
Not yet.
Not if we want this to keep going for a while. No, when I do a shot, that's the clock's ticking.
I'm
sleep soon.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, maybe save that for later. When you think you're gonna black out,
or a bigger donation.
Oh yeah, maybe.
$5,000.
$5,000 a shot.
Yeah.
Virginia Lagura says, hooker, Bevan? I mean, no. I mean, he's whoring himself out, but not like that.
Wait a second. Oh. Hookah. No, I thought that was going to be a different contribution, but no.
Got an oi mate from Mishmash. Yeah, all right. Jesus. Bit of how's your father on the back of the jibber jabber.
I think they've earned another chapter.
I think they've earned another chapter.
Are we ready?
Do it.
Okay, here we go. Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 4. We rode our bikes out of... Alright, starting again. We rode our bikes out of Wood Lake, across Willow Creek Bridge, and all the way around the new housing developments, until we finally reached a bus stop with a route going downtown. About 15 minutes after we'd chained our bikes to the rack, a bus pulled up. When the door opened, a large black woman looked down at me from the driver's seat. Her eyes widened a little when she saw Tommy. He was drenched with sweat and shivering. I pulled a $20 bill out of my pocket that I had taken from Mrs. Richardson's wallet. We need to get to the neighborhood where your people live. Excuse me? The bus driver didn't sound happy. I had to think of something fast. It's for a school project. She pointed at a sign on the deposit box. Exact change only. You and your creepy little friend there can scoot your asses back on home. I dug in my pockets for change, but all I found was that little baggie of white powder. I couldn't believe we'd come all this way for nothing. God damn, girl, said the bus driver. She leaned down and whispered, Is that what I think it is? I didn't know what she thought it was, but she certainly seemed interested. It sure is. She grinned at us and put out her hand. That's close enough to exact change. Get up here and take a seat. Thanks. I put the baggie in her hand and climbed aboard the bus. I had to drag Tommy along with me because he wasn't being very responsive. We took a seat near the front. I let Tommy sit by the window, but all he did was bump his head against it and drool. When the bus stopped at a railroad crossing, Tommy became a little more alert. He raised his head and said, Woo-woo! But as soon as the gate went up and the bus started moving again, he bonked his head against the window. Once we crossed the railroad tracks, things started to look more promising. I remembered this part of town because Dad told us to lock our doors whenever we had to drive through it. I kept a careful eye out the window, looking for a place that was selling what I needed. How deep in y'all kids want to go? Asked the bus driver. I'll know the place when I see it. Wait! Stop the bus! There it is! The bus driver pulled the bus to the curb, opened the door, and looked out. You going to Hello Titty? I glanced over at the building she was looking at. The sign read, Hello Titty, Adult Novelties. It was strange. It had a picture of Hello Kitty on it, but without eyes or whiskers. Yes, I lied. I didn't have time to get into my whole life story with her. Come on, Tommy. I tugged his arm, and he turned his head toward me. His eyes almost seemed to be focused. Sarah? His voice sounded funny, a little deeper than usual. Sorry. Sarah? Hurry up! This is our stop. Tommy let me lead him to the door. Just a minute, sugar, said the bus driver. You do know what kind of place this is, don't you? Sure I do. My dad takes me here all the time and lets me buy anything I want. I was telling her things I wished were true. I hoped she couldn't see the sadness in my eyes. Then we go home and play together. Oh, said the bus driver. She looked surprised. Well, good luck with that. I dragged Tommy off the bus, but we weren't the only ones to get off at this stop. A thin man in a trench coat got off the bus behind us. He was bald on top, but wore the hair he had on the back and sides of his head in a long ponytail. Thank you, I called out, waving to the bus driver as she pulled the bus away from the curb. Not wanting to make her suspicious, I continued waving until the bus disappeared around a corner so that she wouldn't see me go into my actual destination rather than into Hello Titty. The man with the ponytail also hung around. He seemed very interested in the advertisements posted on the plexiglass walls surrounding the bus stop bench. When the bus was out of sight, I turned to Tommy. He had one of Mrs. Richardson's pill bottles open in his hand and was chewing on something. Tommy, I cried, what are you eating? Some more of Mrs. Richardson's pills. I didn't like them at first, but I'm getting a taste for them. His voice was still strangely deep. Fuck that up again. His voice was still strangely deep, but at least he was speaking in full sentences again. Didn't I tell you not to take any of those? What's going to happen when she finds one of her bottles missing? Tommy capped the bottle and put his hands out on his hips. You didn't seem too worried about that when you were stealing her lunch meat. I guess you've got me there. I looked up at the sign that read Joe's Pawn Shop, and more importantly, at the flashing neon handgun above it. Come on, let's go inside. The inside of the shop was dimly lit, with no light coming in from outside once the door closed behind us. It smelled smoky, but it was a different kind of smoke than what our house smelled like. This smoke smelled more like my Mrs. I think this was a typo. Yeah, this smoke smelled more like Mrs. Darcy, my art teacher at school. Glass cases displayed all kinds of jewelry. Rings, watches, necklaces, you name it. Some were silver, others were gold. Some had beautiful gemstones mounted in them. Others were designed in various shapes. Skulls, crosses, single outward pointing spikes, mostly skulls. Further into the store, we found used stereo equipment and other electronics. All the way in the back of the store, a black man in sunglasses stared at Tommy and me while taking a drag on a funny-looking cigarette. The display case he stood behind had a bunch of knives in it. I figured we were getting closer to our goal. "Hello, sir," I said. "Are you Joe?" The man smiled broadly, showing off his shiny collection of gold teeth. "Indeed I am, young lady. How may I be of service to you this fine afternoon?" "We need to buy a gun." And that is the end of chapter 4.
Oh, it certainly is. It certainly is the end of chapter 4. Jesus Christ. We had a $10 donation from Troy Neenan. It says a $10. I don't know if that's Australian. Are you Australian, Troy? This would be so much more funnier.
I think, yes, Troy Noonan is Australian.
Okay. It's so much more funnier if
I
Joe
remember somebody.
Maybe you can read each other's, but you're absolutely right. It's fucking hilarious when Joe reads it. But
Oh, yeah.
the only time you're going to see that is live at an A&D con because he does not want to be recorded saying all this shit. And you know what? I don't blame him at all. We've got another 5 Australian didgeridoo-dollary-doos from Troy Neenan. Sorry, Troy, I don't know why I said that. I should have kept myself from saying that. When is Joe going to put out a Shingles book? We really want him to. Every time he says a fake book that he has read, it's a perfect Shingles title. He should absolutely be writing some Shingles, but I know he's very busy putting out his Drifting Lands saga with Falstaff books at the moment, so it might be on the back burner. I know he's a busy dad as well. Also a manic sword dude. He's got a lot going on. But let's hope.
Steve.
Yes.
Keep talking. I gotta go pee again.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll put this window so no one sees you pissing into a bucket in your garage.
I was gonna go on the toilet.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a bucket pissing in the garage yet.
Fancy man. You've been putting that.
They didn't pay enough for that.
How much to piss on camera, Bevan? How much to piss into a bucket? You whore.
They can donate and request, and we'll see how I feel. We're right back.
We're currently at 13,635 US dollar dues with 115 backers, up from 101. Thank you all for contributing. You are making the reality of a Shingles movie, I guess, more real. Well done. I don't know how connected you are to this. It's like we've seen the script. We know what Steve Rudzinski is capable of. I've not just watched his movies or talked to him online, but met him in real life. That dude is a force of nature. If there's gonna be a Shingles movie, if this Shingles movie gets made, I tell you what, it's gonna be a statement. And we are all rabid to get this movie made. We do need your help to do it, of course. And we know that you are just as insane and belligerent as we are. So, we appreciate your help. Also, I'd like to say it's lovely that you're giving us money. That's great. If you can't give us money, a great way to help us along is to like and share this live stream. And if you are watching us on YouTube at the moment, you can smash that fucking like and subscribe button. You can ring that bell. That helps us trick the robots or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how it works, but it helps, apparently. So please do that if you have a spare moment. If you don't have a YouTube account, make one. It doesn't cost anything. I don't charge you or anything. You can make a YouTube account. You can smash that like and subscribe button. That will help us. Or if you can't do that, just give us money. This money is not going into any kind of sordid cocaine pile yet. We haven't made that much. This is all going into employing creatives, to be fair. Passionate creatives to make a ridiculous project. I've seen the script. We've all seen the script. We've read the script. It's funny shit. We've seen Steve Rosinski's work. We've met Steve Rosinski. It's fantastic. Please do donate. Make this a reality. It's going to be special. Okay, Bevan is back, and
Hey, Steve, question. Do we know how many people are watching this right now, or how many people are tuned in?
maybe, I don't know. Let me check.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
We will. I don't know. I mean, we've got right now. There are 36 people watching with 18 likes. I think we can do
Okay.
better than that.
Yeah.
But that's just on the YouTube. We're also on the Facebook. I don't know. I don't have the metrics.
Oh, hey, what we need to do. You've been on YouTube before. You need to smash that like button.
I tried to tell them.
Smash the subscribe button.
Smash that like
Did
button.
did they touch it or did they smash it?
Don't just touch it. Smash it.
No, you gotta say it with more conviction than that.
Smash that like button. You bitch.
All right, well, you said bitch. That's good.
The little bitch sells it. Mishmash gave us $4.99 regular American dollars. If you're just joining us, I am Rick Walteri and I am reading Bevan's book. Zachary Hertz gives us $10 and just says, "Take my money." Cheers, Zachary. That is exactly.
It's gonna take more than that, Zach.
Benna P. Hey, Benna. She gives us $5 and sends us a GIF of a duck playing a trumpet, I guess. I don't know what that signifies.
I don't know, but I can't play a trumpet.
I can't play a trumpet. I'm not saying I'm better than the duck at all. That's not what I'm saying. All right, well, we've got chapters galore. We are currently on Shingles, the movie, Indiegogo. 115 backers. 22% of us.
No, Steve. No, Steve.
What do you mean?
116.
Oh, 116. That's 14,635. We are very nearly at the point where I have to update the piss meter. If we get we get to $15,000, I have to update the piss meter, which means I have to go into Photoshop, piss on the Photoshop, put it on the internet, and however that works.
We're not even like a third of the way through this book, and this is our first book. Maybe you should get photoshopping while I read.
All right. Well, we'll see how sober.
I'm getting optimistic here.
Okay, let's get some optimism. Let's get some optimism in the chat. Let's get some like and subscribe smashing. Let's ring that bell. Ring that bell with your dick.
Yeah.
Let's have another chapter.
All right. It's got a little problematic before. See where we can go from here. Goes to Hooker Alley. Chapter 5. Joe's smile disappeared as he removed his sunglasses. The fuck you say, little girl? I cleared my throat and spoke a little more loudly. We need to buy a gun. He stared at me for a moment. Guns we sell in here ain't no toys. Y'all best get your asses down to Playtime Pete's for that shit. Not looking for a toy gun, I said. We need to buy a real gun. What in the hell do two little white kids like you need with a real gun? I needed to shoot Mr. Riley, the mailman. He's black like you, said Tommy. My jaw dropped open. Tommy? He can be so embarrassing sometimes. Is that a fact? Said Joe. I looked up apologetically at him. That's totally not the reason we have to shoot him. After a long, intense pause, Joe flashed his gold teeth again and let out a hearty laugh. Well, that's certainly good to know. I felt we owed him a little more explanation after Tommy opened his big mouth. Our mom left us to go live with him. Joe nodded slowly and rubbed the stubble on his chin. I ain't gonna lie, that's some cold shit. And I want you to know I understand where you're coming from. If some punk-ass mailman ever tried to break up my family, I'd want to put the motherfucker down too. So you'll sell us a gun? It was Joe's turn to look apologetic. I'm sorry, kids. I'm afraid I just can't do that. But why? It's against the law for me to sell guns to a minor, said Joe. Cops have been taking that shit seriously now that Mayor Whitmore is up for re-election. I know that's silly, I said, rolling my eyes. You wouldn't be selling it to us. I pulled Mr. Richardson's credit card out of my pocket. You'd be selling it to Mr. Richardson. And who the fuck is Mr. Richardson? Put the card down on the counter. After giving me a warning look, he picked up the card. His eyes widened a little. Brad Richardson? Over in Lakewood? That's right, I said. I didn't actually know Mr. Richardson's first name was Brad, but if that's what the card said. Do you know him? He's a distributor of mine in one of my other business ventures. Bitch still owes me $3,000. He kind of gives me the creeps. I found these pictures of my mom in the nightstand next to his bed. I took the pictures out of my bag and held them out for Joe to look at. He took them and started flipping through the stack. His eyes got wider with every picture he saw. God damn, y'all some seriously fucked up little white kids. He looked up from his stack of photos. You mind if I hold on to one of these? After a brief pause, he added, strictly for professional reasons. Sure, I said, but just take one. I want to take the rest of them home and show my dad. Joe licked his lips as he narrowed his choice down to 2 pictures. Finally, he decided on one and put the other back on top of the stack. You kids wait right here, said Joe. He took the picture and went through the door behind the counter. What do you think? I whispered to Tommy. He had Mr. Richardson's pill bottle open again and was chewing. He had Mrs. Richardson's pill bottle open again and was chewing on another pill. I gave him a good hard glare. Put those away. A few seconds later, Joe came back out empty-handed. He leaned down on the counter and motioned for us to do the same, like he was about to tell us a big secret. Uncle Joe's gonna hook you up. He reached behind him, pulled a small black handgun out the back of his pants, and placed it on the glass countertop. Whoa, I said. The power of life and death would soon be in the palm of my hand. I started to reach for it, but Joe put his hand over it. First, we need to make a few things clear. First of all, where'd you get this gun? I understood exactly where he was coming from. Dad used to work in advertising before Mom left, and he just stopped going to work altogether. He always said that there was no substitute for word of mouth. Joe's pawn shop, I said proudly. Fuck no! He gave me a tight-lipped sideways stare, like he was thinking about slapping me across the head. You don't tell nobody nothing about where you got this. Do you understand? I looked at Tommy, then back at Joe. Tommy and I both nodded. Uncle Joe ain't fucking around. If you tell anyone where this gun came from, I'll come over to your house and kill you. I'll kill your mama. I'll kill your daddy. You have any pets? I was about to say no, but Tommy spoke first. I have a pet rat. I gave him a doubtful look. Since when? I found him in the kitchen a couple of weeks ago. His name's Gordon. I've been feeding him Dad's cigarette butts. I didn't tell anyone because... Enough! Said Joe. You tell anyone about me or this shop, I'll even kill you, nasty-ass rat. Do we understand each other? I appreciated how straightforward Joe was about doing business and that he wanted us to call him Uncle Joe. I spat on the palm of my hand and thrust my hand toward him, causing him to flinch. It's a deal. Uncle Joe looked at my hand, spat a tiny bit of saliva onto his own palm, then shook my hand. After wiping his hand on his jeans, he swiped Mr. Richardson's credit card in the cash register. That'll be 200. He paused for a second. $5,000. I crossed my arms and gave him a knowing stare. Throw in a pack of Camel Lights? Uncle Joe took a pack from the cigarette shelves mounted above the register, slapped it on the counter, and gave me a big warm smile. You got it. He loaded the gun with bullets for me, then gave me a brief rundown on how to use it. It seemed simple enough. When Uncle Joe finally handed me the gun, I was surprised at how much it weighed down my arm. Heavier than it looks, ain't it? I smiled at him. It'll be lighter once all the bullets are in Mr. Riley. Tommy, Uncle Joe, and I all enjoyed a good laugh at that. That was chapter 5.
Nicely done. All right, we've got
ramping things up a bit there.
Yeah, that certainly escalated some shit. All right, we've got some messages. We've got Sereganin X, who's donated $5. He wants you to say a series of words. You're going to have to read this message and read it out. It's the one that says longing, rested. I think he's trying to activate you as some kind of assassin.
Is he gonna mix these all together and say, I have a bomb on 12th Street?
Indefinitely. I mean, probably.
Well, I mean, you're giving us $5, so that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Longing, rusted, 17, daybreak, furnace, 9, benign, homecoming, 1, freight car.
Well, it turned out that was the audio password to make me come. So I guess, well done. Stephanie Taylor, US dollars, $9.99. Can you do the next 3 sentences as Farnsworth butter biscuits? I think you should start the next chapter, the first paragraph, as Farnsworth butter biscuits.
No, that will break the illusion.
The illusion? But she's given it, well, fuck your illusion. There's $10 there. That's like a chapter.
I'll read the shit she wants me to read. How much are you paying me to read the next chapter as Farnsworth butter biscuits? You're the one that wants that, not her.
Stephanie Taylor wants you to do the next 3 sentences as Farnsworth butter biscuits. I'm not making this shit.
The next 3 sentences of the book.
Yeah.
I thought just the next 3 sentences I say.
Well, no.
The next 3 sentences that she is going to write.
No.
Right, no.
The book. So you've got to, at some point in your next chapter reading,
do that now.
3 sentences have got to be.
Well, let me see what it is. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. All right. Nicholas.
That's not too illusion breaking.
Gives us another 5 Canadian dollars, whatever that means. Says he'll throw in another 10 Canadian dollars if you take a shot of something stronger.
Not yet. Like I said, we're getting toward the end. I got a bottle of tequila I can break out, but yeah, that's a fine line to walk, because when I'm ready to drink that, I don't know if I'll actually be able to walk that far.
I know exactly how you feel, but Nicholas seems like he likes to party hard. From his profile picture, he doesn't give a fuck about.
If you look at me in the live stream here, I'm not a spring chicken like Nicholas.
Nicholas, you need to come to a live A&D con and just fuck up Bevan's day. But Caprice George gives us US dollars, $99.99. Move that piss.
Shit, those are reals.
Those are real dollars. None of your fake plastic better quality dollars here. Caprice George, thank you for that.
Tangible money right there.
Holy shit. Oh my god, it's the voice of Drew Hayes. Uh-oh, we're busted now.
I've been keeping an eye on this when I can, and it's been fucking awesome.
You know what? Caprice George, I am now going to have to open my Photoshop and move the piss meter, because it's not an actual real-time piss meter. I have to use the illusion of Photoshop. So,
can you imagine us trying to make that with our tech abilities?
I mean, I could just give you a live video of me pissing into a thermometer, but that's a different project.
And that will require some donation.
That's the difference. That's my OnlyFans. You can catch me at my OnlyFans. I piss into all kinds of things. It's great.
I just want to say you're doing awesome, Bob.
Oh, thank you.
We're not even through one shingles yet, and we are making a dent in.
We're not even close. We're getting close to halfway through. I didn't realize this first book, my chapters are a little bit shorter. Suckers.
Oh man. All right, I got to go prep dinner stuff. I'll be watching and pop back on later. But man, I just had to say this is kicking ass.
Thanks for
Yeah,
jumping
we're
in,
having
man.
fun. Thank you. Since I have all the power here, I'd also like to remind you folks this Shingles books, like the one I'm currently reading, they are available on Amazon. You can go buy them right now. I wonder, how many chapters? I've read 5 chapters. Has that inspired anyone to go buy the book?
I hope
Find
so.
out.
I mean, chat just pointed out.
Ooh, it has not. Alright, well, that's fine.
Hey, look, we're making some donations here. It's doing well.
Oh no, you guys, you're doing your job. You're doing it well.
Somebody said in chat. Oh,
Please.
Michaela said in chat that Drew hopping and say, "Please, guys, stop. We can't afford the lawyers." That is legitimately why when I heard Drew's voice, I thought he was going to say, "Okay, we need to stop. We've had some phone calls."
Yeah, that chapter 5 is too much.
There's a lot of
I'm afraid you're no longer a part of Authors and Dragons.
We've had a personal call from YouTube. I was expecting that, but no. Words of encouragement from Drew. I don't know if that speaks to your soul, Bevan, but I'm taking that to mean that we can do what the fuck we like.
Speaks to my something.
We got another $5 donation from Serengen X. Bevan, whip it out and fill that meter with that yellow liquid. We've got such a great audience.
I'm not there yet, Serengen X.
You know what it's like. You break the seal, then it'll be
later in the night,
filling up all kinds of meters. Okay, let's have some more awfulness.
Are we ready? I think they've earned another chapter.
They've earned another chapter. Let's do this.
All right. The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 6. I would have liked to stay longer. Uncle Joe was fun to talk to, but we had important business to attend to. Oh, shit, I was supposed to be reading this as Farnsworth Butter Biscuits. I'll try that again. I would have liked to stay longer. Uncle Joe was fun to talk to.
Oh, God.
We had important business to attend to. I thanked him as I packed the gun into my backpack. Fulfilled my obligation.
Yeah, well done.
And I shall continue. I'm hungry, said Tommy. His voice still sounded a little bit lower. We'll eat lunch on the bus stop bench, I said. Let's get moving. It was so dark inside the pawn shop that I'd forgotten how nice a day it was outside. I was about to lead Tommy across the street to catch a bus going back to our side of the railroad tracks when I again noticed the sign for Hello Titty. What do you say we check this place out before we head back? Tommy frowned. Okay, but I'm going to eat another one of Mrs. Richardson's pills since you won't let me eat lunch yet. I rolled my eyes. Fine, but just one. After Tommy finished his pill and put the bottle back in his pocket, we went into the store. It was a lot brighter and more colorful than Uncle Joe's shop had been. It looked like a toy store, except most of the toys were giant plastic sausages. Then it hit me. This was going to be the next fad. Next week, all the rich and popular kids would be carrying one of these around. Patty Richardson certainly would. She was one of the first kids to bring a fidget spinner to school. A week later, it seemed like Tommy and I were the only kids that didn't have one. I don't like to ask my dad for things, because I know money is tight since he stopped going to work, but I couldn't help myself asking about the fidget spinners. He laughed and told me that if I wanted one, I could go dance on a pole. I didn't know what that meant, so I just dropped the subject. But this time, Tommy and I could get ahead of the trend for once. The best part was that Patty's dad was buying. I smiled to myself as I felt Mr. Richardson's credit card in my pocket. I couldn't wait to get to school on Monday and wave one of these things right in Patty's stupid face. Hey, hey, said a woman walking out from a room in the back of the store. What do you kids think you're doing in my store? She was black too, but her skin wasn't as dark as Joe's. She had big, beautiful blonde hair and bright purple lipstick. Her t-shirt was really tight, like she'd outgrown it a few years ago. It had a picture of a cat dipping his tail in a pot of honey. Underneath it said, Honey Pussy, in big pink letters. Hello, Miss Honey Pussy, I said politely. My name's Sarah. I really like your shirt. The stern look on her face melted away immediately, replaced with a big smile. Why, thank you. Now tell me what brings you kids into a shop like this. You're just shopping. Your parents know you're here? Of course they do. I pulled out Mr. Richardson's credit card and slapped it down on the counter. My dad said that my brother Tommy and I could each get one of those. I pointed to the row of brightly colored toy sausages on the wall behind Miss Honeypussy. She shrugged. Takes all kinds, I suppose. Which one do you want? I thought about it for a moment before deciding. I like that purple one with the sparkles. I looked at Tommy. How about you? Tommy was shivering and sweating again. White bubbly drool was seeping out the corners of his mouth while he made weird noises with his top teeth and lower lip. Even stranger, he appeared to have grown some stubble since we left the pawn shop. He looked older, more adult. Not like Dad exactly, but kind of more like Bill, the guy who used to live next door to us, but moved away shortly after Tommy was born. I sighed, remembering how much Mom and Dad used to fight during those days. Is he okay? Asked Miss Honeypussy. He just took some pills. He'll be fine. Since Tommy was acting all weird again, I chose for him. He'll take that blue one. Miss Honeypussy looked at the sausage I was pointing at, then back at me. The blue one looks a little big for Tommy. That's okay. He likes it big. Suit yourself. She took down our sausages and put them on the counter. While she was running Mr. Richardson's credit card, the front door chimed. She looked up. Welcome to Hello Titty. I turned around to see who had come in. My mouth dropped open when my eyes met his. It was the man with the ponytail and the trench coat, the one who'd followed us off the bus. Was he still following us? That's the end of chapter 6. Cliffhanger. Did we lose Steve? Did we lose me?
No, you didn't lose me. I was just aghast at the cliffhanger, like everyone else.
Yeah.
Some people on the stream there may have seen the stream interrupt for a moment. I tried to switch computers. I didn't do it very well. All right. I'm not a technical whiz kid. All right. Internet. Jeez.
You are our technical whiz kid.
Yeah. I mean, we are.
What we've got.
We're Orphans and Dragons technical whiz kid. That doesn't say a lot. That's like fucking Harry Potter's toilet scrubber. I don't know. Anyway. Well, it was very well done. Another terrible chapter of a terrible story. And a terrible future for everyone.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Critic.
Michaela says, I'm picturing Bevan's kids sitting quietly on the floor and listening to the dad read stories.
Somebody came in during the last chapter, and I didn't look over. I don't know who it was, but I also didn't tone it down. This is for you, good people.
Sarah X is getting a little bit comfortable now. It says, Bevan, whip it out and fill that meter with the yellow liquid. Did we already say that, or did I just want to repeat that? Mishmash, $4.99, American Dollary Doo-Doos says, this one's for Steve. ASMR reading of your shopping list. Just ale.
I don't know what that means.
That's
ASMR.
I bought some ale and some crisps. I bought some pasta, but I didn't eat it because I just wanted to get drunk. So I'll probably have the pasta for breakfast, along with a healthy dose of regret. I hope that was satisfying for you, Mishmash. But my shopping list was very unremarkable today and quite embarrassing. Troy
It's
Neenan.
ASMR. What the fuck just happened?
Oh, it's where you whisper into someone's ear until they come. I don't know. Troy Neenan, Australian,
Well, it worked.
10 kangaroo pounds. Rant something as Silas Kane? This is not Red Quarteri. This is Robert Bevan. But, you know.
I wish I was Klaus Richter.
Ooh, savage. I feel like Steve has done this before, says Tamara Grunwald. Or maybe. We've all got to make a living tomorrow. We've all got to make a living tomorrow. Anyway, let's see how the dollary dues are doing. I'm going to hit the refresh button.
Hitting it as well.
Drum roll.
Right, they have
14,960, 118
earned
back.
another reading.
Definitely.
I'd
I'd love to be able to fill up the piss meter real time, but I tried to do that, and apparently I cannot do it without disrupting this entire live stream. So just imagine, if you will, use the imagination of your heart and your eyes. And
I got one more chapter, and then I'm going to have to fill up the piss meter.
Okay, well,
real time.
No one gets to see that unless they pay a special rate.
That's right.
Okay, let's have the chapter.
Oh, ready? All right.
Do it.
See how. Let me psych myself up, see how long this one is. All these chapters are nice and short. Good. All right. The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 7. When Miss Honeypussy gave me back the card, I thanked her again and put both sausages in Tommy's backpack. I grabbed his arm and led him around the side of the store. I didn't want to go directly to the door because that would put us too close to the creepy stranger. I pretended to browse the shelves while tugging Tommy along casually, foot by foot, toward the door. I glanced behind me to see where the creepy man was. He was in the next aisle, staring at me between magazines on a wire rack. He looked away when I saw him, pretending he'd been looking at one of the magazines, but I knew better. I pulled Tommy closer to the door, then finally made a break for it. Once we were outside, I looked for a place where we could hide. I didn't want to go to the bus stop for fear of giving the creepy guy a better idea of where we lived. There was no immediately obvious place to hide, and I didn't want to waste any more time. I started walking up the street as fast as I could pull Tommy along. After we'd walked about half a block, I glanced behind me. The creepy guy was leaving Hello Kitty and turning our way. The way I saw it, we only had one choice. I'd have to drag Tommy into the upcoming alley and shoot this jerk dead when he came after us. I hoped Uncle Joe would be understanding enough to load up some more bullets for us. We ran into the alley and went about 100 feet back before ending with a brick wall. There was something about it that gave me the willies. Something aside from all the flies, the trash strewn everywhere, and the stench of rotting meat, and the fact that it was a dead end. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. But there was no time to worry about that now. Tommy and I had bigger problems. I pulled him behind a dumpster and pushed him back against the wall. His chest felt somehow squishier than normal. I took a good hard look and made out 2 small lumps under his t-shirt. "Tommy, did you grow boobies?" In response, Tommy drooled. It got caught in his new facial hair. I took his pill bottle out of his pocket and put it in his backpack. He'd had enough for today. "Hello in there," said a man's voice softly from the entrance to the alley. Oh no! I was so distracted by Tommy's sudden body changes that I forgot about the creepy man who was following us. He was practically right on top of us now. I didn't have time to dig around in my bag for the gun. Since Tommy's bag was already opened, I armed myself with what was at hand. Those plastic sausages were sturdier than they looked. I'd pack a solid punch for sure. "You kids like candy?" said the man. He was closer now. I like candy as much as any kid, but something about the way he said it made me suspicious. Besides, I didn't want to spoil my lunch. Great. Now I was hungry on top of being scared. Where are you hiding? Come out, wherever you are. He was so close now, just around the corner of the dumpster. My heart pounding, I waited with both sausages ready to strike. Peekaboo, I see. Oh! As soon as he showed his face, thrust out from behind the dumpster, eye level with me, I brought both sausages down hard on his head. He lost his balance and fell down in some brown liquid. Come on, Tommy! I shoved my sausage back into Tommy's bag and grabbed him by the wrist. I held on to his sausage just in case I needed it to further defend myself. We ran past the creepy trenchcoat man, but we didn't get far. Tommy stopped suddenly, and I saw that it was because the man had grabbed him by the ankle. You bratty little shit, he said, looking at me. I'll pay for that. I'm going to take my time with you. He got on his knees and started to push himself up with the hand that wasn't holding Tommy. Let go of my brother, I screamed, swinging at him again with the sausage. He caught it mid-swing. Give me that. He yanked it out of my hand. Hey, I said, putting my hands on my hips as he stood up. That's mine. So what are you going to do about it, you little cunt? I didn't know what that last word meant, but it didn't sound very nice. Come on, I need that for school on Monday. He looked confusedly at the sausage, then back at me. What? I'm going to tell the other kids in my class that my dad bought it for me. He gave me a look like I was some kind of weirdo, even though he was the one wearing a coat when it was 85 degrees outside. You don't get it, he said. You're not going to make it to school on Monday. I don't know if you'll even still be alive by then. It depends on how much tolerance for... Yeah! He screamed and dropped the sausage into a puddle of the brown sludge that was smeared all over the front of his coat. Aw, man, I said. I could have put it back in Tommy's backpack like that. Maybe Uncle Joe would let me rinse it off in the bathroom at his shop. Yeah! The creepy guy screamed. Now he was grabbing his butt cheeks with both hands. He was acting even creepier than before, but he seemed preoccupied enough with whatever he was doing for me to dig my gun out of my backpack. I found it under my lunch bag, pulled it out, cocked the hammer back just like Uncle Joe had shown me, then pointed it at the creepy man. Step away from my sausage! All right. That's the end of chapter 7.
And what an enticing place to end it. Step away from my sausage, indeed.
What's going to happen?
Oh my god. Oh dear. Well, we haven't had any more YouTube donations since you started reading that.
We have had one more Indiegogo donation.
We have. We're doing all right on
$14,970.
Nice, 70.
$30 away from the big 15,000.
The big piss, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do that now.
Okay.
You keep the troops entertained.
I will keep the troops entertained, I guess.
Yeah, take off your shirt and dance. I'll be right back.
I'm not going to do that. They don't need this. I think $15,000 dues was the next filling of the piss meter. So an important milestone. Well done, everyone. I'm impressed with that. I'm happy about that. It does mean I have to do some Photoshop work, but you know what? I complain a lot, but I'm secretly glad. You're keeping me busy. I hope we've all we've all learned something from today's Shingle reading. Have we all learned something? No, probably not. I mean, realistically, what could you have learned from that? Oh, Jen Brown says we're now at $15,010 dues. We're officially 25% funded for the total amount. Logo. I made that, you know. I put that rabbit mask on a man that I had handcuffed to a chair. Zachary Hertz, I paid $250. I expect free books read. Zach, I don't know what to tell you, mate. Bevan has his very specific rules. John Lifford, Bevan's secrets are under the garage. Well, I'm not going to disagree with you. A throne made from beer cans and beer boxes is what I expected. Again, probably on the other side of the camera.
All right, I'm back. I was gonna have a snack. My wife put a frozen pizza in the oven, but then she let it burn, so no snack for me just yet.
Oh, you're too good for burnt pizza. Is that what you say?
No, that's what she said. I don't know what happened to it, but I didn't see it. If it was burnt and on the table, I would have grabbed a slice.
Emily just dropped
But
into the chat.
I didn't have time.
But I don't know.
Did you hear?
I think she just dropped into chat just to maybe watch you talk about your burnt pizza.
Like, wait, you mean dropped into the typing chat or like talking to us?
Well, she's in the
Hello.
chat, but she's there.
Oh, there she is.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
We're doing all right. Well, I'm doing all right. Bevan's
I was just
burnt
denied a
pizza.
snack. I got beer.
Well, beer is the thinking man's pizza. How are you doing, Emily?
I hear that said all the time.
I'm excellent. I think on the Facebook we can only see the logo. We can't see Bevan anymore.
Oh, okay. That would be my fault. I'm gonna just.
Yeah,
There we
you
go.
fucked it up.
Yeah.
I was going to come on and ask if this is where the yeast infection recording was happening today.
Well, apparently they have released a new season of Baki. I think if I'm going to do another East infection, it's going to be all about those muscular, sexually repressed kung fu men. That's where I want to go for the next East infection.
I think we should do some, at least a few episodes.
Well, Bevan had his feelings and his queer politics, and now I just want to get to repressed homosexual rage and muscly killers. I think, we've had enough sensitivity in East infection. Let's just bring on the nude man violence.
Yeah, I'm all over that.
Let's do it.
There you go. Well, thank you for your support, Emily. A future East infection. If you want to hear Steve talking about angry nude men denying that they are gay in the most violent way possible, then make your support known.
Watch what we've already done.
Now everybody should be seeing Bevan rather than the Shingles movie logo. I'll just pop down. We are definitely officially, not including the YouTube donations, officially over the 15 grand mark. So I will definitely, when I wake up tomorrow with a terrible headache, I will modify the piss meter. Well
yay
done,
for
everyone.
headaches. I mean, yay for piss meter.
Well, yay for both of them, Emily. Yay for filling up that piss meter with a headache. But don't get complacent, everyone, because we're still a long way away from making this Shingles movie someone else's problem.
That's all right, because we're a long way away from me finishing reading.
Absolutely.
Maybe. Depends on if you guys keep it up. It could be a long way away.
Are they waiting for you?
It's up to you.
Are they waiting for you to read right now?
Have
We take a little break in between chapters and talk and stuff.
Have they purchased another chapter or whatever happens?
Oh,
to make
yeah,
magic?
Absolutely.
Oh, they have. Okay.
We've definitely got another chapter in the chamber.
Yep. Are you ready for it?
Let's do it.
All right.
Let's empty that chamber.
The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 8. He stopped freaking out just as suddenly as he'd started. I have to admit, I felt pretty powerful with that gun in my hand. Whoa, he said. Please don't shoot. I'm not who you think I am. He spoke differently than he had before. I have no idea who you are. All I know is you're some creep who followed me and my brother into an alley. No! The man raised his hands above his head. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not him. That was a confusing thing to say. Well then, who are you? My name is Lashanta. I was killed in this alley 2 weeks ago. You don't look like a lashanta. I lowered my gun a little, but remained ready to fire if he made any sudden moves. He felt around in his pockets. I hoped he was going to pull out some of that candy he'd promised, but it was just a pack of Marlboro Reds. He took a cigarette out of the pack, lit it, and took a drag. Let me tell you, kid, I don't feel like no lashanta neither. This is not the body I would have chosen to possess if I could afford to be picky. Wait a minute, I said. Are you trying to tell me you're a ghost? You bet your skinny white ass I am. I'm too old to believe in ghosts. The not quite as creepy man, or lashanta as he liked to call himself, took another drag from his cigarette and nodded farther back down the alley. See for yourself. My body's under that pile of wet cardboard over there. I cautiously stepped around her, then walked farther back into the alley. I nudged a box aside with my foot, sending flies and cockroaches scattering. There was definitely a human leg under there. A red sequined high-heeled shoe hung loosely from the foot. Wow, I said as Lashanta joined me. You're even blacker than Uncle Joe. Lashanta laughed. Oh, girl, you funny. That's just a matter of decomposition. I mean, I was black, but I wasn't that black. Feeling more than a little sheepish, I lowered my gun all the way. Sorry I was about to shoot you. Don't sweat it a little bit. I would have done the same thing. This guy was about to do some fucked up shit to you. She smiled. It was warmer. It was a warmer, more genuine smile than I imagined that man capable of. Besides, it wouldn't have been the first time someone shot me in this alley. Lashanta and I laughed. Tommy heaved and coughed up a little vomit. The fuck's wrong with your brother? Asked Lashanta. It's either puberty hitting early or something to do with the pills he's been eating. I might have something that'll snap him out of it. Lashanta cleared away soaked cardboard boxes from her body, stirring up a swarm of flies and roaches. Finally, she found a purse and took it from the dead body's shoulder, partially peeling off a glove of rotted arm skin in the process. Digging through the purse for a while, she eventually found a small leather case. When she peeled the Velcro strap back, it opened up a pocket of syringes. She squinted to read the labels on each of them. She chose one that screwed on a needle from the other side of the pocket. Get behind your brother and hold him by the shoulders. It will only sting a little. I had to admit, Tommy was in pretty bad shape. I had to put my trust in someone. If not the person who claimed to be the ghost of a recently deceased woman who was now possessing the body of a man who just tried to do terrible things to me and my brother, then who? I held Tommy firmly by the shoulders. Shanta jabbed the needle straight into Tommy's heart and pushed down on the plunger. I was about to go for my gun again, but Tommy sucked in a lungful of air and his eyes looked normal again. What? Said Tommy. He looked down at the syringe sticking out of his chest. What? Are you okay, Tommy? I asked. Tommy nodded. It was nice to see him so responsive to simple questions again. What are you two doing in this neighborhood anyway? Asked Lashanta. We were getting things ready to kill the mailman our mom ran off with. Do you want to come along? Lashanta shrugged. Sure, but I've got a little errand of my own to run first, if that's okay. That sounded fair. Suddenly, I remembered something. Say, do you have exact change for bus fare? Lashanta dug through her purse, then put her hands in her pockets. She smiled as she pulled out a ring of keys. Fuck the bus, kids. Let's go find this pervy motherfucker's ride. That is the end of chapter 8.
Fuck the bus, kids. Ah.
Did Emily run away?
Wonderful. I'm impressed. I'm enchanted. I'm enchanted by this entire scenario.
Oh, thank you.
You certainly do have like a Lee Marvin bedtime story voice.
I get that all the time.
All right, let's see if we got any messages. T Castle, you guys are up above 15 grand. Yes, we are, T Castle. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do this. When Emily came in, Meshmash says the cougar of the Carolinas herself. Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Does she? Oh, she's here. All right.
Oh no!
Did you know that was your name?
I was about to talk a lot of shit about Emily, but she's come
I was
back.
summoned.
Trenton Quarantino says, I just came to see if Robert Bevan and Jonathan Sleep were two separate people. They are. And
He has hair.
Writing Happy Hour, check out their YouTube channel, says best bedtime story ever. Oh, that's what you want to go to sleep to. Michaela says, I will be dropping my big donation on Friday when I get a paycheck that isn't eaten entirely by rent. Well, thank you.
Rats.
She also says, very professional, Steve, which I assume is a sarcastic comment about the fact that I'm not very good at hosting a live event. So,
I think you're doing a fine job.
I think I'm doing a fine job, so screw you.
Jen Brown says, I think we were all too distracted by the chapter. And it worked.
As it should be. Mishmash going on his honeymoon soon. Good luck with that, Mishmash. I hope you take these sultry Shingles words with you to woo your new partner upon whatever romantic location you have. Which, in a true Shingles fashion, will be a dumpster. Anyway, Emily, how are you doing? Are you prowling the Carolinas with your cougar-like grace?
Apparently I am. I have some kind of reputation, I guess.
Nice.
That sounded like she was accusing us of starting this shit. We didn't do it.
We did, yeah, none of us said that you were the cougar of the Carolinas.
I wish somebody called me that.
Yeah, it sounds like a Sherlock Holmes mystery.
They talk about it when the mists come over the moors.
Oh, they come over the moors. Oh God, no! I've been listening to too many Shingles chapter. I shouldn't have said that.
It's too late.
Yeah, it's too late. It's done. I mean, it's too late.
It's in your head now.
Yeah. Well, it's in your hair now. Anyway, this is all been a terrible idea from the start. But we are at over 15,100 on the Indiegogo. We're getting there.
All right. Well, that earns people another chapter.
We
So
have the next
terribly
chapter.
wonderful.
So wonderfully terrible. All right, man. If you want to shoot your next load, go ahead.
I certainly do. And there's no people I'd rather shoot it with.
Aw, that's romantic, right?
No other people. Surely there are people. All right. The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 9. We searched up and down what seemed like a million streets. Shanta kept pushing the button on the keyring, listening for a beep, but not hearing anything. Finally, in the parking lot of St. Matthew's Catholic Church, we heard the double beep of a black Escalade. A large white decal on the rear window said, Vessels for the Lord's Seed Youth Ministry. The cartoony picture of a bunch of kids huddled around the waist of an ecstatic-looking Jesus. Father Murphy, said a voice behind them. It sounded like cholesterol and cigar smoke. We turned around, and a obese, balding man in a dress was smiling broadly at us. I found it deeply unsettling. "Hello," said Lashanta. "I see you've brought 2 more lovely young children into the flock. Have you yet filled them with the seed of the Lord?" No. "It would be my honor to share your burden, for the Lord's seed is strong within me." He frowned at Tommy's facial hair and sweaty boobies. "I'm normally inclined to blessing young boys, but perhaps I'll make an exception in this case." "Sure," said Lashanta. "That sounds great." I didn't like the sound of that. Something about the way the fat priest was looking at me made me feel uneasy, and I thought perhaps Lashanta was being a little too trusting of him. Lashanta opened the back door of the Escalade. It was beautiful. The entire back was a huge black leather bed, illuminated with purple lights lining the interior windows, and a large red neon cross separating the back from the front seats. "Oh my," said the fat priest. "Truly this is a vehicle worthy of his grace." Shanta pulled out a bottle of something from her left pocket and a white dish rag from her right. She unscrewed the cap, soaked the rag, and clapped it over the fat priest's mouth and nose. The fat priest's eyes went wide for a second, then got heavier and heavier until they closed entirely. He started to fall, and Lashanta struggled to hold him. She shoved the fat priest into the back of the Escalade and pulled down the back door. After a brief scan of the parking lot, she looked down at us. "Little girl, Sarah," I corrected her. "Sarah, you get up front." She looked at Tommy. "Beardy McBigtitties, you lay low in the back seat." Once we were in the car, I buckled my seatbelt. Tommy started to buckle his, but Lashanta told him he'd be better off hiding on the floor. "Okay," said Tommy. It sounded like the bartender in the place where Mom took us once when Dad had to work late. Lashanta looked at both of us sternly. "And let that be a lesson to you. Just Whitey." I nodded. That sounded like wise advice. Tommy picked at something stuck to the floor and put it in his mouth. When Lashanta started driving, I took the sandwiches out of our lunch bags. Tommy gobbled down his like he was a pack of wolves. Not wanting to be rude, I offered half of my sandwich to Lashanta. She accepted it and nearly took a bite. Then she sniffed it and handed it back. "I just remembered. I can't eat pork. For religious reasons." I shrugged. "More lunch for me." "Where are we going?" I asked through a mouthful of penicillin-rich ham and cheese. Lashanta smiled. "We're gonna pay a visit to Shaggy Balls." "He sounds nice. Who's that?" "He's the nigger that popped me back in that alley." I looked down at Tommy lying down on the floor in the back seat. He was looking up at me. We were both holding back giggles because Lashanta had just said the N-word. "Now you kids listen up," Lashanta continued. "I can't possess nobody outside the alley where I was killed. Not directly, anyway. I need something personal to transmit my spirit from one body to another." She reached into her coat and pulled out a ring. "I took this off my body. I'll be able to possess anyone who puts it on. Now that's where you come in." It took about 20 minutes to drive to Shaggy Ball's apartment, and Lashanta spent that whole time making sure I understood my part in the plan. After Lashanta pulled up next to the curb, she handed me the ring. "You sure you understand?" I nodded and gave her a big thumbs up. "What about me?" said Tommy. "You best stay where you are. Folks in this neighborhood ain't used to seeing no little white boy with titties and a beard." Tommy sighed. "It's not fair. I always have to wait in the car." Lashanta smiled at him. "You've got the most important job of all." Tommy's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Really." She put her hand out to me. "Sarah, hand me the gun." I took the gun out of my bag and handed it to Lashanta. She flipped out the little round part and shook all the bullets out. "Hey," I said, "I need those." "Take it easy. I'll load them for you again later. Right now, we don't need no accidents." She offered the gun to Tommy. "Whoa," he said, gratefully accepting it. Your job is to keep an eye on that fat motherfucker in the back. If he wakes up, you point the gun at him and tell him not to move a goddamn muscle or you'll blow his fat white ass to kingdom come. Tommy nodded enthusiastically. Awesome! Now point it at me and repeat what I just told you. Tommy pointed the gun at Lashanta. Don't you move a goddamn muscle or I'll blow you till you come. Lashanta frowned. The exact wording is very important in this case. Let's try again. Don't move a goddamn muscle or I'll blow your fat white ass to kingdom come. Okay, said Tommy. I think I've got it. He raised the gun toward Lashanta's head again. Don't move a goddamn muscle or I'll blow. He paused for a moment, then nodded. Fat white ass to kingdom come. God damn, boy, you just gave me chills. Lashanta ruffled Tommy's hair. Tommy grinned wide. Now, come on, Sarah, said Lashanta. We got work to do. That is the end of chapter 9.
Well, I'm very impressed. Look, I got to apologize for that. For some reason, my computer crapped out and showed a Discord login for about 5 minutes. I'm sorry about that. If you missed Bevan's excellent acting and portrayal of all the horrible things he was saying.
Whoa. Did you just censor me and you're covering up for it now?
Oh, I didn't censor you. Everybody still heard the awful
Maybe you should have.
I mean, you've said some things in that chapter that definitely should have got the stream shut down, but we're still going. I didn't censor you. YouTube didn't censor you. God didn't censor you. I'm just saying that they didn't see you saying those things for a little while.
Okay, well, that's probably for the best.
Steve went for a wee break.
I didn't even go for a wee break. I was enraptured by the chapter. I just didn't realize until Jen, thank you, Jen, pointed out to me that I'd let the stream get away from me. Oh, Troy Neenan gives us an Australian fucking cunt dollars. I want Emily to do a book reading of Just Say Gnome.
Why though?
$5?
$5.
Why me?
$5 Australian dollars?
Why that one? It's about the gnome, right? The gnome shitting cocaine.
I don't know. Maybe you've just got a
That's
good
the one it is. I don't know.
voice, Emily.
Is
Just
it
Say Gnome.
particularly dirty?
Just Say Gnome, just to be clear, will be included in the Shingles movie, should you fund it. Troy Neenan also says, for $5 Australian dollars, are the Calamity Janes ever going to do an at the movies of Ricky O or Santa Slay? I think we've had a couple of the Janes on at the movies, and I think we've already done Ricky O and Santa Slay. If you want like Janes specific, I don't know. I can't make them do it.
I know what movie we need to do. It's the one that began the
Shingles.
Calamity Janes. Well, after you make the movie. No, Ghostbusters 2016.
Oh, that's right.
That's why the Janes exist.
Yeah, you're right. It was my angry, sarcastic, petty backlash at a world I no longer understand. You're right.
It's all clear now.
But, we started, we had the idea as the Calamity Janes as, a backlash to my unreasonable hatred of that terrible movie for terrible people. But the Calamity Janes has evolved beyond that now. You guys ain't Ghostbusters 2016. I wouldn't call you that. That'd be a terrible thing to call you that.
But it would make a good movie to do.
Yeah, well, it'd be a much better movie than Ghostbusters 2016. I assume Bevan has just gone for a piss.
No, I'm just getting another beer.
All right, okay.
Oh, wait. Was that the can crusher noise?
No, that was the refrigerator. Man,
Oh,
you don't know the can crusher noise.
the can distributor.
The can distributor is very much a communist way of putting that, Emily.
Well, I only assume that his fridge is also made out of a large log.
Yeah, I like to think that too. You know what, guys? We're doing pretty well. We've made some progress here today. Let me just
However,
bring down
we
the
didn't make any. We don't seem to have made any progress during that last chapter.
15105.
We done?
25%.
Yeah, that's what we started with.
Are you right? Is that true? Did we not net any goodwill before this, Bevan? Are you being that Hitler-like with
I'm just following orders. I mean, the
Whose orders?
rules.
the Führer's orders?
I suppose I can do one more. Chapter 10 will take us to the halfway point of this book. We'll see if people want us to continue to the other half. All right, one more. I'll do one more. Because I'm a generous soul.
Okay. If you've prematurely blown your shingles load before this chapter, okay, this is resetting.
Time to blow us some more.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Let's do this.
The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 10. She got out of the car, and I followed her into the apartment building across the street. A few people gave us some funny looks, but they kept their distance. After climbing 3 flights of stairs, Lashanta knocked on the door of apartment 409. "Who is it?" said a deep, unfriendly voice from the other side of the door. "My name is John Murphy," said Lashanta. "I'm here to discuss a business arrangement with Mr. Balls." The peephole darkened. Then I heard 3 locks turn from top to bottom. The door opened into the apartment, and a shirtless, muscular black man with tattoos all over his chest put a silver gun in Lashanta's face. "You packing?" Lashanta shook her head. The man glanced down at me, then back up at Lashanta. "Hands against the door." Lashanta put her hands against the door, and the man with the gun felt her back, her chest, her butt, and her legs. "Are you naked under this coat?" Lashanta frowned. "Yes, I find it, liberating." "T-Bone," the man called out. "What?" came a voice from farther inside the apartment. "Keep an eye on these fools while I go in the back and talk to Shaggy B." "I'm about to level up." "I said get your fat ass off that game and get over here now." I could feel T-Bone's approaching footsteps through the floor. When he came into view, I tried not to gawk. He was so fat. He wore a stretched and faded Teddy Grahams t-shirt and a pair of gray sweatpants with the butt of a gun poking out the front. "Who the fuck are they?" The man who'd answered the door shrugged. "Fuck if I know." He nodded up at Lashanta. "This one says she's got business with Shaggy B. And he ain't got no clothes on under that coat." T-Bone squinted at Lashanta. "The fuck kind of way to do business is that? Just go get your boss and stop wasting my time." The fat man cocked his gun and pointed at Lashanta's face. "Do you know what happened to the last motherfucker who talked to me like that? You and your boss took her into an alley, shot her dead, and left her body there to rot." He lowered his gun and pursed his lips. "That's right. How the fuck did you know that?" "I have a lucrative proposition for your boss, Douglas Walker. If you want to shoot me, shoot me. If you want to inform him of my presence, inform him. Otherwise, I'll take my business elsewhere." Mr. Walker looked down at me. I raised my eyebrows, playing off Lashanta's cool confidence. He was visibly uncomfortable with the personal details Lashanta knew about his life. "T-Walk," he turned to T-Bone. "Keep an eye on these two. I'll be right back." He walked down the hall and knocked on a door at the back of the apartment. He and someone on the other side of the door exchanged a few quiet words that I couldn't make out. Then the door opened. A man in a purple hat, gold-rimmed sunglasses, gold chains, gold rings, an open purple robe with tiger-striped lapels, and sparkly gold underpants strutted out from the back room and walked toward the front door. "My boy D-Walk says you got a proposition for me." He looked Lashanta up and down. "So it says you naked under that coat." With all due respect, Mr. Balls, how I choose to dress is my concern, said Lashanta. Your concern is some product I'd like to move in your territory. Shaggy Balls held out an open hand to Dewalt, who promptly put a gun in it. He pointed at Lashanta. This is my house. My concern is whatever the fuck I say it is. I mean no disrespect, sir. As a matter of fact, I brought you a gift. Lashanta put her hand on my shoulder. I like the way you think, said Shaggy Balls. He looked down at me and thought for a moment. Then he looked back up at Lashanta. But I don't start training my bitches before the age of 14. That's very admirable, said Lashanta. That's not exactly what I had in mind. Sarah, the ring. I dug deep in my pocket and pulled out the ring Lashanta had given me. Here you go, sir. A symbol of our unwavering loyalty and respect. Shaggy Balls nodded as he accepted the ring. He took a moment to hold it up to the light and admire it, then slipped it onto his pinky finger. What? Said Lashanta, her cool confidence abandoning her like the bell had just rung at the end of social studies class. Where am I? Shaggy Balls lifted his gun again to Lashanta's face. You in the wrong neighborhood, motherfucker. He pulled the trigger. Bang! It was so loud that I could barely hear anything. When I looked up, Lashanta's head was splattered all over the doorway and the wall across the hall. That is the end of chapter 10.
Oh, I cannot believe we have not been shut down.
The N word is so much worse out loud than when you read it.
Oh my God.
That's their word.
You're right. It is.
Yeah, but you people shouldn't say it.
I mean you people.
She can call you people. I can't call you people. I wish I could. Oh my word.
Yeah. A little bit uncomfortable reading this.
Yeah,
but man, wouldn't it be fun if Joe was reading it?
And to be frank, listeners, that is why Joe has read out some shingles and requested that
He hasn't read that.
the recording we took of him be burned and never see the light of day. And I don't blame him in the slightest. Now, do we have any specific YouTube donations, any shout-outs? No. But we do have.
We did have an Indiegogo, so.
Absolutely.
All right.
Indiegogo's doing
Yeah,
quite well.
buy yourself one more chapter.
We're at 15,115 US dollary doondangs and 123 backers, up from 101 in a single day.
Wow, 22 backers today.
Excellent. Glad to have you on board this Nightmare Express. Well done. This isn't just about us making a movie. This is about making a horrible...
This is about me never being able to have a job again.
Yeah.
So, this counts.
Yeah. Well done, everyone who's got on board. And, if you can't donate, that's great. We can't all donate what we want whenever we want. That's fine. I understand. But you can like and subscribe and slap that fucking bell with your dick. And you can share this on your Facebook, on your YouTube.
No.
Yeah, if listeners are not on the Discord, then they don't know that your name gets censored out.
I didn't know that until a couple of days ago.
I'm sure we've told you.
Yeah. They told me a couple of days ago. They told me before, but I don't remember. And I don't. What was that all about? Why are we doing that?
I think it stems from the one podcast when your words got audibly bleeped out.
We have bleeped you once in the podcast. That's true. You're the only person who's ever been bleeped on the podcast.
What? Why did you bother bleep me? You usually just cut my shit out.
It's because you are so bleepable.
This was like integral to the landing of the conversation, but at the same time, we could not forgive ourselves if we didn't bleep you. I mean, if I was editing this, I would have bleeped you about 3 or 4 times by now. But this is live, baby. let's have those donations because Bevan's never going to work again, and maybe me neither.
No, because
Hey, we got another backer.
your name is Weave Steverall.
Yeah, Louise Deverell. Absolutely endorsing nothing of what has been said here today. Oh dear God.
Do you know what episode that was? I want to hear myself bleeped.
I have no idea, but I know that someone out there knows.
Somebody else. Jen, we have an official A&D historian out there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's have another chapter.
We had a donation. It's we're back on again.
Let's have another chapter of this fucking literary train wreck.
The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 11. No! I cried. When I looked up at Shaggy Balls, he gave me a friendly smile and a wink. Of course, I thought. The ring! God damn, Shaggy B, said D-Walk. You ain't had to pop the motherfucker here in the house. Who's gonna clean up all that? Bang! D-Walk's brains painted the wall behind him. Or rather, lashanta, turned to T-Bone. T-Bone raised his hands defensively. Hey man, it's cool. I'll clean it. I'll get on that shit right. Bang! The floor shook when T-Bone's body hit it. Damn, said lashanta. Shaggy B works out. This body feels good. It looks good too, I said. I especially like the hat. lashanta took off Shaggy Ball's hat and put it on my head. It looks better on you. Awesome, I thought. My first pimp hat. lashanta smiled. Feels good, don't it? I grinned back at her and nodded. It sure does. It sure as shit won't. She put the gun down the front of her golden underwear and pulled the trigger. lashanta! I cried. Are you okay? She shook her head vigorously. Son of a bitch, that hurt. She took a few quick breaths. Get away from me downstairs. I'll meet you on the street. I didn't know what to think. That was some fucked up shit. At the door and down the stairs until I was on the ground floor. Just as I was about to run through the front door of the building, I heard the crash of breaking glass from above. The next thing I knew, lashanta landed hard on the street right in front of me. I could hear the snap of the bones in her legs as shards of Shaggy Ball's window rained down on his broken body. I gawked at the horror of it all. My new friend was lying in the street, a bleeding, broken mess. lashanta, I said. Why? God damn it, Sarah, said lashanta. I'm in a lot of fucking pain right now. Take off this ring and put it on the fat motherfucker in the car. She hadn't told me about this part of the plan. Maybe she thought I couldn't have stomached it. Now that I understood, I thought she was even more awesome than before. I took the ring off her pinky finger, and she really started screaming. I'm sorry, I cried. My arms, my legs, oh my God, my dick. She looked at me with wild eyes. Who the fuck are you? What's going on? What's my fucking head? Again, I'd been caught off guard. lashanta wasn't in him anymore. Shaggy Balls writhing around on the street. I felt like such a doofus. Lashanta's ring in my hand, I ran back to Father Murphy's Escalade as fast as I could. When I opened the front passenger door, I saw Tommy pointing the gun at the fat priest in the back, who was sobbing like a prison bitch, as Dad likes to say. He was on his knees, hands folded like he was praying. His cheeks were shining with streaks of tears. The inside of the car smelled funny too, like Grandpa's room when he used to live with us. Please, the fat man blubbered. I'll give you anything. I'll never touch another child. Please don't kill me. I held up the ring. I need you to put this on. He looked at the ring suspiciously. Why? Because if you don't, my brother's going to... Aw, shucks. How does it go? I'll blow your fat white ass to kingdom come, said Tommy. I gave him a thumbs up. Good work. What's wrong with you? Asked the fat man. Why are you doing this? We don't have time to get into that right now, I said. I need you to put on this ring, or Tommy's going to shoot you in the face and we'll find someone else. Jesus Christ, okay. Give me the ring, you sadistic little monster. I handed him the ring, and he squeezed it onto his plump pinky finger. He immediately stopped crying, then smiled at us. Lashanta? I said. The smile faded quickly. Yeah, it's me. She sounded annoyed. What's wrong? The bitch done shot himself. Tommy and I cracked up in laughter. I felt bad for Lashanta, but we just couldn't help it. Yeah, real funny, said Lashanta. I can't walk around like this all day. I gotta go wash my ass up in Shaggy B's apartment. That worried me a little. There were gunshots. Shouldn't we get out of here before the police show up? Now Lashanta started laughing. I didn't know what was so funny, but it was nice to see her feeling better. In this neighborhood, don't hold your breath. Stay put until I get back. Tommy and I nodded. Lashanta jogged across the street, kicking Shaggy balls in the face as he passed. When he got to the door, he stopped to take a few breaths, then went inside. It felt like hours while we waited for Lashanta to come back. We took out our plastic sausages to see if we could figure out why they were about to become so popular. They had a button on the side that made them wiggle when you push it, but the fun in that wore off pretty quickly. When fidget spinners were big, I'd told myself that they were stupid and pointless, mostly to make myself feel better for not having one. The wiggling sausages seemed even dumber. Once we got bored enough with our new toys, there wasn't much to do but stare out the window and watch Shaggy Balls bleed in the street. Occasionally, someone would stop and take something of his while he pleaded for help. They always stopped and looked around first. Sorry.
Oh, God.
Oh dear. All right. Professional. One guy spotted Tommy. When Tommy waved at him, he ran away without even taking anything. Finally, Lashanta came back out of the building. She was wearing a pair of tight green elastic shorts and a black t-shirt that read Big Bad on the front. Yeah, not quite done yet. Jesus motherfucking Christ, she said when she opened the driver door, panting between each word. I don't know if this fat piece of shit has the stamina to fuck kids. I felt like my goddamn heart was going to explode halfway up the first flight of stairs. She adjusted the seat back as far as it would go before squeezing it behind the wheel. Nice clothes, I said. You look a lot different than you did in that priest dress. I took them from T-Bone's room. Lashanta wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed. I avenged my murder. My spirit can finally rest. I suddenly became worried. Does that mean you're going to leave us? Lashanta looked at me and smiled. I gotta go find out what color Jesus really is. Besides, what do a couple white kids like you need for an old hoe like me for? I turned away and looked out the passenger window. I thought we were friends. We are friends, Sally. Sarah! Shit, sorry. Tommy was sniffling in the back seat. I pressed my lips together tightly to keep myself from crying. It wasn't fair. I turned back to Lashanta. We helped you avenge your murder. The least you could do is help us kill Mr. Riley. Lashanta frowned at the steering wheel for a moment and looked at me. I felt a tear run down my left cheek. She said, I suppose Jesus ain't going to turn white in the next couple of hours. My heart pounded inside my chest. I'd never been so happy in my whole life. Lashanta's stomach growled loudly. She patted it. This fat motherfucker got an appetite. You kids feel like Wendy's? Tommy and I looked at each other with our mouths hanging open. It wasn't even our birthday. Another tear rolled down my cheek, but this one was a tear of joy. For real? I said. Yeah. I love you, Lashanta. You're my best friend. All right, that's the end of chapter 11.
Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, it's awful.
Yeah, so tugging at the heartstrings there.
You know, it's fun to laugh at your books, but it's even more fun to see you crack yourself up.
It's fun to laugh at your
Oh,
books.
yeah,
It's
that
not
was
fun to be associated with your books in any way at all.
fun for me.
Oh dear God. Troy Nanning gave us again $5 in the YouTube. Oh, cheers, Troy. You've been backing us up all day. He said, "This is short notice. I just turned on YouTube to discover this." Is that true?
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that
He's
means
been doing
at all.
this a lot.
You-
I think somebody else might have your credit card.
Yeah, you've been. It's like who has been
Somebody
robbing
else
me?
on this, one of our fans, also has your credit card number.
Troy, I'd love to think that you've been with us all this time, and maybe just now you're sobering up. But you know, that's YouTube corporation's problem, not ours. But I prefer to think that you've just been backing us up all this way. I'm sure that's the case. Thank you for doing that. Just to check in on the old Shingles, the movie. Indiegogo. We have beaten the next piss mark. Well done. We've beaten it by $125. We're 25% funded of the maximum goal. And just to remind you all, the maximum goal isn't the only goal. We do have a backup goal. So, you know, I'd love to get us at the maximum goal, because I've seen the script and it's I wrote the script. It's fucking great. What can I tell you? But there's also the 45,000 mark, and I also wrote that script, and it's fucking great. So, you know, I win regardless, as long as we keep filling this piss meter up. My ego is saturated. But it's not just about
We've
my
gone from
awful
20
ego.
to 25%. We are only halfway through the first Shingles reading.
I know.
I think, you know, let's go for not just the max. Let's go for the super max, where we got a celebrity involved in the movie.
Steve Rosinski does have contacts. He knows who to contact. So if we go over and above,
I mean, that's in here in the Starstruck level.
absolutely, we can get a horror icon. And think about this, you know, think of a horror icon, somebody who's been in genuine, real, proper movies, and we're like, okay, we want you to watch while this fucking gnome gets his ass eaten out, or when this puppet gets fisted. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine somebody who's been in movies all their lives and then like, sigh, guess I'm looking at a puppet getting fisted now. Guess that's my life. Don't you want that to happen? I want that to happen.
Anyone who's ever been to like a shitty high school talent show has seen a puppet fisted.
Yeah, but
That's
not
the
in
nature of the.
I'm not interested in those amateurs, Bevan. I want to see some professional
saying, that's-
puppet fisting. Michaela in the chat has given us 5 American grease-stained dollars. Just reminding Bevan that this is still, after all these years, my favorite Shingles books. Really? Jesus. Sandra LeMay, 5 American pancake dollars. Love you guys. Aw, thank you. I don't know what inspired from the last chapter to make you say that, but I could assume
It's probably the N word. We don't watch out for Sandra LeMay.
I hope not, Sandra. I hope it was something else. I hope it was the heartwarming aspect of it, and not all the other.
It was, you know, reading that again. It started tugging at my heartstrings.
It tugged at my heartstrings. It did. I mean, it tugged at my panic strings a lot all the way through it. I mean, this is, you know, I am a middle-aged white man. I do not need to be in the vicinity of what's going on right here. Aaron Kelly says it's a truly great book.
What? Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron Kelly. Thank you for taking the rap for this reading. Sandra LeMay, don't put some fucking laugh emojis now. Jen Brown, yeah, she liked the heartwarming bit at the end there.
It was the "You're my best friend."
Yeah. Oh, God. Jen, the rest was still horrifying. Yeah, it was. That's fair. Oh, T Castle got booze on the way. Can stay for a bit. Well done, T Castle.
Are we ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Did Emily leave, or is she still here? She's been quiet.
I'm still here, but you know what?
Still here.
I gotta take a small break to get some food. I will be back.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta do that at some point too, but
You want to
not
distance
yet.
yourself from this? That's fine. I understand.
No comment.
I think you missed the point where you wanted to distance yourself.
Aaron Kelly said, "Have you considered adding the 3-second delay so you can bleep Bevan?" Aaron Kelly, clearly I have not.
If he had, and this is what he's not bleeping, then
I mean,
that's not something about Steve.
That was a fucking brilliant idea that you should have told me a couple of hours ago. Oh, God.
The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 12. Lashanta drove us back across the railroad tracks and pulled into the parking lot of a Wendy's on the corner of Maple Nut Boulevard and Huckleberry Parkway. "Hey, Timmy," said Lashanta. "It's Tommy." "Whatever. Hand over that gun." Tommy passed the gun to Lashanta, who reloaded it with the bullets from the center console. "What are you doing?" I asked. Lashanta grinned. "Might as well make an adventure out of it, right? What's the worst that they can do? Kill me?" Tommy and I did our best to follow Lashanta's brisk pace from Father Murphy's Escalade to the Wendy's entrance. She had the gun tucked into the back of T-Bone's tight green shorts. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there weren't any customers in the restaurant. Lashanta strode purposefully up to the counter. Father Preston," said the teenage curly-haired boy behind the register. His gaze was locked on Lashanta's, or rather T-Bone's, t-shirt. "You look different." "Do I know you?" "It's me, Wade." He pointed to his name tag, which confirmed that his name was, in fact, Wade. "Listen up, Wade." Lashanta pulled out the gun and stuck it in Wade's face. Wade put his hands up. "I swear to God, I never told a soul about what we did in the rectory." "What?" Lashanta grimaced and shook her head. "Jesus motherfucking Christ. I don't even want to know. I want you to get 2 big bags, fill one with money and the other with cheeseburgers." She looked back at us. "You kids like pickles?" Tommy and I nodded. Lashanta turned back to Wade. "On at least 5 of them burgers, I don't want no pickles." "Yes, sir." "You mark the ones with no pickles, Wade. If I unwrap a no pickle burger and I see a motherfucking pickle, they're gonna be wiping your brains off the wall, Wade. Do I make myself clear?" "Yeah, I said, do I make myself clear?" "Yes!" His hand still raised, Wade leaned in close to the microphone. "We got it," said a voice from the kitchen. Santa leaned to the side and looked past Wade. "I ain't fucking around about those pickles." "Please, sir," said a man in a short-sleeved white shirt and a tie. "We don't want any trouble. We'll do whatever you say. And quit flapping your lips and put the money in the bag." Lashanta turned back to us. "Y'all want anything else?" Lashanta had already been more than generous enough. I didn't want to seem ungrateful. "Can I have a Frosty?" asked Tommy. I was so embarrassed. "Of course you can, honey. How about you, Sarah? You want a Frosty?" Well, as long as she was offering, I smiled and nodded. Lashanta looked at the girl on the next register over. "Stephanie." Stephanie started bawling. "Oh, God, please don't kill me. I want to live. I want to..." Lashanta pointed a gun at Stephanie and cocked the hammer. "You better handle your shit, Stephanie." It was like she'd hit the mute button. Stephanie instantly went from frantic screaming to dead silence. She pressed her lips tightly together and nodded. "That's better. Now get your skinny white ass on the Frosty machine and get us 3 large motherfucking Frosties." Tommy and I gawked at each other. A large Frosty? It was like Christmas, our birthday, and unemployment check day all rolled into one. When the bags were full, Lashanta passed the money bag to me, then leaned across the counter and spoke to Wade. "About what happened with me and your rectum." "Rectory," said Wade. He glanced at Stephanie, whose mouth was hanging open, then looked back teary-eyed at Lashanta. It was in the rectory. I just want you to know, Jesus forgives you. He waved the gun in a cross pattern in front of Wade's face, then grabbed the burger bag. We each grabbed a Frosty. They were so big, I couldn't believe it. We were in the middle of the parking lot, running toward the Escalade, when a police car screeched to a halt on either side of us. Hold this, said Lashanta, passing me the burger bag, which was a lot heavier than the money bag. She scooped up Tommy in her Frosty arm and held the gun up to his head. Put the child down and your hands up, said a voice from one of the police car's PA systems. What the fuck is wrong with that kid? Said a voice from the other police car's PA system. He looks like a tiny man with tits. Lashanta, Tommy, and I looked at the car. Oh shit, is this thing on? Lashanta ran for the van, and 4 cops got out of the 2 cars, drew their guns, and took cover behind the open car doors. There's nowhere to go, man, one of the cops shouted. Stop where you are or I'll shoot. He had a good point. There wasn't any room around the police cars, and they had Lashanta outgunned 4-1. Lashanta, I'm scared. I wanted to be strong, but I was worried about losing my best friend. Get in the car, said Lashanta. They ain't gonna shoot us. We're white, remember? To her credit, we all got in the Escalade with no shots fired. We can't get around those police cars, I said. What are we going to do? Lashanta pulled her seatbelt across her enormous belly. First, y'all best buckle up. There's cops out there. While Tommy and I buckled our seatbelts, Lashanta started the engine and shifted into reverse. Drive through, motherfuckers! She slammed down on the gas, launching the Escalade backward, smashing through the tinted glass wall of the restaurant into the dining area. Awesome! Shouted Tommy. We crashed through the tables, chairs, and finally the wall on the other side and into the middle lane of Huckleberry Parkway. We hit the side of a pickup truck, but the man driving it was shouting at us, so I assumed he was okay. Lashanta shifted into drive, and we took off down the center lane. The cops were pulling out of the Wendy's parking lot behind us. Pass me a cheeseburger, said Lashanta. 1 mark, no pickles. She put her Frosty in the cup holder and took the lid off. And a spoon! I handed her a marked cheeseburger and tossed an unmarked one back to Tommy. I dug all the way to the bottom of the bag, but couldn't find any spoons. They didn't put any spoons in the bag. Lashanta shook her head and weaved between cars as sirens blared behind us. God damn it, Wade. That's some cold shit. Tommy was making the best of it, eating his Frosty like a horse in a trough. It was all cut up in his facial hair. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. What a goofball. Motherfucker did that on purpose, said Lashanta. She dipped her cheeseburger into her Frosty and bit it in half. That shit's going on Yelp. I dipped a finger into my Frosty and put it in my mouth. I won't lie, it was really good. But it wasn't nearly as good as I felt inside when Lashanta asked me if I wanted it. But what I wanted now, more than anything in the world, was to return the favor. Open the sunroof, I said. I've got an idea. Lashanta pushed a button on the ceiling and the sunroof slid open. I stood up in my seat and looked behind us. The wind blew my hair in front of my face. We were going really fast. One of the police cars was right on our rear bumper, and the other one was pulling close behind it in the next lane over. You need the gun? Asked Lashanta. No thanks, I said. I want to save those bullets for Mr. Riley. The cop in the passenger seat of the car directly behind us gestured for me to sit down and buckle my seatbelt. I smiled at him and held up my Frosty. The look on his face was priceless. He and the driver both shook their heads. I hurled the giant cup at the windshield, slathering it in thick, chocolatey goodness. The car behind us swerved right, sending both of them across the median into oncoming traffic, where they slammed into the side of a Greyhound bus. We were going too fast to be sure, but from what I could tell, it didn't look like any of them would be seriously hurt. Damn, girl, said Lashanta when I sat back down. That was straight up gangster. Thanks. I didn't know what that meant exactly, but it sounded good. A tear rolled down Lashanta's fat cheek. You sacrificed your Frosty for me, she said through a mouthful of cheeseburger. I put my hand on her fat, sweaty arm and smiled. Not for me, for us. Lashanta swallowed what was in her mouth and sniffed. You want the rest of mine? I looked down at the Frosty in the cup holder. It was about a third of the way gone. God, sorry. All right. It was about a third of the way gone and had streaks of ketchup and mustard in it. I almost gagged. No, thank you. You're all right, Sarah. Now pass me another one of them no pickle burgers. That was the end of chapter 12.
Oh dear Lord. You know, that was all right. That was just disgusting in other ways.
It wasn't anything too bad there, huh?
No, that was all right. I felt good about that one.
Yeah. We're going to church. We're drinking a glass of milk.
But I've got some bad news.
Uh-oh.
We didn't get any updates during that chapter. Perhaps there just wasn't enough N-words. I don't know. I don't know what the people want. I mean, we're doing pretty well.
Well, I will give them another chance because I have to go pee.
Okay.
See what things look like
Look,
when I get back from the bathroom.
he's going to go pee. It's going to give you time to examine your fucking conscience. I don't know. I feel bad about berating you. You've done well. A lot of you have come out of the woodwork to support this worthy goal. Making a Shingles movie. If you're a follower of any of the Authors and Dragons authors, you'll know that Shingles is something we kind of do between us, and it's it's a fun thing. It's a fun thing we do. We like to spin.
If you've been here, you know how much fun it is. It's fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah, if you're here, you're having fun. I'm having fun.
I'll give you another bonus chance. I'll see if anybody's bought a Ghost of Hooker Alley book yet. Let's see. Okay, they have not. So you fucked up your bonus chance. Still got until I get back from peeing.
I thought you were peeing as you said it. Well, actually, since you said that, we had a $10 extra tip on the YouTube from Aaron Kelly, and another $10 from Sandra, and a GIF of some chubby little pear person doing a little dance.
Oh, I guess that counts.
That definitely counts as $20.
The instructions weren't difficult.
Look, man, I don't know.
Go to the Indigo. Right. Hey, that's fine. Yeah. It's all going to the cause. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Keep donating.
You still haven't peed. I just assumed.
No, I've been worried and stalling so that people will have a chance to donate. I'll be right back.
Okay, Aaron Kelly. Yeah, thanks, Sandy. Jen Brown. Yeah, another from Sander with jumping pear. I don't know what that's about. I mean, it's arousing. I don't know if it's supposed to be arousing. Slaug says, I think we should go back to the $10 per chapter, backdating it to the start of the stream. Slaug, you're an evil man. I think you know you're an evil man. I think you're sitting there in your cape right now on your throne of skulls, trying to disrupt things. No, I don't blame you. I appreciate you for what you are. If I create some kind of Mobius stream at the moment, so many dancing pear people. Oh my god. I'm starting to feel dizzy. You starting to feel dizzy? It's Shingles all the way down, baby. Slugman, what did we start at today? I believe we started at 101 backers and somewhere along the line of $12,505. And we are currently at boom! 15,125 US succulent pancake dollars with 124 healthy backers. it's the slamming breakfast. Oh no, 125. 15,135 US maple covered dollars. 25% of the maximum target, $60,000. I don't know how much that percentage works out of the secondary target of $45,000. We'll see. But we're doing very well. Thank you for your support. We're all incredibly excited about this project. Not just me. I've seen the script. I wrote the script. It's good, if I do say so myself. There's a lot of shingle shit in that. But no, we're all excited about it. It's got 5 of the OG Shingles stories from the early days. For you true Shingles fanatics who were like Shingles before it was cool. It was never cool. Let's be real. It's never going to be cool. It shouldn't be cool, if I'm going to be realistic. Shingles should never be something that all the kids are into. If that happens, then I don't know. That sounds like some kind of Lovecraftian endgame to me. But Jen Brown has done the maths. Apparently, we're 33% of our minimum target. I can't possibly check that maths because I'm not friends with numbers. Aaron Kelly, are you A&D authors going to make a cameo? I'd love to, but I'm on the other side of the planet. I believe this is going to be shot in Pittsburgh. There is actually, let me show it to you. Let me just scroll down a little bit here. Featured perk, be an extra, $750 US doodahs. Only 4 of them claimed so far, but a maximum of 15 available in the script. Can you make it to Pittsburgh at any time during the year? Can you just kind of in a couple of weeks' notice say, all right, I've got to be in the Pittsburgh area so I can be in the Shingles movie? Are you that cool? I hope so. Do you have $750 also? I also hope so. I'm trying to imagine a human being here who can make it to Pittsburgh at a couple of weeks' notice and has $750 in their bank account. And I want to be friends with that person. I mean, that's cool. I hope that you're out there, and I hope you want to be in this movie. Not just for my sake, for your sake. It just sounds like something you do in your spare time. You're a cool guy. But, if you don't want to be in a movie, just buy a digital pack, DVD, Blu-ray, this gnome,
back.
perverted puppet, Steve Rosinski. Okay, right. Bevan's back. I'm moving this away.
Sorry. What were we talking about?
I was talking about some stuff behind your back. It doesn't matter. What does matter is we got some YouTube donations, so there's definitely another chapter happening.
Oh, and we got one more Indiegogo donation.
We absolutely
Now,
did.
it's official.
Everything's
I got
official.
some frozen pizza in me.
You should defrost that before you eat it.
Yeah, well, it's not frozen now.
Well, no, it's in your stomach.
It's also not hot either. I guess it's been out for a while. So, it did its job. It's soaking up some beer.
Yeah, it's in you.
It's got my reading skills limber.
Now that the pizza is in you, let's let the readers get in you. In this next exciting chapter of... Oh, God. You're all right. Just do what you got to do.
Yeah. The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 13. Once lashanta was satisfied that we were no longer being followed, she slowed the Escalade. I gotta be honest with you kids, I nearly had a heart attack back there. I laughed. Me too. Yeah, me too. I ain't kidding, said lashanta. This fat motherfucker's heart might be one more dangerous situation away from exploding. If I drop dead when we confront that mailman your mama ran off with, well, that won't be no good for no one. She was leading up to something, but I wasn't quite sure what. What are you saying? I asked, fearing the worst. She must have seen it on my face, because she smiled at me. Don't look at me like that. I ain't gonna ditch you two. All I'm saying is that I think I should get a different body. Someone stronger. Someone healthier. Someone who can walk up a goddamn flight of stairs without stopping to take a breath. I know the perfect guy, I said, smiling as I leaned back in my seat. Take her right up here at Honeydew Drive. Half an hour later, after I guided her on a small detour to pick up our bikes at the bus stop, Lashanta pulled Father Murphy's Escalade into our driveway. She gave a long, low whistle. Nice digs. The garage door was still open from when we left it before, so we went in that way. So this is how white people live, said Lashanta as we walked through the kitchen to the living room. I could get used to this. Another bottle of scotch had been opened since we left, and there were about twice the number of empty beer cans on the coffee table. But Dad was out cold on the sofa, snoring like a lawnmower engine. His hand was on the coffee table, still holding a cigarette butt. A perfect line of ash lay next to it. He must have fallen asleep right after he lit it. What a waste. Lashanta, I'd like you to meet our dad. Lashanta frowned at him. A regular picture of health. He looks better after a shower. Lashanta shrugged. I guess he's better than this tubby piece of shit. She looked at me and Tommy. That reminds me. We've got to do something with him. Once this ring comes off, Father Fatty is back in charge. That was a good point. I was glad she thought of it. We could tie him up in Mom and Dad's closet, said Tommy. Lashanta squeezed her chin fat thoughtfully. That's not a bad idea. You kids got any rope in this house? Tommy grinned. Sure. There's a rope in the basement. I caught Dad hanging it from a beam the day after Mom left. I asked him what he was doing. He said he was leaving his options open. Dad was smart like that. Tommy and I led Lashanta to the basement. God damn, she said when we reached the bottom of the stairs. The rope was there, just like Tommy said it was. It was tied in a loop at the end, and Dad's rolling desk chair was directly underneath it. He must have stood on it to hang the rope, which made me a little annoyed. I remembered him getting angry with me for standing on a rolling chair because he said it was dangerous. Lashanta walked over to the desk we took from Grandpa's house when he went to live with Judas Hitler and Saddam, whoever they are. There was a pen and a pad of paper on it. God damn, she repeated when she looked down at the pad. What is it? I asked, walking over to take a look. Lashanta quickly ripped the top sheet of paper from the pad, crumpled it up, and shoved it in her mouth. Tommy laughed. What was that all about? Nothing, said Lashanta, her mouth full of paper. She chewed and swallowed. I was just hungry. She laughed weakly. You know how fat people are. Now let's go tie me up before I eat the whole goddamn house. Tommy and I laughed. She was so funny. Lashanta untied the rope, and we followed her back up the stairs and into the kitchen, where she started opening random cabinets. She wasn't kidding about being hungry. We've still got some cheeseburgers left in the car, I said. That's not what I'm looking for. Do you know where your parents keep... Oh, here it is. She took a bottle of NyQuil out of the medicine cabinet. Okay, take me up to your parents' room. When I opened the closet door, Lashanta started taking her clothes off. Tommy and I looked at each other and tried not to laugh. When she pulled down her underwear, exposing Father Preston's huge butt, I couldn't contain my curiosity anymore. Why are you taking off your clothes? I asked. She sat on the floor and started tying her ankles together. Sooner or later, one of your parents is going to walk in on this fat motherfucker. Won't it be even funnier if he's naked? She was right, of course. That was going to be hilarious. When she was done tying her ankles together, she talked me through tying her wrists. The knots were kind of complicated, but I got them right after a couple of tries. Very good, Sarah. Now, Tommy, I need you to pour that whole bottle of NyQuil down my throat. That ought to knock this son of a bitch out cold for a good long time. She guzzled back the whole bottle, and her eyes looked really heavy. Take the ring, Sarah. Hurry. That NyQuil might have been a bad idea. maybe dying. Hurry, Sarah. Her eyes closed and she fell against the wall. If this body died before Lashanta possessed someone else, she might be truly gone. I slipped off the ring and ran down the stairs as fast as I could. Tommy followed right behind me. I put the ring on Dad's pinky finger, stood back, and waited. Nothing happened. He just continued snoring. Did it work? Asked Tommy. I don't know. Should we try to wake him up? I shook my head. I got confused sometimes when he first woke up. He shouted at us and called us by names of people we didn't know. It was unsettling. Let's just go to bed, I said. It had been a long day, and I didn't know what tomorrow had in store for us. After brushing my teeth and making sure Tommy brushed his properly, I crawled into my bed and under my blanket. About a minute later, Tommy appeared in my doorway. I'm worried about Lashanta, he said. Me too. I scooted over and let him crawl into bed next to me. I didn't think either of us would be able to sleep that night, but Tommy started snoring softly after a few minutes. Then I drifted off to sleep shortly after. The end of chapter 13. Another heartstring tugger.
Yeah, now it's getting a little bit serious now.
Yes. Get that all the time, man. You used to write comedies, Bevan.
So now you're bringing out the serious drama. You prepped us with pepperings of the N-word. Join in for another Australian $5, which I assume is worth something. Can you get a cardboard cutout of Steve for the movie? Use him as a weapon. Troy, I don't know what time.
That would be fun if we get that cardboard cutout of Steve and do dirty things with it, like with the cardboard cutout of Rachel.
Oh God, Troy, I don't know what time it is.
We could make like a centaur monster out of them both.
Well, that's yeah. You know, your toddler walked in on you, say, "Oh no, that was nothing. That was just a centaur monster. Go back to bed." What time is it in Australia?
It is time for him to shove over another $5. You know, don't berate the man. Just let him keep shoveling money toward us.
I don't know. I don't. If he's like kind of like it's 5 a.m. and he really should be asleep, maybe he shouldn't be donating money and.
Or are you gonna say that when it's 5 a.m. and I should be asleep?
No, I'm not.
I'm still reading.
You know
All
what
right.
you signed up for.
What's good for the goose?
These are the customers we're talking about. You're the perpetrator of this nonsense. This is essentially all your fault. If you have to suffer for it, then so be it. Don't
Saying we're not going to Wendy's.
don't paint
You're not
yourself
giving me a frosty sleeve.
as the goose in this scenario. Okay, right. Did we get? Jen says we got another $10 on Indiegogo.
Yes, we did. So
You have to keep
that
reading.
counts. I do. I am obligated.
Oh, apparently it's 10 a.m. in Australia. Apparently.
All right, so he's either really off the rails or he's just up for the day.
Yeah, he's either his day is ruined or his day has just begun. Either way, Troy, thank you for your support.
Tomorrow he'll wake up. Where the fuck is all my money?
I'm appearing in a Shingles movie. Oh God, how did this happen? Well, that is what this stream is all about. There's bad decisions. Bad decisions that are going to make a fantastic bad decision movie. T. Castle says, you threatened us with a good time, we just obliged. Damn right. That's what this is all about. Steve Latter says, Cardboard Steve could be a display in Hello Titty. Well, I like to think so.
Oh, speaking of displaying Hello Titty, got this little beauty from the con. Now hold it up for a bit because I can't see it yet.
That's some shiny titties.
Yeah.
It's
Woo.
unbelievable. Tell you what, if we get shut down because of that depiction of Hello Titties, and not for all the horrible things that Bevan has said in this stream so far, then Mark Zuckerberg, you can suck
Again,
my
the
rebel.
characters said this.
T-Castle's
Yeah,
saying
my
we're at
end here.
15,145, so we need 15,155. Is that right? Do we need another $10? Vicky Fellows says, I almost bought Bud Light for my evening to join Bevan, but Reds are better. What is Reds?
I don't know what the hell any of that means.
I don't know what Reds are. Vicky, can you elaborate? Is it better than
Oh,
Bud Light?
Reds. But
T
yeah, I don't know.
Castle
That's
still
too
has
rich for my
booze
blood.
on the way, so you're in it for me too.
Didn't he have booze on the way like 3 hours ago? Is he brewing it?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I understand time works. We're all over the place right here. Look, he's got booze on the way and he's invested. He's doing fine. Reds is the brand, apparently. JLD is convinced that those were eyes on that Hello Titty logo. JLD.
Absolutely.
All right, okay, maybe I'm just a pervert here. Jen Brown says apparently Reds is a good brand. So Reds hard cider. Reds is what Michaela drinks. Steve, she says accusingly. I don't give a shit about cider. Strawberry ale. Nah, this just sounds like... Look, if you're going to drink a beer, get something that tastes like dead cigarettes and just fucking drink it, alright? Anyway, I'm not going to derail this stream with my opinions on what you should be drinking. Did we make enough to get...
Oh, we absolutely did, yes.
Okay, well... play on.
Were you ready? Yeah, you were ranting. I was waiting for you.
What? Yeah, well...
Okay.
Oh, thank you for letting me have space to rant. That's not what we should be doing. That's not what this stream
do with a breather.
All right, well,
here we go.
Do you want me to rant aggressively?
The ghost. Next time I need a frozen pizza break.
Okay. I can just rant. Okay. No worries.
All right, here we go.
Do it.
The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 14. I woke up the next morning in a panic. The house was quiet, which wasn't unusual this early in the morning. But after last night's events, the silence gave me an uneasy feeling. Tommy, I whispered, wake up! He didn't respond, so I gave him a shake. Come on, he groaned. 5 more minutes. We have to check on Dad. Still no response. And Lashanta. Eyes opened wide. Oh yeah, he said, I forgot. Everything that happened yesterday felt like a dream. Go look in the mirror. It's no dream. Tommy's facial hair had grown a little thicker overnight. His boobs were a little more pronounced as well. I have to admit, they made me feel a little inadequate. We tiptoed out of my bedroom, along the upstairs hallway, and down the stairs. Tommy looked worried as we approached the living room. I put my finger over my lips, then peeked around the corner, terrified that Lashanta was gone forever. I was surprised to find the sofa empty. The coffee table was completely free of beer cans, liquor bottles, and cigarette ash. What happened? Asked Tommy. I was so amazed by the state of the living room that I hadn't realized he followed me in. I don't know. It's like... The house was suddenly even quieter than it had been. I hadn't even noticed the sound of running water from upstairs until it shut off. Tommy and I looked at each other, then up at the ceiling. Do you suppose? I dared not even ask the question. Tommy shrugged. Then we made our way slowly back to the stairs. Just as I put my foot on the first step, a strange man appeared at the top of the staircase. "Hello, children!" Tommy and I screamed at the top of our lungs. "What the fuck is all that for?" said the man. As my eyes adjusted, I saw that it wasn't a stranger in the house at all. It was Dad. He'd shaved and showered and washed his hair. He was fully dressed for the first time in months, wearing an iron pair of khaki pants and a pale green polo shirt. "Dad?" I said timidly. "Fuck no," said Dad. "It's me, Lashanta." "Lashanta!" cried Tommy. He ran up the stairs and gave her a big hug. I was still a little freaked out, but I gave her a big smile just the same. Lashanta smiled back, which was a little unnerving. "Now who's ready to go kick some mailman ass?" Me, said Tommy, his arm still wrapped around Dad's, or rather Lashanta's, waist. I nodded. "Y'all ain't got shit for food in this house, so I threw a couple of yesterday's cheeseburgers in the microwave for your breakfast." My stomach rumbled. That sounded a lot better than generic cereal with watered-down milk. We all sat at the kitchen table while we ate our cheeseburgers. It was a strange feeling. We didn't even do that back when Mom and Dad were still together. Strange as it was also a nice feeling. "So where's this motherfucker live?" asked Lashanta when we were almost finished eating. Tommy and I looked at each other, then across the table at Lashanta, and shrugged. Lashanta rolled her eyes. "Then how are we supposed to find him?" "I thought we could look in the phone book," I said, "or the internet or something." "Maybe. What's his first name?" I shrugged and offered a sheepish grin. "And his last name's Riley? Do you know how many goddamn Rileys live in this city?" "I give up," said Tommy. "How many?" "I don't fucking know. A lot. We ain't never gonna find him like that." I looked down at what was left of my cheeseburger. My appetite was gone. I felt so stupid. "Cheer up, Sarah," said Tommy. "I've got an idea how to find out where he lives." It was sweet of him to try to cheer me up, but I was just too bummed out. "What's your idea?" Lashanta asked Tommy. Tommy grinned. "We could jump him when he delivers our mail, drag him into the house, and beat it out of him." Lashanta nodded. "That's a great plan. There's just one problem." "What's that?" asked Tommy. I rolled my eyes. "It's Sunday, doofus. They don't deliver mail on Sundays." I knew Lashanta was eager to go see what color Jesus was, so I didn't want to make her wait around here any longer. "You don't have to stay if you don't want to. You've done so much for us already. We'll figure out how to handle it from here." "I can't go just yet," said Lashanta. Her tone was serious. She gave me a good hard stare, then grinned widely. "We got to spend that Wendy's money." My heart was overcome with renewed joy. "Yes," said Tommy, pumping his fist in the air. That's the end of chapter 14. Oh, man. I almost teared up.
What do you mean almost? I'm sitting here flooding, man. There's so much good feels going on right now in your horrible book for horrible people. Okay, well, we definitely got some backers while you were doing that.
Ooh, yeah, we did.
So we're still in the 25% range. Let's push that up a little bit. I'm glad we got more backers. We've gone from 101 backers to 129 backers. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. It's remarkable.
Wow. It is remarkable. It is worth remarking on.
Which we just did.
We absolutely did just remark on that bad boy. We sold digital premieres.
Ooh. Bonus. Somebody bought the Ghost of Hooker Alley.
Excellent. Somebody also bought a signed throwing dildo. Well done, you.
What?
Recipient.
Hey, what?
We've also sold an extra producer credit, so you can get that right on your business card. Oh, but
You're talking about just now?
I don't know about just now. I'm not the master of time. I don't fucking keep time. We sold a $500 tier for somebody who wanted a throwing dildo. But not only do you get the throwing dildo that will be used on set and signed by Steve Rosinski, but you will get the digital copy, you will get the DVD copy, the Blu-ray copy, you'll get the digital premiere invite, you'll get your name in the credits, you'll get the poster, you'll get the postcards signed by the authors. You know, it's not just about the dildo. That's why
That dildo might have been used by me as well. So,
we can't promise or deny that in a court of
not
law.
promising,
Obviously.
also not denying.
And we got a producer credit, and you know, it's
if
not.
you want to clone me, there might be some DNA.
It's not. Oh God, there might be some DNA. What a terrible threat. The producer credit, you will get the DVD, you'll get the Blu-ray, you'll get the poster, you'll get the postcards, you'll get your name in the credits, obviously because you're a legitimate producer. But you'll also get the right to say that you are an actual producer of a movie if you donate 1,000 United States dollar pancakes. But what I can't believe is that somebody hasn't bought the signed sloppy puppet tier yet.
I can't believe that either.
Because not only
do
you get your name in the credits, not only do you get the poster and the postcards and the Blu-ray and the digital copy and the invite to the digital premiere, which will feature the authors and Steve Rosinski himself, you will get the actual puppet used in the movie, signed by Steve Rosinski. What a perk. Holy shit.
Yeah, we sold 2 dildos so far and no sloppy puppets. This is the iconic prop of the movie.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, if you've already bought a dildo, then you should buy the puppet as well. Because, you know, they're like go together. I mean, you can...
No, I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume most of our subscribers have at least one hand. That's what goes in the puppet.
Okay, well, it can go in the puppet. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can store your lunch in there, whatever.
You can do anything with that puppet.
Holy shit.
You can put more than just a hand up that ass.
Oh my God. We have expert advice from the man himself. He's had
it isn't.
He's had his hand in all innumerable kind of things in his storied career as
so many
director. It's Steve Rosinski, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, everybody.
Steve, have you been listening to this?
I literally just got the message about this happening. Like, I was out all day, and I didn't get home until a few minutes ago.
Nothing bad happened. Nothing bad was said.
I believe it.
Nothing terrible happened. You're associated with a completely legitimate movie endeavor, and everything is fine.
No matter what you say or do, I'm sure it will never be like the worst thing that I've done.
You know, that's why we reached out to you, because we knew that your heart was in the right place.
Absolutely. So how's everyone doing tonight? I hope everyone's having fun watching Bevan read and drink.
Well, Bevan is still
I know I am.
I'm having a great time watching Bevan. This is the longest I've seen Bevan drink without him passing out, so...
That's impressive.
That's not true.
I don't know, is it? I have no conception of time. I, too, am drinking along with this. I assume everyone else is also. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone from $12,000 to $15,000.
I saw that. That's wonderful.
We're doing well. Gone from
now let's get the other 45 in the next, 45 minutes.
Yeah, if you guys could sort that out.
I mean, yeah, I mean that would be nice. However, I'm good to go all night. We're about 3/4 of the way into the first Shingles book. Ooh. I got 17 more of these motherfuckers.
Now, by first Shingles book, do you mean literally the first one that was ever written?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
which was the first? That I don't know.
The Ghost of Hooker Alley.
Fantastic.
That's the one that set the bar so low that the rest of us could but weep And I don't know, Bevan, do you think it's the worst book you've ever written? Like, morally?
Oh, absolutely not. No, no. The, like, Wiz Kid was the one I think I apologized for when I put it out.
And as far as I've known you
This
for
one,
5 years, I've never heard you apologize for anything.
well, I mean, it wasn't a genuine apology. It was, yeah, cross some lines here. So
And that
be
was
warned.
that was the
That's
Harry.
not really an apology.
I wouldn't say, is that the
Yeah,
Harry
the
Potter?
Harry Potter parody.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Can we say
How
that?
they do butter oxycodone. Yeah.
Anyway, Steve Rosinski, cult hit director of Carousel and the soon-to-be released Carousel 2. How is
Yes,
your
very
weekend
soon.
going?
I think it's going fairly well. Got some stuff done around the house. I bought some Halloweeny stuff today.
Oh my
The missus. We have an 8-foot tall tree in our yard now.
It is barely September. You were getting right into that.
Oh, Halloween goes up September 1st, and you can trust me, Christmas is going to be going up November 1st.
Oh, man.
1 month isn't
I like
enough
your
for either
style.
holiday.
You do not fuck around.
Fuck no, I don't. And for all the Halloween stuff we have, it pales in comparison to the amount of Christmas stuff I have. Like, if you come into, if you ever are in my home, Steve or Bevan, and you come into my basement, there's, like, it's semi-furnished, there's a couch, there's a television, there's stuff to do down there, but, like, all against the wall is just boxes and boxes and boxes, like plastic bins, and, like, 4 of the bins are Halloween, and the other, like, 9 are Christmas.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we got this is about the same as my attic, but half the amount.
You're a man who takes things seriously, which is exactly why we reached out for you to do the Shingles movie.
Yeah, I thought this is a man who truly appreciates Christ.
Exactly.
This needs to happen.
As a Jewish man, I have always looked up to Jesus Christ.
Of course. That was the first thing he thought. He's like, well, I've written The Ghost of Hooker Alley. What I need is a pious man to to convert this, to bring it to the masses. Oh God. Well, you know what? We've been doing pretty well today so far. I think a few people are on board with this, but the fluid meter still isn't quite up there. Not yet.
Yes, I understand.
We've a way to
You
go.
guys ready for another chapter?
I'm ready for another chapter.
Let's have another chapter. Let's do this.
Oh, I'm reading in the presence of the great Steve Rosinski.
Yeah,
now.
you get sell me
Nope,
on the
the-
Shingles
nope.
thing.
I hope this is a good chapter.
Sell it,
So what's
baby.
going on?
Let's.
We'll find out.
Oh God, I hope there's no N words in this.
What? That never happened. Shut up.
So long as nobody is nagging, right? Why would you use that word?
All right, here we go. I wolfed down the rest of my cheeseburger and practically dragged Tommy up the stairs so we could brush our teeth and change our clothes. I couldn't wait to see what Lashanta had planned for us. I heard the garage door open while I was changing into my favorite pink shirt, which used to be white before I had to teach myself how to do laundry. At first, I was sad for having ruined it, but then I just pretended I had a new shirt, and that made me feel better. I looked out the window and saw Father Murphy's Escalade pulling into the garage. A few seconds later, the garage door closed again. When Tommy and I got downstairs, Lashanta took Dad's Volvo keys off the key hook next to the front door. The cops will be looking for that Escalade, she explained. Smart thinking. I rode up front. Lashanta told Tommy that he didn't have to lie down on the floor, but he should still probably lean back in his seat as far as possible. Looking at Lashanta and Dad's body, sitting at the wheel of Dad's car, made me feel a little sad remembering the way things used to be. But that sadness quickly disappeared once our day got going. It was easily the best day of my life up to that point. And even though Tommy got a lot of stares and mothers pulled their children close when he walked within a few yards of them, I was pretty sure it was the best day of his life as well. We did everything. We went to the go-kart track, we saw an R-rated movie, and each got popcorn, candy, and soda. We even went to Chuck E. Cheese, but didn't order any food because we were too full from the movie snacks. Lashanta cheated at skee-ball until we had enough tickets to get Tommy a medium-sized stuffed elephant. She tried to get one for me too, but one of the workers caught her and accused her of mishandling the balls. Lashanta told him that she knew how to handle balls just right. They decided to continue their argument in the men's bathroom for a few minutes. When they came back out, the worker let Tommy and I each choose one of the large-size elephants. The sun set behind the oak trees as we ate ice cream at the city park. As some of it melted and dripped down my hand, I thought of how temporary it all was. The ice cream, our time with Lashanta. Even if we killed Mr. Riley and brought Mom back home, how long would it be until she left us again? I wish this day had never come to an end. We didn't talk very much on the ride back home. Even Tommy seemed to finally understand that the fun family day we just had was about to end and that tomorrow was going to be the last day we'd ever spend with Lashanta. When it was time for bed, we all crowded into Mom and Dad's bed together, their giant stuffed elephants. As much as we wanted to hold on to the time as long as we could, we were exhausted from all the fun we'd had. Dad's phone rang, waking us all up the next morning. Lashanta answered it, still mostly asleep. Who the fuck is this? After a pause, she sat up and opened her eyes wider. Oh shit, I apologize. You're both right here with me, sick as a motherfucker. I heard the soft buzz of a human voice on the other side of the line. Scurvy. Another pause. No, ma'am, it's just a mild case. They'll be at school tomorrow, I promise you that. I couldn't believe we'd completely forgotten about school. We'd slept pretty late. Somebody was particularly hungry that morning. That was fine because we were out of cheeseburgers by that point anyway, and there wasn't much other food in the house. Lashanta kept us too busy to feel down for long. We had a lot of planning to do. She said that while she liked Tommy's plan, it wouldn't be wise to jump Mr. Wiley in front of our own house. It could get our dad in trouble later on down the line. I suggested Mr. Richardson's house. It was on a quiet cul-de-sac where there were fewer neighbors to worry about because the houses were bigger and more spread out in that part of Woodlake. And there was an exit route via the golf course if things got out of our control. Shanta beamed at us. You two are some criminal masterminds. Let's hop in the Escalade and go scope that shit out. Didn't you say the police would be looking for it? Lashanta shrugged. As long as we're about to use a vehicle in the commission of another crime, it don't make much difference that it's the same vehicle. As a matter of fact, why don't we take that fat motherfucker along for the ride? That heart attack I was having when I left him didn't end up killing him after all. Best to keep him where we can see him, right? I really admired the way she thought of everything. Father Preston blubbered and cried, drooling through the gag in his mouth as we led him down to the garage. But he didn't put up any real resistance. When he was in the back of the Escalade, Lashanta held another chloroform-soaked cloth over his mouth and nose until he went back to sleep, so we wouldn't have to listen to him. That's the end of chapter 15.
You know what, Bevan? There's a lot going on there that's like really heartwarming with your soft, dulcet tone. It's almost...
Well, that's what sells it and humanizes
Yeah.
the story.
You're just sitting there relaxing, and then you'll just say things like motherfucker and chloroform and weeping because he's going to be executed soon.
Or being out of
I mean, that's
cheeseburgers.
again, as I've tried to explain many times, that's what the heart of Shingles is. It's supposed to be about horrible things happening through the innocent eyes of children.
I mean, you have
It's about
tried...
family.
Yeah, it's about family. You have tried to explain these things, but then again, Charles Manson has tried to explain a lot of things. I mean, a lot of people try to
Yeah,
explain
and,
a lot.
and if he had a book series he was writing, and I decided, no, I want this series to be about monkeys playing with Legos, then yeah, I'd be the one in the wrong there.
You're right. You would be morally deficient to Charles Manson. That's true. I don't know where we go from there. You know,
I mean, would you rather see a fight between Charles Manson and a good version of Charles Manson, or an even worse version of Charles Manson?
I don't know if I can legally answer that, but I think you've got to the heart of what we're trying to do with Shingles.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think I have to say the worst version because then who gives a shit? It's fun to watch, and they're both horrible.
I mean, I am a giant sucker for monster versus monster, bad guy versus bad guy fights. Like, if I don't enjoy a movie or a story, and then I get that, I'm like, oh, never mind. This is wonderful.
Great. Well, you guys are entirely married up there. That you've both completely divorced the moral obligation of the viewer from what is actually happening, which is totally.
I will
what
say.
Shingles is all about.
I will say the flip side of that though.
What's the flip side?
What if the worst version wins, and then he escapes?
Well, I think everyone still gets the same. Well, when he escapes.
I mean, no matter who wins, we lose. That's kind of the point.
No, because we have contained the regular Charles Manson. He was locked up until he died.
The regular Charles Manson is contained.
What if the super evil Charles Manson defeated the regular Charles Manson? Would we keep him contained? I don't know. Yeah, I'd want to watch them fight. Yes.
I mean, maybe he's worse in the sense that he's like way less adept at what he does.
Well, you've created a scenario where I'm now rooting for Charles Manson.
There we go.
I'm entirely sure that Charles Manson was particularly adept at what he did. I think
I don't know if he was an expert.
Ate a lot of pussy and
I mean, you know what? Good for him, right? Like, I think that's the message we have today: is good for Charles Manson, just living the dream.
I'm not even sure he knew what happened or why he was in prison. Like 30 years after.
And at least he wasn't the worst version of Charles Manson.
Exactly.
That we have invented entirely for this streaming event. Let's say what you like about Charles Manson, but he's not as bad as the person we have just made up right now.
Exactly.
Oh, Charlie.
Oh, Charlie, you guy.
Oh, Charlie, you rapscallion. you dashing rogue. All right, okay, all right. What have we got in the chat?
Damn Bard, just prism out the ass.
Saragating X, hello, you gorgeous man. I can only assume that's for our newcomer, for Steve Brzezinski.
I've been here all along.
It might be for you, Bevan. It might be. Hey, you're not British, Steve. Well, okay, all right, fair enough.
I mean, yeah, you're just Steve. You're the default because you came first, so I have to have like the adaptive name.
To be fair, I'm not normally in circles where I am the default Steve, so I appreciate that.
Well, it's only fair.
Steradin says, "Will you make an appearance in the movie?" I don't know. Let's get the movie made first. Give us your money first, then we'll talk specifics.
Who's that question?
That's talking about Steve.
Is that me? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
He clearly has no interest in doing that. What I recall from our interview.
I have no interest. That being said, I'm forced to do it a lot, even though I have no interest in it. So
no interest. But if you give him the money, we can force him to do what he doesn't want to do.
I think simply from a money-saving standpoint, I'm probably going to show up in the Shingles movie in some way.
To be fair, you stole the show on Carousel, so.
Thank you. I hear that a lot whenever I show up in things. And on one hand, I guess that's good about me as an actor, but on the other hand, I'm always worried about people being like, oh yeah, of course the writer-director is making himself the most interesting character. It's not the intent. It's never the intent.
Well, the good part about a Shingles movie is that interesting has like many different interpretations. So it'll be better. If you're forced to be in a Shingles movie, then maybe it's kind of a Charles Manson versus evil Charles Manson scenario. In that, nobody wins, but everybody wins.
If we need a Gary the Hobo character, I think I can pull it off.
Well, you can piss on some roadkill. I believe in you.
I can totally do that.
Oh,
of the
Work
scripts
for
for
free to get
Shingles,
this done.
of the scripts for Shingles that we have ready to go, there is one specific character that I actively would enjoy playing, but that's still a maybe depending on the money we get and what we actually are able to put forward.
Are you and I gonna have to fight for Gary the Hobo?
No, God, no.
Nobody wants to fight to be Gary the Hobo, except for you.
I'm just saying, I think I can pull it off. I grow a little more beard.
Well, I'm not. No one's challenging you here, man.
Yeah, everyone is agreeing with you, Ben. Like, you can do it. Why are you still fighting?
Because I'm Gary the Hobo.
Because that is essential to my character. God damn it! All right, some comments on the YouTube chat. T Castle says, "Hello." No, I mean, that's not an interesting comment.
Come on, you fucking loser! Say something better.
Woot. Charles Manson versus Mr. Rogers. T Castle, I take it your booze has arrived. And I'm glad. Actually, no, his earlier message does say booze arrived. So, well done.
Hooray.
Excellent. Sean Weldon says, I gave $10. That's all I got until payday. Holy shit. I hope your payday's soon, man. I don't want you to living up ramen because you donated to this fuckery. But at the same time,
I think you should take out a loan.
Yeah, I think people should be selling their houses.
If you can be cold for a couple of months just to make this movie happen.
Hey, look, whoever is the next to donate $1,000, I will make out with you.
Look, we can't say fairer than that. Oh man, I wish I had $1,000 right now. Jim Brown says the Indiegogo is up to $15,260.
That's wonderful.
Fucking amazing.
I did a podcast, that'll air this week. Maybe we'll get some more support, some new fans, some new faces, and then hopefully as Carousel 2 starts getting released, which should be coming out before the Shingles Indiegogo is over, that'll also help press even more people to be into it.
Well, I'd hope so, because I don't think there's anybody, if you don't want to see a unicorn fight Nazis, then I don't think we can hang out together. I don't think I want you donating to this movie. So,
I do.
Yeah, we'll take your money.
Where it comes from.
I just won't feel good about taking your money.
I will.
I feel great about taking anyone's money.
That's true. I don't know. Maybe I've got...
even if I extremely politically, morally disagree with them as human beings, I won't lie to them for their money. I'll be upfront and call them fucking idiots and tell them that they're a piece of shit. But at the end of the day, if they want to give me their money, I'm going to take it.
You see, this is exactly why we got Steven to get on board for the fucking Shingles movie. He's got
their money
Bevan
spends
energy.
just as well, and I will probably spend it on something less racist than they would have. In fact, I'm doing the world a service by taking money from garbage people.
Steve Weatherall here is thinking, thank God Steve Radzinski didn't show up for the earlier chapters, whereas I'm thinking, I wish Steve had showed up for the earlier chapters.
He's got the right energy. He's doing great. T Castle says,
well, that's why you brought me on.
Yeah, absolutely. We walked into Carousel thinking, all right, this will be a pleasant content distraction, and then we all just got
something we could all laugh at, and then we just fucking watched it. Not great content on our part, but well done for content on your part.
Well, thank you. I can't wait for you guys to see part 2. With how much you appreciated and dug the writing of part 1, I can't wait to hear your thoughts on 2.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We're definitely looking forward to see how you escalated that.
Escalate is definitely the word.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you watch Carousel. What do you think? Where can you go from there? Any sane man would say, maybe don't. maybe just fucking leave it. But we're not dealing
There
with sane
are a
men.
couple of jokes from Carousel 1 that get their punchline in Carousel 2. That's how insane I am.
Oh my god. We made the right choice. Sandra LeMay just gave us $20. You are amazing. Another pineapple man gif, a pear man gif. Sandra,
It's a pair. Yeah.
yeah, well, whatever. You made the right choice.
Those are they're totally different fruits.
John Luther
He
Davis.
doesn't know. He's not from America. It's a culture difference. Don't.
They don't have fruit there. I'm
We
sorry.
just we
All
have
they have is cobblestone roads and dragons.
we have apples
They
and
have,
misery.
like,
That's what we got.
Hard tack, and
Thank you, Michaela.
that's it.
Chimney sweeps. That's what we got. John Luther says, "I like Steve R's style." Well, I hope so because he's going to be the dude behind this movie.
Yes.
Michaela was going to buy life-saving medication for children, but I think Steve would put it to better use. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Aaron Kelly, the ghost of Hooker Alley.
Michaela make a funny joke.
No, she made an accurate statement. Aaron Kelly,
Yeah,
the
that's not a joke. That's just a fact.
Yeah, all right.
Look,
On either way.
Michaela will tell you when
No,
she's joking
you're-
or just making solid financial decisions, right?
Well, I mean, that's what we do in the entertainment industry, right? Every decision we make is completely financially the right choice to make, and not a complete fucking nightmare every time we do anything funny.
Totally. It's like, could we feed some children, or could we make a unicorn have sex with a woman? And I know what I'm putting my fucking money down on.
You say you give your child a fish and you feed him for a day. If you write a Shingles book and make a movie, then fuck that kid.
The Shingles movie lasts forever. Look. That kid's gonna die eventually, no matter what.
Look, you teach your child to fish. You just fuck that child.
I'm not gonna fuck that child.
You teach a child to make a Shingles movie, and you've given him.
You know, Steve Brzezinski.
You become Steve Brzezinski, yeah.
Exactly.
It's a Lovecraftian nightmare to be me. So welcome.
Exactly.
Welcome. Here I am.
Oh my god! Right, how long have we been doing this, Bevan? What time did we start?
We've been.
Like over 10 minutes.
Okay, well, definitely.
This particular thing? I thought we were talking about the whole thing. So far.
Oh no, the whole
Anyway,
thing.
it's
Yeah, the
probably
whole
time
thing
for-
is over 10 minutes. Am I wrong?
It certainly is. You're
Definitely
not wrong
over 10 minutes. I'd go as far to say over 15 minutes.
That's one of my
Alright.
favorite bits is always to do like over, but then some like super small number that is not even close. Like one of my darker uses of it, which is a self knock on myself and my people. Hitler killed over 100 Jews, and you always get someone that will stop me like, he killed 6 million Jews. Yeah, that's over 100. Don't you know fucking math?
Why are you correcting me?
No,
What is
bro.
your problem?
I was already right.
Why are you being so petty about this? Jesus. Well, thank you, Steve Radinsky, for making the rest of what Robert Bevan has already said less terrible. Somehow.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Yeah, he made an effort. I don't know if he succeeded in that.
Okay, well, the line has been drawn. The line in the sand has been drawn.
Yeah, you're trying to take a shit on my work, Steve.
Well, I mean, when I make it into a live-action adaptation, that's basically my job as a director making a book movie, is just to shit all over your work.
Yeah. He's come down here fighting fresh.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it, but between me and Brzezinski, we fucking commentary. is more offensive.
Oh, all right, I've got
For another chapter.
Oh, well, we've got one more remark. Sandra LeMay says, "I'll give $50 more if he cries at the end." I don't know who that's for. I assume it's for Bevan. It might be.
I like John Luther's point. Thank you, John Luther D. I agree with you.
What was his point? Was he saying there were more than
It's
that?
anti-Semitic to correct Steve R. on that point.
All right, okay, well, that's fair.
I, for one, represent the black community. So.
Oh, that's good.
Christ. Look, you've already made some bad representation choices. Let's just finish this story, and hopefully we can all walk away with this without criminal records. Okay, we made enough for the next chapter. 16? Let's do it.
All right, we have, yes. The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 16. When it was time to leave, Lashanta made us both hide on the floor, even though Tommy was the only one horrifying to look at. I didn't think that was fair, but she said that if they catch you killing a guy while you're supposed to be in school, that could go on your permanent record. I felt that by trying to hide, I was calling even more attention to us because I constantly had to keep peeking my head up to give Lashanta directions. When we finally got to Mr. Richardson Street, Lashanta pulled the Escalade into the driveway of the house across the street with a for sale sign in front of it. Now we wait. Lashanta put down her window, cut off the engine, and lit a cigarette. Waiting sure was boring. All I knew is that Mr. Riley usually delivered to our street around noon. I didn't know if he hit this part of the neighborhood until before or after. Uh-oh, said Lashanta, tilting the rearview mirror as she sat lower in her seat. What's this? Alright, turn the page. I turned around to look through the rear window, but kept my head low. Mr. and Mrs. Richardson had come out of their house. Mrs. Richardson was screaming at Mr. Richardson. Save it for the whores! She shrieked, hurling her coffee mug at him. He ducked, and the mug shattered against Mr. Richardson's Lexus. Are you out of your mind? Asked Mr. Richardson. I could hear them both clearly through Lashanta's open window. Am I not sexy enough for you now? Mrs. Richardson pulled apart the front of her robe. What's the matter, Brad? Can't handle a little hair on the tits? Mr. Richardson looked around. I ducked when he looked my way, then remembered that the windows were tinted. He wouldn't be able to see me through the rear window. Cover yourself before somebody sees you. Let them look, cried Mrs. Richardson. Maybe I'll find a man who knows what to do with them. Mr. Richardson grabbed his wife by the arm and started trying to pull her back to the door. Come on, Alice. What the hell is wrong with you today? Did you take the pills Dr. Jacobs prescribed you? And then some. She kicked him between the legs and slipped out of her robe and his grasp. Mr. Richardson threw down the robe he'd still been grasping by the sleeve. You know what? Fine! He turned around and opened the driver's door of his Lexus. You want to go fuck every guy in the neighborhood, you crazy bitch? You go right ahead and start knocking on doors. He pulled out his cell phone, tapped on the screen a couple of times, and then turned and pointed at his wife. Let's see what the judge says about custody arrangements when he sees... Ow! God fucking damn it! Mrs. Richardson had come out of nowhere while I was focused on Mr. Richardson and smashed an empty orange clay flower pot over his head. God damn, said Lashanta. This is some fucked up shit. Mr. Richardson dropped his phone and put both hands on his head where the pot had smashed against it. Mrs. Richardson picked up his phone off the ground, stumbled backward, and pulled down her panties. Please, Alice, pleaded Mr. Richardson. Just tell me what's wrong and we can... She dropped his phone on the ground, squatted over it, and began peeing. That was too much for Tommy to take. He started laughing uncontrollably. It was so genuine and joyful that Lashanta and I couldn't help but join in. Mr. Richardson, still holding his head with one hand, made a move to rescue his phone before it got too soaked with pee. But Mrs. Richardson picked it up, launched it at his face, and caught him right in the nose. He dropped suddenly to his knees on the grass. "That's it!" cried Mr. Richardson. He picked up his pea-soaked phone. "I'm taking this to the police. They can run lab tests on this, you know. Then I'm going to find the best divorce lawyer money can buy." He got into his Lexus SUV and slammed the door behind him. Mrs. Richardson was on her knees, still peeing, but now also crying, as her husband spun his tires backing out of the driveway. When he zoomed around the corner and out of sight, Mrs. Richardson tried to get up as if to go chase after him, but fell forward, face down into the grass. Her body was completely naked except for the pair of panties she'd accidentally tangled up her ankles with. She screamed into her lawn a few times, then just lay there. "You think she's dead?" asked Tommy. It seemed like a silly question, but I was starting to wonder about it too. Lashanta shrugged. "Who knows? I guess it depends on how much of the wrong drugs she took." After about 5 more minutes, she finally pushed herself up to her knees and crawled back to the door, crying the whole way. When the front door slammed shut, the world looked normal again. I wondered if most married couples fought like that. Mom and Dad used to fight like that, but not on the front lawn, and they both kept their clothes on. A few minutes later, Mrs. Richardson opened the front door again, but only enough to poke her head out. She looked left, then right, then ran out onto the lawn with a pearl white satin bedsheet wrapped around her. She scooped her bathrobe up off the lawn, then hurried back inside. It's the end of chapter 16.
That one had a lot more crying women in it, so I'm a fan.
Yeah, it might be the most erotic
Whoa!
thing I've ever heard you read. And you've read some erotic.
I haven't read my emails to people. All right.
To people. Okay, all right.
People.
Yeah,
Just generally speaking, people.
Sometimes I write emails to people.
Human music.
All right, we are at 131 backers and 15,360 dollary dues.
Ooh.
That's worth another chapter.
It's gonna make it worth even more since it's dollary dues.
It is definitely dollary dues. I added an extra.
Yeah, that's what they have in England. Those is barely currency.
Hey, if this is pounderinos,
That buys you fucking like Willy Wonka chocolates.
yeah,
Oh man, they used to
real
make the Wonka bar for real, and I fucking loved that thing. It was delicious.
we do that here now. We don't call it a Wonka bar anymore because it's degrading. It's culturally degrading.
You pay Oompa Loompas with dollary dues because they're slaves and it's not real money.
Yeah, we don't pay the Oompa Loompas. What's the fucking point of having
You
an
do,
Oompa
but
Loompa?
now with real money.
They're just happy.
Pay them with
They're
dollary
just happy to
dues.
work. They're just happy to be here. We're giving them purpose by taking them out of their country to a foreign country, and then just have them work. You're welcome.
Let's not look too deeply into the Oompa
My name
Loompa
is Thomas
relationship.
Jefferson. I mean Willy Wonka.
Steve Wetherill,
What?
I would like you to pay close attention to the other Steve before you write another script and you think, oh, am I going too far? Do I have to tone down Bevan some more?
No, absolutely not. Especially, at least when it's satirical about the bad people, I'll get as bad as it needs to make the point.
Hey, look, I made
Now someone understands.
A long time ago, I'm going to regret saying this, but it doesn't exist anymore. I wiped the world with it.
Racism?
Long time ago,
Oh
I
my
did
God.
a story called Ku Klux Klan versus neo-Nazis. And it was written by a black 16-year-old kid and a Jewish 16-year-old kid, and we thought we were just being hilarious and shitting all over racism. And like rereading it years later, I was like, this is just two children using the N-word a lot. This isn't good or clever or like.
I don't know.
Steve, shut up.
I think, if you're a black 16-year-old kid and a Jewish 6-year-old kid, and you team up to like do some kind of like Sailor Moon takedown of racism, I think you can be given some leeway.
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit that it exists, but there's a reason why it doesn't exist anymore, and I would never sell it again. But I mean, all the racists died, and like the Jewish and black main character were the victors and the heroes of the story. Like it definitely was meant that way, and it's definitely delivered that way. It just wasn't done well.
Okay, well, it sounds like, maybe revisit it with a little bit of Robert Bevan sophistication.
Yeah, this sounds a lot like the third of my Shingles books.
I will say
It
that
came from my butthole.
the Klan did have a super soldier in the story called Captain KKK, where of course the captain was spelled with a K.
Of course. Of course. Oh, my God. Well, now that... Oh, all right. Okay. Well,
Mine had a Nazi-themed taco restaurant with a dessert called Foo Flux Flan.
I'm not saying, right, okay, this isn't the fundraiser for that movie. I'm not saying there won't be a fundraiser for that movie in the future.
No, there will not be. Someone else can make it. I'm not going to fucking do it.
Well, okay, we'll talk about it after, when we're not on air. But right now, we had a fundraiser for the less offensive, surprisingly, Shingles movie. I think anyone listening to this right now, we've got the right director / producer. We've got the right author.
If you had any doubt, it is gone now.
Yeah, you guys came to the right person. Let me tell you.
If you didn't think
when it comes to making an independent horror movie,
you guys came full stop.
If you didn't think this was the right combo of awful, boy, have I got news for you, because it certainly is. And so far,
if you've never seen the uncut of Karis Helen, that movie's not even that offensive.
So far, you have funded. Let me just hit the refresh button. If I can just focus enough. Good Lord.
Just you folks wait until all of the Nazi puns in Karis Hell 2, because I had a blast. If you thought Aline had fun doing the pizza puns in the first one, I was a giddy little schoolgirl writing Nazi puns for my movie.
Oh, Steve Rosinski, we have such a bright future together.
I guess two wrongs do make a right.
Oh, God. That's exactly why we're on board with this fella.
I think I might have used that one, too.
$15,360. Of 25% of the way for our maximum target. But I believe that's somewhere near 50% for our minimum target. So this is looking more and more credible. And my God, why wouldn't you want this to happen? After everything you've seen today, we can really...
you guys keep jerking each other off. I'm going to go pee again.
All right.
Be right back.
Okay.
All right, 69 me, Steve. 69 me.
We can only do that audibly, apparently. We don't have the VR technology to deliver what the people deserve yet.
That's what they want. Look, anyone that is into hot Steves, we can deliver that. You and me.
Only Steves. Sign up today.
Obviously.
Well, it's good to have you on board again, Steve. I haven't seen you since the Authors and Dragons Convention, A&D Con 2021, which we very much enjoyed your presence.
It was a great time. Thanks again for having me.
Oh, no, thanks for showing up. You were working the crowd something magnificently. It was good to have you there.
Well, I look forward to the next one.
Oh, totally. We're looking forward to the next one. If anyone's listening to this right now and you weren't at A&D Con, I'm genuinely sorry you weren't at A&D Con, because we had a fantastic time.
I do think it was a great time.
Yeah, it was lovely. I got to witness the line dancing, which I thought was myth, but I know it was real. I witnessed I rode the mechanical bull.
The lamest mechanical bull I've ever seen, though.
Oh, come on, don't diminish my victory here, Steve.
I mean, no, you did it. It's like losing your virginity. You still did, but that was a bad first time.
Look, I fucked the bull, okay?
You fucked the bull, yeah.
Done.
I mean, who hasn't, right, guys? Right?
Don't diminish this for me, Steve.
Oh man, so in that club, no one was around except like someone like one of the other just fans of Andy was next to me and experienced this, unless he was too drunk and didn't remember. But some woman started talking to me in that bar and it was very nice. Like she approached me, we started talking. She was also in the entertainment industry. She like had more to do with like music, the music aspect of it, and I talked about like the acting and directing aspect of it.
Oh,
And it was a nice conversation. And then she started talking like, "Oh man, I wish they would move like a lot of these studios to Florida and stuff." I'm like, "Why is that? Because of the weather?" And she's like, "Oh no, because of all the freedom. You know, they were making anyone wear masks or anything down there." I'm like, "Oh okay." And then I just walked away from her. Like I didn't say goodbye. I didn't make up a reason to leave. I just turned around and walked away from her. And it was fantastic.
I wish they'd enjoy just take all this freedom down there. Just the freedom to get really fucking dangerous about it.
Just to die.
So, my life is boring right now, and I want to spice things up. All right, Bevan is back.
What did I miss?
We were talking about A&D Con 2021.
And all the Mac puss.
All the what?
I rode that fucking mechanical bull. Do you know why I rode that fucking mechanical bull?
Because you were pressured and bullied into it?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I was really, really drunk.
Do you know why I didn't ride the mechanical bull?
No, fuck you. I'm going to tell you.
I was really, really drunk and pressured and bullied into not doing it.
You son of a bitch.
I made the mistake once again of bringing my fucking family with me.
Goddamn family. You pieces of shit. I hate your kids. Fuck them. Not letting you ride a bull.
Look, no. Fuck you especially, because everybody said to me is like, Bevan's going to ride the mechanical bull. And I was like, oh God, Bevan's in no condition to ride the mechanical bull. And they was like, are you going to ride the mechanical bull? That's the same
thing the people at the bar said.
I was like, well, I guess if Bevan's riding mechanical bull, I suppose I have to. Because, this is kind of my convention. And, if Bevan's riding it, I've got to ride the mechanical bull. And then I just got up into the queue and I signed my name and I was waiting to it. And it's like, where's Bevan? It's like, oh, he's gone home with his family. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, fuck me, I guess. I will just damage myself on this mechanical bull that I am no way sober enough to ride. So I guess, I don't know. I don't know why I picked this moment above all to say fuck you, Bevan. But... fuck you.
I feel extra hurt. I wanted to ride the bull.
You did not want to ride the bull. You just wanted to trick me into
I absolutely wanted to ride the bull. No, I didn't know you would ride the bull.
I had to ride the bull because everyone said you were the bull.
I was not aware of things happening around me. All I know was...
I didn't know existence happened.
I wasn't aware of what was going on. I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, like,
it's fair.
Everyone present at the time was only semi-aware of what was going on. That's fair. Okay, I forgive you. I believe we have enough for another chapter reading.
All right.
I am going to get going for now because I have to go take care of something. But I'll see if you're still going in a while.
Well, thank you for dropping in.
You don't want to miss the end of this one.
Of course. I love you guys. I love everyone listening and watching and donating. Thank you so much. I am going to deliver a fucking great Shingles movie, but let's make it as great as possible.
Nice.
That means more money.
Yeah, more money.
Yes.
I'm your whore.
He's not wrong.
Look, a couple weeks ago, I did a sex talk and strip for a few $100. If that's what it takes to get the money into Shingles, you hit me up.
Nice. We've got the right fucking director attached to this project. We really have. We really have.
Do.
But I gotta go
Love
finish
this
up
guy.
some Carousel 2 stuff, and tomorrow I should be watching the final cut of that movie. So let me just shift gears a little bit, and then I will be all in on Shingles.
Nice. Excited to
All
see
right.
how that turns out, man.
Love you, boys.
Love you too.
Mwah.
Love you too, man.
Bye.
Let's have a chapter.
Yeah. That's. I've just been touched by Steve Rudzinski.
Ah,
And maybe that'll flow out of this chapter.
you lucky boy.
See. The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 17. At least another hour passed without anything interesting happening on the street, but I couldn't say I was disappointed. I thought it would be fun to watch the Richardsons' worlds crumble before them, but I felt kind of bad for Patty. Sure, she was a big bitch, but seeing her mom like that was too depressing. Finally, we saw what we've been waiting for all morning, and an early afternoon for. A white mail truck pulled around the corner and stopped house by house, stuffing envelopes into mailboxes. We all ducked down low into our seats as he passed the house we were parked in the driveway of. I just knew we were going to get caught. I heard the weathered old mailbox creak and groan as he pulled it open, shoved a few more letters into the box already stuffed with mail, then closed it again. Then, Mr. Riley's truck pulled away and toward the next house. Tommy and I both exhaled our held breaths. Lashanta sat up a little in her seat so that she could check out the rear view and side mirrors. Now's the time. As soon as he pulls his truck in front of the Richardsons' house, I'm gonna slam this car straight into it. Then I'll pull excuse me. Then I'll pull forward a little and open the back door so we can pull him in quick and take off. Now, I need you two to make sure. Change of plans. I peeked over the back of my seat. Mrs. Richardson was outside again. She'd put on her robe back on, but she hadn't tied it, so it was open down the middle. Tommy giggled at the sight of her privates. Looks like Mrs. Richardson's got her eye on a package, said Lashanta. Let's see how this plays out. Mr. Riley stopped the mail truck as Mrs. Richardson stumbled toward it. Sure is hot out here, said Mrs. Richardson. Mr. Riley nodded. I hear they're calling for a high of 93. I need that big black cock in my mouth right now. Okay. Mr. Riley turned off the engine, hopped out of the mail truck, and glanced around the cul-de-sac. We ducked down when he looked our way. When we looked again, he was following Mrs. Richardson through the front door. He took one last peek outside, then closed it behind him. What's a big black cock? Asked Tommy. Lashanta was making Dad's uncomfortable face. It's a dietary supplement. That was a relief. I didn't know why, but I had thought that Mrs. Richardson was talking about Mr. Riley's wiener. So what's the new plan? I asked. Lashanta shrugged. We bust in there and grab his punk ass while his pants are down. Why would his pants be down? It's a figure of speech. Let's go. We got out of the Escalade and followed Shanta across the street. She checked the doorknob and found it was unlocked. We eased our way in as quietly as possible, then closed the door behind us. That's right, bitch, said Mr. Riley from upstairs. All the way, bitch. All the way. Lashanta looked down at me and Tommy. You kids better wait down here. I put my hands on my hips. That's not fair. She pursed her lips and thought for a moment. If you do a good job and listen to me, we can stop for Frosties later. I still didn't like the idea of being left out of the action, but Tommy looked so excited and hopeful. Fine, I said, crossing my arms and rolling my eyes. I could listen, but I didn't have to like it. Lashanta ran up the stairs. A few seconds later, a door opened, and Mr. Riley's moaning noises became clearer. Mrs. Richardson screamed. The fuck is wrong with you? Shouted Mr. Riley. Have you not suffered enough? I actually need to drop you to your knees and dick slap you across the face before you... There was a loud smacking sound and then another. You son of a bitch, said Lashanta. You're cheating on my wife with this hairy-titted beast. Another smack and some shuffling noises. Get your hands off my junk, you crazy bitch. Please, said Mrs. Richardson. She started sobbing. I just want to feel valued. Help me pull this pants up. Mrs. Richardson gasped. It's okay, said Lashanta. That's our word. Oh, and if you don't mind saying so, your form needs work. I beg your pardon? You was yanking it like you was trying to pull it off. A little spit on the hand makes a big difference. You need to glide up and down the shaft like this. Mr. Raleigh started to groan again, then stopped abruptly after another smacking sound. You get some practice, said Lashanta. Improve your technique and shave those titties. Mrs. Richardson started weeping again. Someone mixed up all my hormone therapy pills. I looked at Tommy's facial hair and the bulges under his t-shirt, and we both started laughing. You get that shit sorted out, said Lashanta, and maybe I'll be able to line up some work for you. After a loud thud, Lashanta backed into view at the top of the stairs, dragging Mr. Riley by the feet. His head bounced on every step as Lashanta dragged him down the stairs. Her right hand looked a little bruised and swollen, but not half as much as Mr. Riley's face. Wow, I said. I can't believe my dad's hand knocked out Mr. Riley. That ain't all it did to Mr. Riley, said Lashanta. What do you mean? Just keep an eye on him. I'll back into the driveway. Tommy and I knelt on either side of Mr. Riley's head, ready to punch him in the face if he woke up. But he was still out cold when Lashanta opened the front door again. It took some doing, but she just managed to shove Mr. Riley into the back of the Escalade next to Father Preston. With some of the excess rope, she bound Mr. Riley's hands together, but she didn't gag him. Whew, said Lashanta, wiping sweat off her brow. All these felonies sure do work up an appetite. Who wants a Frosty? Tommy and I grinned and raised our hands. That's the end of chapter 17.
Oh, God. Oh. Well, you know what? While we were doing that, okay, we had another contribution, a $10 contribution.
Yep.
But okay, if you guys are just trying to snail out Robert Bevan so he just has to keep on reading until he dies or passes out.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
I agree.
Well,
do it. That's fine. But maybe just, put a little bit more behind your donations there. I mean,
Steve, they are donating what they want to donate.
Bevan,
if it's because they want to donate, fine. If it's because they want me to keep reading, also fine.
Look, all right, you're the whore in this scenario, but I am the pimp.
Yes.
And the pimp demands silken pantaloons. And I just,
You were trying to fuck this up from the beginning.
Look, I wasn't trying to fuck anything up. I was just, I want all these people to make this awful movie happen. With Steve Rudzinski, who turns out to, would you believe it, after directing and producing Carousel, to be something of a reprobate. An ideal for the Shingles movie. Look, I just want this to happen, man.
Who knew?
Who knew? Well, we did. Look,
yeah.
Everyone listening to this, we've got a fucking plan. And it's going to be great. We just need you to get behind us. And you know what? 15,380 US dollar dues. That's pretty sweet. It's great. 133 of you behind us. Plus the people who backed us on YouTube. We're not forgetting you at all. Thank you. You're wonderful. But we just need more. We need to rally up some people here to make this happen. You know Robert Bevan. And now you know Steve Radzinski.
You know a little bit more about Robert Bevan now.
Yeah.
I don't think most of you read this book.
Oh God, there's so many N words. There's not gonna be none of them in the movie. But you know what Shingles
There might be.
But
Aren't any in the script yet.
this is going to be a lot of fun. And I think everybody listening to us now knows it's going to be a lot of fun, but we just need more people. So like, subscribe, share, smack that bell icon with your dick. Do it.
Smash it!
Smash it. And donate if you can. And if you can't, fair enough. Okay. Just enjoy the ride. But in the meantime, we have earned ourselves another Robert Bevan chapter. So
Oh, already?
yeah,
All right.
well, we had
Yeah.
another $10, man. That was the
Oh,
rule.
I know we have. We just usually talk more between chapters.
Well, we can talk.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. No, that's fine.
That's all right.
We're getting close to the end. I'm excited.
What's the end?
Yeah,
my God.
the end of the first book.
All right, okay. I thought it was like some kind of suicide pact that I didn't remember signing up to.
That was chapter 4.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, let's.
No, just, I'm actually excited to get to the end of this book, and hopefully there will be donations enough to constitute further reading beyond that. I want to see what else people want to hear. I want to see what the next book people want is.
Yeah, let's see how deep. Let's see how deep in the guts of this you are.
Yeah. All right. The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 18. Lashanta drove us to a Wendy's in her old neighborhood. She said that if Mr. Riley woke up, a screaming man in the back of a wrecked Escalade wouldn't raise any eyebrows there. That seemed like a smart move, especially since we'd trashed the one near us the day before. Mr. Riley was likely to be asleep for a while, so we ate our Frosties inside. We sat at a table near a window with a good view of the parking lot, just in case. Lashanta reenacted her confrontation with Mr. Riley and Mrs. Richardson. She spoke in funny voices to make it even more entertaining. When she was doing her impersonation of Mr. Riley, she stuffed napkins into her cheeks to mimic his swollen face and smeared ketchup all over her face to represent blood. "Please stop hitting me! It hurts so bad I think I peed my pants." Of course, Tommy thought it was a riot. I thought he might actually pee his pants. He was laughing so hard. Sure, I was pretty excited about killing Mr. Riley and getting our family back together, but sitting there at Wendy's, eating our Frosties and listening to the sound of Tommy's laughter, I felt closer as a family than I ever remembered having felt before. I sighed. No matter what happened, we'd probably never feel this close again. "Oh no!" Lashanta continued in her Mr. Riley voice. "My pants is caked with poo-poo. I can't be..." Something outside caught her eye, and she took the napkins out of her mouth. "Look alive, kids. It's go time." I looked outside and saw that the Escalade was rocking back and forth. My heart started beating faster. This was really happening. We took our Frosties, spoons, and a couple of extra napkins, then followed Lashanta out of the restaurant and into the parking lot. "Why don't both of you kids get up front while we see what we're dealing with here," said Lashanta. When she opened the driver's side door, we could hear Mr. Riley screaming at the top of his lungs. "What the fuck? Where am I? Who is this?" Lashanta quickly got into the car and shut the door behind her. Tommy followed me into the passenger side and shut the door behind him. We all leaned over the seats and looked down at Mr. Riley, tied up and squirming on the floor. "Jesus!" he cried, looking at Lashanta. "I still got ketchup on my face, don't I?" Tommy and I nodded. Then Tommy reached over with a handful of napkins. Mr. Riley looked over at Tommy. "Jesus!" It was going to take more than a napkin to get rid of Tommy's beard and boobs. "Take it easy, Mr. Riley," said Lashanta. We're just here to give you a ride home. Tommy pointed a gun at him and cocked back the hammer. What's your address, motherfucker? I gave him a warning look. I knew he was trying to sound tough, but I didn't want him to get too comfortable using that kind of language. 1342 East Claymore. Please don't kill me. Tommy looked at Lashanta. Can I shoot him now? Hey, I said. It was my idea. I think I should get to shoot him. That's not fair. You got to shoot the guys at Shaggy Ball's apartment. Did not. Did too. Y'all the ones who shut up Shaggy B's place? Asked Mr. Riley. The fuck is wrong with you? Tommy thrust the gun down in Mr. Riley's face. Shut the fuck up, he turned to me. I saw you go up there with the gun, and then I heard the shooting. Lashanta was the one who shot him, I said, and I'm going to tell Dad you keep using the F word. Give me the gun, said Lashanta. Tommy reluctantly handed it over. Nobody's shooting nobody until we know if he even gave us the right address. I swear it is, said Mr. Riley between sniffles. Listen, man, I'm sorry about your wife, but you gotta understand, I didn't start that shit. She came to me. Sarah, Tommy, put on your seatbelts. Tommy crawled into the seat behind mine and buckled up. 10 minutes later, Lashanta pulled the Escalade onto the curb in front of a small house on a narrow street crowded with nearly identical small houses. She looked in the rearview mirror. Is my wife in there? Yes, sir, said Mr. Riley. Anyone else? No, sir. If you're lying to me, I'm going to have to shoot your dick off. Mr. Riley hesitated before speaking again. She's in there alone. I swear to God. Shanta frowned. This don't feel right, Sarah. I think we need to let Mr. Riley go in alone. Oh, thank you, said Mr. Riley between sobs. Thank you. God bless you, sir. I glared at Lashanta. What do you mean? After all we've been through, I'm not giving up when we've come so... She was smiling and holding up her pinky finger, and it suddenly occurred to me what she meant. I grinned back at her. Now, your daddy's gonna lose his shit when he wakes up. You kids have got to keep him under control until I get back. I nodded. Be careful. That's the end of chapter 18. And right down to it. There?
Yeah, I'm just recovering from the emotional resonance of that. Oh, no, I like that. You know what? You can you put some emotion and you put some acting into what you're doing, Bevan. I don't know, people like...
Is this the first time you heard this story?
No, I've heard the story. I just haven't heard you narrate it. I'm impressed by your, your the emotion that you put into this.
Well, thank you. This is an emotional story for me.
Well, we do a podcast every couple of weeks, and you put zero.
Yeah, but I care about this.
You put zero fucking effort into that podcast every week.
What are you fucking serious?
But and just like every time, it's like your character is like, "What does your character do?" And you're like, "I don't care what my character does." And then you just like fart into a microphone for 90 minutes, and that is.
Are we part of the same? You think I don't put effort into Klaus Richter and Jorsa the Sorcerer?
Yeah, no, I think you put the opposite of effort into
it.
I think you slap your dick on the microphone, and you let me edit that.
The opposite of effort is not non-effort. It's anti-effort.
Slapping your dick on the microphone.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, now I have to edit that.
It's not like I'm going there not caring.
I'm just saying
this
that.
Is like I've got like 5 things I care about, and this is one of them.
Look, What's its specific Shingles tale? With 4 instances of the N word.
No, I'm talking about the podcast.
Oh, okay, right. Oh, you care about the podcast? Oh, Jesus.
Yes,
All right, okay.
of course I do.
No, I just thought you just appeared on the podcast because you despised everyone. But no, okay, all right, no.
No. What?
Well, now I feel bad. But you know what I feel good about?
I'm not cruisy. I mean, if that was the case, I would have fucking left.
He left. He despised the podcast so much. He left, which I respect him for that. But you know what I respect even more? 134 backers, MF.
I respect that as well.
$15,400 US. You know what? That's nice. But
Nice.
it's not what we need to make the Shingles movie happen. We didn't just make up a fucking figure, all right? We went and Steve Rosinski has been on the podcast. You've seen what a badass mofo that guy is. He was at the age of 14 making Holocaust movies, being a Jewish little boy, teaming up with his black best friend and making the most problematic movies he could make at the age of 16. We've tracked down the right guy, okay? We didn't just pull this out of our asses. We found the right dude to mix with Robert Bevan's terrible giant horse sperm baby. We're not fucking around.
You're going to take the one criticism I have of Rick and Morty and attribute that to me.
Like Bevan, I'm a deadly guy. I'll take any kind of criticism and be a complete cunt about it. Because I know, as much as a cunt as I can be, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because this idea is far above each and every one of us. This is more than the sum of our parts. We take 5 Shingles novels, each as dilapidated and cum-stained in their own individuality as they are. And then we combine it with Steve Rosinski, the author and the creator of Carousel, Cult Smash, for ironic wankers such as that. And then we put it all together and it's going to be greater than the cum of their parts. That's what the Shingles movie's going to be. And you know what? Everyone's on it right now. We got 134 people behind us. But, Bevan, you and I both know that there are far more Authors and Dragons fans than that. There are far more Creatures fans than that.
I do know.
There are far more...
They're so-called fans.
Oh, are you going to call them out?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm saying, they call themselves fans, but do they know Shingles? Do they want to know? Have they bought the books? Have they contributed to the movie? I don't know. Some of them have. Few.
Right. I'm just saying that we are on a podcast. Forgive me if I could just say
Some of them
right now.
may not know what Shingles is yet. But here's your chance.
You just chance.
No excuse. This is that reminds me, I should check. Have they bought any more of the Ghost of Hooker Alley?
You should check that. You should check what these motherfuckers.
They have not. Man, that took a long time. You.
Oh my god.
Dang it, shit. What?
All I'm saying is.
What?
Don't what me.
Something else.
What them?
Oh, no, he said what? Oh my god, I thought.
I know, it's just like.
I thought you had a big revelation, but that's fine. Yeah, but no, that works. Oh my god. You've read 18 chapters of this, and still, nobody has said, like, oh, I need this on my dick right now. No.
Look, if we're talking about your dick right now, as long as we're talking
on my dick, on their dick, on
or
the
everyone's
dick.
I'm just saying, like, the metaphorical dick we have.
Or rolled up and shoved into their vaginas. It works either way. These paperbacks are flexible.
I don't know. I had a moral high ground there that I was planning to sell those on, and now you've ruined it with whatever you just said just then.
Are you shaming people for how they choose to have sex with books?
No, what you said there.
Well, then who's got them? Then get off your fucking high horse.
Well, and no, I want to stay on my high horse because my high horse is in. He steps gallantly through the sludge of your eternal diarrhea.
Rub some Boner Bob's all-purpose lube on the glossy covers of our Shingles books, and you can either wrap them around your members, or
Maybe. Possibly
shove them up your vaginas.
Yes.
And either way, Shingles books are pleasurable.
A multi-orifice. I can't help but think that we have stepped away from our primary goal, which is to fund the Shingles movie.
If you have big enough ears, you might be able to clean them with them.
Jesus Christ. Look.
You're the one that wanted to get into more orifices.
No, I just want to get into people's brain orifices.
I can kill them. Almost certainly.
Well, okay. All right, you've ruined it.
Also,
From
if they have a brain orifice, they're probably already dead.
You have, from a marketing perspective, you have ruined this entire fucking compilation. It's like you've done well up to that.
I was trying to give them, extra things they can do with the books. Yeah, that's
Oh shit! No, you haven't, because we just got another fucking donation to the motherfucking Indiegogo. We're at 136 backers, 15,475 US pancake dollars, 25% of
somebody
maximum
wants
goal.
some shingles shoved up their vaginas, and I can't
Everybody, no, not somebody. Everybody. Oh yeah. How sexy is this? I guarantee. A gift sent to us by somebody, which is a dancing pineapple, for $10 from Sandra. The most sexy thing I have ever seen on this. Is
that what she said?
No, this is what I said.
Oh no.
I want to make love to that gift. And, I'm not ashamed to say it.
I want Sandra to say, Shingles book shoved up her vagina is the sexiest
Jesus
thing
Christ, don't stop saying that.
Well, I thought that's what you were saying, she said. And
no, don't.
I mean, now that
why did you think that?
That's what I want.
She just gave us
$10.
$10.
Said it.
She gave us $10, and now you're saying that? She gave us a cute, fucking pad. Jumping up and down, all right? Okay.
Yeah, that's cute. I'm not saying I want to see her do it. I mean, I don't not want to, but
okay.
I'm saying
no.
Now that she said it, I want to see her own up to it.
Sandra, nobody's saying that we don't want to see you do that. It'll probably be great.
Yes.
But nobody's pressuring you into anything. Okay.
That's also true.
The next chapter. Let's do it. Let's go.
Oh, all right. We're rushing me now?
Yeah. Rush it right into this.
All of a sudden, everybody's in a hurry.
Yeah, we're in a hurry right now. We're getting away from that, son.
Right. The Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 19.
Ooh.
Lashanta handed Tommy the gun and the car keys, and held her pinky out for me to take the ring. What? Said Dad as soon as the ring came up. He blinked a few times. Where? Hey, Dad, I said. Good to have you back. I opened the door, then walked around to the back of the Escalade. Sarah, where are we? How did we get here? Jesus Christ, how much did I drink? I opened the back door of the Escalade. Mr. Riley stared at me with wide, teary eyes. Please, little girl, let me go. I'll run inside and get your mama for you. Who's back there? Said Dad. Tommy, is that a gun? Tommy turned back to face Dad. Don't worry, Dad. We've got this. Jesus fucking Christ! Cried Dad. What happened to you? I held up the ring so Mr. Riley could see it. I'm going to untie you, but first I need you to put on this ring. Mr. Riley eyed the ring suspiciously. Why? Tommy cocked the hammer back on the gun. Because I'll blow your brains out if you don't, Mr. Riley. I laughed. Nice save, Tommy. Mr. Riley, said Dad. The mailman? His eyes narrowed. He was a little angry now, but mostly still confused. All right, said Mr. Riley. Whatever you want. Give me the ring. I gave him the ring, and he slipped it on his pinky finger. A second later, he smiled at me. It was so warm and genuine, I knew it had to be Lashanta. Nice work, Sarah. I untied her hands, and she took over from there. Once she was completely freed from the ropes, she sat up, took the gun from Tommy, and got out of the Escalade. Hey, said Dad as the back door closed. You give that back to my son. Haven't you taken enough from us? Go shut him up, said Lashanta. I'll be right back. I ran to the front and climbed back into the passenger seat. Dad, you need to take a chill pill. Dad hugged me. Sarah, thank God you're safe. He looked up and down the street through the windows. Lock your doors, kids. This looks like a black neighborhood. Dad, I said, it's okay. Everything is okay. No, it's not, said Dad. I'm so sorry, kids. I tried my best. I really did. But I failed you as a father. I don't know where I am. What's going on? Whose car this is? Why I smell like... Something outside caught his attention. Is that Brad Richardson's Lexus? I looked ahead. The car he was looking at certainly looked like Mr. Richardson's SUV. I could even see the green pool noodles through the rear window. Father Preston groaned. The chloroform must have been wearing off. Who else is back there? Cried Dad, turning around. That's Father Preston. Dad got up on his knees and leaned over the seat. Why is he tied up? Why is he naked? What the hell is going... 2 gunshots went off inside the house. Dad ducked low in his seat and shoved his hands frantically into his pockets. Where are the keys to this thing? Tommy looked at me. I shook my head. A 3rd gunshot sounded from inside, then 2 more. Shortly after that, Lashanta stumbled out of the house, her left hand holding her right arm. The sleeve of her mailman uniform was soaked with blood. Lashanta! Tommy cried. Dad looked at me quizzically. Mr. Riley's first name is Lashanta? I thought it was Doug. I got out of the Escalade and ran over to Lashanta. Are you okay? What happened? Where's my mom? You ain't gonna believe this. That dude who was fighting with his wife before, Mr. Robinson? Mr. Richardson, I corrected her. Motherfucker jumped out of nowhere and clipped me. I guess that solved the Lexus mystery. Is he? You bet your ass he is. One in the chest and one in the head. Wow, I thought. Sucks for Patty. I looked up at Lashanta. Did you see my mom? She's passed out in the bedroom upstairs. I couldn't carry her down because of my arm. You gotta get your dad to put the ring back on. I nodded and reached for her hand, but she jerked it away. Not just yet. Lashanta walked back to the Escalade, opened the rear door, and sat down next to Father Preston, who was wide-eyed, trembling, and sweating. Mr. Riley told us a lie, Lashanta continued. And who here thinks honesty is important? Our hands. Father Preston grunted something incomprehensible through his gag. Lashanta turned around to look at Dad. He was obviously confused and terrified, but he slowly raised a hand as well. Good, said Lashanta. Do you remember when I told Mr. Riley that if he lied to me, I'd shoot his dick off? Tommy and I nodded. If I were to go back on my word, I wouldn't be any better than him, now would I? Tommy and I shook our heads. She looked at me with serious expression on her face. Sarah, I need you to be quick about taking this ring off here. I gave her a thumbs up. She put the gun down in the front of her mailman uniform shorts and closed her eyes tight. Bang! Lashanta fell back. Something like a brown snake or a hot dog fell out the bottom of her shorts. That couldn't be his... Could it? It was so much bigger than Father Preston's. Sarah! Shrieked Lashanta. The ring! Hurry! I grabbed the gun from her so that Mr. Riley wouldn't have it when he woke up. When I slid the ring off, Mr. Riley really started screaming. People were starting to look out their windows at us. I hurried back to the driver's door. Dad was hyperventilating. I had to bang on the window with the butt of the gun 6 times before I got his attention. Dad opened the door and stared down at me. What's going on? Did he just... I grinned, nodded, and held up the ring. I need you to put this on. He was too frazzled to argue. He took the ring and put it on his pinky finger. Suddenly, his hand stopped trembling. God damn, that hurt, Lashanta sighed. I don't think I'll ever get used to the feeling of shooting my own dick off. She walked back to the open... She walked back to the open rear door and shoved Mr. Riley's legs all the way into the vehicle. He sure was bleeding a lot. What happened? Cried Mr. Riley. How did... Lashanta bent over and picked up the brown hot dog thing, then looked at Mr. Riley. Don't say I didn't warn you. She tossed the thing into the Escalade, and it hit Father Preston in the face, which Tommy thought was hilarious. Father Preston didn't seem to think it was all that funny. He just breathed harder and faster through his nose. Mr. Riley's screams died down as his shirt and shorts soaked up more and more of his blood. I better make this quick, said Lashanta, looking at the neighboring houses up and down the street. Folks are starting to get curious. She jogged across the street to Mr. Riley's house. A few minutes later, she came back out holding my mom in her arms. Mom sure had lost a lot of weight. Is she okay? Asked Tommy as Lashanta put Mom in the seat next to him. She didn't look so hot. She was pale, her breathing was fast and shallow, and her eyes were facing slightly different directions. Lashanta buckled Mom's seatbelt. She'll be fine. She just needs to lay off that heroin and get some food in her. That's the end of chapter 19. Oh, just one more chapter left.
Uh-oh. Well, before we get to that, I'm going to say that Emily Kaplan said it's like when your dad was reading you a bedtime story and then he got into a drunken argument with your with the voices in his head.
That's a fair assessment, yes.
It's absolutely a fair assessment. But we do have a 1999 US pancake dollars from Caprice George.
What are pancake dollars? Is that a thing?
It's whatever you people trade for pancakes. I need to hear Bevan say, "Fuck you, booze bag."
Okay. Fuck you, booze bag.
There you go.
I think, yeah, booze bag is somebody on my Discord, I think.
Well, fuck him. Or her.
Yeah.
Or indeed they. Okay, T. Castle is going for a smoke break.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a pee break.
All right, well, okay,
Yeah, we got the exciting conclusion coming up.
Exciting conclusion. I will put down the what we've got so far. There was another contribution while you were doing your sultry. What's the word?
You talking to me?
Yeah, your sultry narration.
All right. Yeah, I see. We're doing great.
We're doing okay. Oh, 15,515. 138 backers. That's
I'll be right back.
37 backers since we started this terrible idea. 25% of the 65,000, 60,000 maximum limit we have for a script that you haven't seen yet. But a much higher percentage of the 45,000 for another script that you have not seen. Good gosh, this is exciting. You've seen Robert Bevan read all this problematic Bullshit. You know who Drew Hayes is. You know who John G. Harness is. You know who Rick Walteri is. Yeah, you might even know who I am. And if you don't know who Steve Rosinski is yet, you need to educate yourself, motherfucker. Look, we're doing something exciting here. It's going to be good. Shingles the movie. If you know what Shingles is, you know that Shingles the movie is the best possible future for everyone, not just your children, everyone. If you don't know what Shingles is yet, then educate yourself, motherfucker. It's not my job to educate you. Get on board. Alright? Oh, you like Goosebumps. Yeah, okay, it's time to level up. It's time to have the childhood stories of your youth eaten and shit out by Robert Bevan into your eye holes. Okay, and that's the first step. Look, I'm not your friend. I'm not your carer. I'm just saying that I know what you want. You want Shingles, the movie, in your eyes, like a slightly irritant oil, just massaged into your eyeballs by tiny goblins. Like I know what you want, alright? Tiny trolls putting their dirty little fingers into your pupils. Yeah? Don't pretend you don't want that. Don't make this weird. Okay? I can just, if you want me to, I will tell you the entire script. I will just mutter it into your ear when you're trying to work, alright? You'll be at your job. You'll be doing your job. And your boss will be looking at you and he'll be giving you the hard eyeball. I'll be saying like, don't pay attention to him. Because I am going to narrate the entire Shingles movie script into your ear right now. Would you like that? Yeah, I think you would. I think you'd enjoy that. And I think you should maybe pay a little bit more money. Enjoy that, okay? Oh shit, Bevan's coming back.
I'm back. I didn't know.
Hey,
Oh,
Bevan's
you could
back.
see me.
Okay, let's have the.
Is that Steve R again?
No, it's just nothing was happening while you were away. It's fine. We were just.
I heard another voice. Who's that?
No, there's nothing. We're waiting for you to get back and read the next
Is it
chapter.
my imagination? Is there not another person here?
No, no. I don't know what's happening.
Oh no! All right, no. I guess your voice sounded different for a second. Sorry.
No, there's no voices.
I thought I was talking to two different people.
No.
All right.
It's okay. It's fine. We've got another chapter to read. Let's do it. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Here's the exciting conclusion to Ghost of Hooker Alley. Ghost of Hooker Alley, Chapter 20. We went through the Wendy's drive-thru again on the way home. Once we got home, Lashanta carried Mom to the upstairs bathroom and put her in the tub. She cut off a 2-foot section of our garden hose and taped it to a plastic funnel she found in the garage. Then she went to the kitchen and put Mom's cheeseburger, fries, and Frosty in the blender, all together. Once it was thoroughly mixed, she brought everything back upstairs, shoved the hose down Mom's throat, and poured the liquid directly into her stomach. She'll be good as new in the morning. Tommy and I smiled at each other. I can't thank you enough, I said. Lashanta smiled at me. We ain't done just yet. We've still got to get rid of all that incriminating evidence. And I know just where to do it. 45 minutes later, we pulled into an abandoned sugar mill on the riverbank. We got out of the Escalade and Lashanta opened the rear door. Sorry, kids, she said, looking down remorsefully at us. It looks like Mr. Riley didn't make it. She offered the gun to us. You can still shoot him if you want. Tommy and I looked at each other. I put my arm around his shoulder and pulled him in for a squeeze. Nah, I said. We're just happy to have our family back together. Lashanta shrugged. Suit yourselves. She got back in the driver's seat, started the engine, and put it into gear, then hopped out as the Escalade started creeping toward the edge of the loading dock. Father Preston's eyes opened suddenly. He looked at us with a panicked expression on his face and grunted frantically through his gag. Oh shit, said Lashanta, running after the Escalade, which was beginning to pick up a little more speed now. She made it just in time to close the rear door before the whole vehicle splashed into the river and sank out of sight. Phew, she said. That was a close one. The last thing we needed was for those motherfuckers to float up to the surface. We caught a bus back across the railroad tracks, and then it was a 2-mile walk back home from the bus stop. I guess you'll be going now, I said to Lashanta as we walked. She put her hand on my shoulder. It's my time. Ain't nothing left for me here. I was thinking, you took such good care of our mom, way better care than she ever took of herself. I thought maybe... Lashanta laughed. You want me to be a live-in nurse? No, thank you. That's not what I was going to say. What then? I looked up at her. The words were difficult to say. I had to force them out. I thought, maybe you could be her. Your mom? I nodded. Tommy grabbed my hand. His eyes were wide with anticipation. That's a great idea. What about your real mom? Said Lashanta. After all that trouble we just went through to get her back. That was for Dad, I explained. He's the only one who was upset when she left. We always thought she was a bitch, said Tommy. I crossed my arms and gave him a warning look. That kind of language had better stop today. Said Lashanta, rubbing her chin. I always did want to be a white woman. She sighed and looked down at us. Guess I'd better start drinking. The next morning we woke up to the alarm clock despite having stayed up until 3 in the morning when Lashanta finally passed out on the sofa. Tommy's chest was nearly back to its normal size and all of his facial hair had fallen out. Unfortunately, that included his eyebrows. We fixed that with a bit of glue, then ran down the stairs and into the living room. Dad was still asleep on the couch just as we left him. We ran upstairs to Mom and Dad's bathroom and found that Mom was gone. The only evidence she was ever there was a puddle of vomit on the floor next to the bathtub. Did it work? Asked Tommy. Where is she? I don't know, I said. Maybe Mom just woke up and left us again, or... I didn't even want to think it. Or what? I looked at Tommy. What if it did work, and Lashanta ran off in Mom's body? No way, said Tommy. She wouldn't do that to us. I wanted to believe he was right, but Dad's general distrust of black people kept nagging at me. Listen, Tommy, I don't know if... The doorbell rang. Tommy and I gawked at each other for a second, then ran down the stairs. Dad, I cried. Dad, wake up! What? Dad groaned. What the fuck? What time is it? Someone's at the door, said Tommy. Goddamn fucking Jehovah's Witnesses. Dad reached under the sofa and pulled out a hammer. What's a guy gotta do to get some goddamn privacy around here? It's 7 o'clock in the fucking... His eyes became suddenly alert. He focused on me, then on Tommy, then on Tommy's chest. Was it all a dream? The doorbell rang again. Come on, I said, tugging Dad's arm. Let's go see who it is. I took the hammer out of his hand and tossed it on the sofa, then guided Dad to the door, which Tommy opened. Tom looked better than I ever remembered her looking before. Wore bright pink lipstick and large blue eyeshadow. Oh, dark blue eyeshadow. Her tight red tank top said Splooge Tank in bright yellow letters, with an arrow pointing down to her leopard print miniskirt. Black fishnet stockings hugged her legs all the way down to her green stiletto heels. But the most important thing she was wearing, at least as far as Tom and I were concerned, was Lashanta's ring. Diane? Said Dad. Lashanta looked at me. I nodded. Yeah, baby, what's up? Dad took Lashanta by the hand. Does this mean you're coming home? Lashanta smiled. You bet your sweet white ass it does. I'm sorry, Diane. I'd given up on you. I'd given up on everything. I fell behind in the bills. I stopped going to work. Don't even worry about it, sugar. I just happen to know a couple of job opportunities that recently opened up. Now, what do you know about heroin and bitches? Come on, Tommy, I said. We've got to get ready for school. I could tell he wanted to stay home with Mom and Dad, and I did too. But I took comfort in knowing that they'd both be here when we got back home. Depending on how well Dad did in his new heroin and bitches business, I knew I might not always be able to keep up with the latest fads. But I had one thing Patty Richardson would never have. Now that Lashanta had shot Mr. Richardson, I had a family. The end.
Oh.
Oh man, that was something.
Well, I feel my heartstrings have been tugged upon.
Hmm.
But you know what really tugged on my heartstrings?
Oh, what's that?
16,265
Holy shit!
US dollary dues
Oh.
and 139 backers. 27% of our maximum goal. I don't know the mathematics for our minimum goal, but well done, everyone. Thank you for contributing. Thank you for being a part of this. Oh God, doesn't it feel good? Oh, we've got somebody else who's donated to the extra. There's going to be 5 people.
Is that where that came from?
Like in the movie. Well, no,
no, I know. I'm looking at the total. I'm going through the perks to see where this money came from.
Not just down.
Yeah, somebody was an extra.
Digital
Nice.
premiere. Somebody's got themselves a throwing dildo. Well done.
Another one?
Yeah, we got somebody else on the producer credit. My God, you people are fantastic. We need you to do this. We're not using you. We want you to be part of this, like a huge, dirty Akira monster. It's going to be great.
I feel like we need to link the end of UHF somewhere.
Some of us need to just go like.
Or they're saying they're passionately talking about why. No, not that far into the end. Where they're talking about why they need you to donate to this project. You know, this is for all of us.
Look, I did my part. I tried some ASMR while you were away taking the piss, and it did not go down well. Apparently, just
it worked for me.
A British man creepily whispering into people's ears does not loosen the wallet.
It did
hey.
though. Hey, what? You talking to me?
What? Hello?
Were you the Fonz? Who was the hey?
It's the hello.
I mean, all right, hi. All right, hey.
All right. Look.
What the hell is happening right now?
Nothing's happening right now. It's 2:56 a.m. where I am. What time is it where you are?
It's 9:56 p.m.
All right, okay. Well, that's more reasonable. We are at.
Other people saw my wife walk in.
Yeah.
I wish she was still here so I could show. Oh, is that what the hey was?
Yeah, it's like hello. I haven't seen
Well, I
you
didn't
since the
realize
last time
that.
we met.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
just
I'm looking at
making a
myself
fucking
like
random
15
noise?
minutes in the past, and yes, that's why I asked what the hell you were talking about.
Did you think I was just having a fucking stroke or something? Jesus!
Yeah, that's why I said. What are you, the Fonz?
What?
Hey,
Even the Fonz didn't just go "a" for no reason, unless he was like,
I can, dude. That was his thing.
"Oh yeah, okay, or maybe fair enough, okay." He's like, "Hello, Bevan's wife."
Yeah, well, nobody said that, or I guess some people did. You didn't.
Well, I
Anyway,
did.
she's
I said,
gone now. She'll never
"Yay!"
know.
But she's gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you didn't
But
give
my
more.
on my headphones. She didn't hear that.
Okay. All right. Well,
All she saw was me looking alarmed like 10 seconds after she'd already walked off the screen.
tell her I said, "Hey."
All right, I'll do that.
Good. All right. Okay. So,
All right.
16,000.
Now we're at a crossroads because we
265.
certainly earned another chapter. But
Absolutely.
we are out of chapters in the book that we were reading.
Oh, that book's
So,
And
well, that's
what?
why we're out of chapters. That's how chapters work.
You need to start a new book.
Yeah, what are we gonna do? Is YouTube the only place where the comments are coming?
Facebook maybe as well, but I stopped.
I'm not looking at
Facebook
that.
a long
So,
time.
all right. Let's see what the crowd says. What book do you want me to start next?
Yeah,
and
go.
remember, it has to be one of mine because that's the ones I have.
Yeah, that's fair.
And again,
We have to
I
give
will
them a little bit of time.
I'll show you what's left.
What have you got? What hard copies do you
I
have? Spread them on
all
your
of
chest.
them. They're spread on my chest.
Spread them on your chest. All this
I
shit.
have to wait for a little while
Spread on the
to see me spread them on my chest.
from the Bevan.
Because I've got some delay here. I'm blocky. There we go. All right, now that you can see them clearly.
Green country.
All
Spread
right.
upon his chest. Someone just says new book. Virginia Laguras, new book. That doesn't help anyone. Okay? But
Well, actually, no, I mean, we could be talking about the one that hasn't been published yet.
just like right
My
on
mom
the-
has a bunch of cockroaches.
Okay. We got a double for WizKid there.
Hyper Beach, WizKid. Vicky Fellows is sexy. That's probably talking about me.
We've got a Hyper Beach.
go.
We got 2 Hyper Beach.
See about 2 Hyper Beaches, 2 WizKids. That time of the month.
That time of the month. Damn it,
The
Steve. Stop that.
WizKid. Got 3 WizKids.
Harlan Peterson just says no. Just says no. Harlan Peterson.
You can fucking leave.
Yeah, you
dude.
you pay us enough money, we'll stop. Harlan Peterson. Virginia Laguras says, CNC, love heart. You're on the
Thank you.
wrong stream, lady.
Not necessarily.
Caprice
You can
George,
buy
with
those.
kid. No, they can buy those. That's not what we're about right now, no. Another one for Hyper Beach.
No. We got. I mean, it's neck and neck with WizKid and Hypo Beach. Now we're all right. Harlan, Sense and Sensibility and Sasquatch is not mine. I don't have it.
Because the whole you look like Rick Altari thing, you see.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I thought it was hilarious. I laughed at that.
Yeah, you laugh at stupid shit. What were we talking about last time we talked drunkenly? Yeah, that show that you said was a movie, and then like that's a show, and I thought, oh god, because I saw the previews and it looked like shit, and you said, oh yeah, that looks fun. I said, it looks like shit. That's what you laugh at.
Yeah, you're probably right. All right. Hypo Beach, if it's between the two, says Michaela.
Really? Nobody. I mean, all right, fine. I can do Hypo Beach. And I thought
Booze Bag says
we
Whiskey.
got another
Booze
Booze Kid.
Bag.
All right. We don't have. Nobody gives a fuck about. When I came up with the
Sandra
title.
Lemon says, I don't care.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Nobody wants to hear Stranger's Thing. Like when I thought of the title for that, I thought, all right, this is gonna put Shingles on the map. No.
Michaela says, stop saying my name like that. Drew Talks audiobooks. How goes the movie funding? Drew Talks audiobooks it's going all right. It'd go a whole lot better if you gave us some money, though. Yeah.
All right, Hypo Beach, only fun. Stranger's Thing, Mommy's Curse, Thicker Than Blood, Wing, Say No, Haunting the Whorehouse, Jack O' Pumpkins.
Michaela says she loves Stranger Things.
Yeah, I know. These people are wrong. I mean, I'll give the audience what it wants.
Vicky Fellows, Hypo Beach.
What do I even? Oh, Terror on Hypo Beach. Here it is. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a good one.
Boozebag says, I want Jay Sleep to finish reading. Look, Boozebag, you've got what you've fucking got coming to you, all right? There's Robert Bevins on the screen right now. So thank you for showing up. Harlan Peterson says, I'll throw in for Hypo Beach.
All right. Well, I guess the people have spoken.
Yeah, man.
Terror on Hypo Beach.
Vicky
Are
Fellows
we
says,
ready to begin?
I'm too drunk for more right now. Vicky Fellows,
Well, how the fuck do you think I feel?
Yeah, we're all too drunk for more right now. But you see us going home? No.
Ooh, Jen Brown. Hurtful.
Yes.
I haven't read any of those.
I've heard enough about WizKids.
Step one, hurtful.
Fucking
But I've heard enough about
anything else.
WizKid that I'll vote for the other option. Step two, hurtful. Ouch.
Anything else? I mean, well, fair enough, Bevan. You knew what you're doing when you were WizKid.
Jen Brown clearly wants to listen to Mein Kampf.
E.M. Kaplan says anything except wax on, wax off, because that's so creepy. That's fair.
Oh, creepy. Alright, Jen Brown and Emily Kaplan want to listen to Mein Kampf.
Jesus.
So, hey, they said anything else? I assume that's what they mean.
Well, that's
Sorry, I'm not going to read that.
a safe assumption.
So, I'm sorry for your Nazi tendencies, but I'm going to read Terror on Hypo Beach.
Sandra Lemmer says, sadly, I'm 100% sober. Well, and Joe Talks audiobooks. Audiobook says, I am 50% sober. Well, you know what, Sandra? You need to get where Joe is. Just, be about 50% more drunk.
Jen Brown. WizKid is probably going to be read at one point tonight or another.
Look,
Oh, yeah. Buckle up, Buttercup.
no one needs to get, weird about this, alright? If you don't have any money, it's fine.
We all need to get weird about it.
Okay, we need to get a little bit weird about it. But you don't have to be drunk to do that. It's going to be fine.
Yeah. I do. All right. Ready?
Alright, fine. Let's do this.
All right. Reading book 2 in tonight's Shinglethon, Terror on Hypo Beach. Chapter 1. See how long this is to mentally prep myself. Oh shit, these chapters are a little longer. Alright, that's fine. It was our first family trip since that time we spent hiding in a hotel room while Dad smoothed things out with those Eastern European debt collectors, and we were all excited. What's everybody looking forward to most? Asked my little brother Bobby. Dad tilted the rearview mirror and smiled. That's an easy one for me. A whole week without having to step over homeless people on my way to the office. I swear to Christ, they think they own the goddamn sidewalk. I sucked on her cigarette and blew a long stream of smoke out the window. I'm looking forward to shore leave. What's that? I asked. That's a bar where Mommy's going to go and support the troops. She flicked the cigarette butt out the window, leaned back her seat, and sighed. Oh God, I think I could support 5 at a time. How about you, Eric? Bobby asked me. Maybe building a sandcastle. I don't know. That wasn't really true. While I did have plans to build the most epic sandcastle of all time, I was really hoping to meet a nice girl and maybe have a little summer romance. Here we are, Dad said 10 minutes later, pulling the car into the parking lot of a graffiti-covered building. It reminded me of the crack house on the corner of our street and where Freddie Jurgens' dad got stabbed. Mom lowered her sunglasses. What the fuck kind of shithole is this? The Seaside Inn, said Dad. Seaside my ass. Mom looked at her phone. The GPS says the beach is 5 blocks away from here. A little exercise never hurt anyone. You don't want to know how much the hotel rooms on the beach go for. You're so goddamn cheap. A pathetic excuse for a man. Dad took a deep breath. Well, maybe if you started charging for your services, we could afford a nicer place. God knows Mitch Reber is good for a couple of bucks to get his pole waxed. No, said Mom. You know what he's good for? He's good for being able to get an erection without me having to make cat noises, you miserable fuck. Dad put the car into park and cut off the engine. Come on, kids. Let's go check out the... Shit! He just about jumped out of his skin when someone tapped on his window. A man wearing filthy old trench coat left smudges of grime on Dad's window with his knuckles. One of his eyes was white and moldy looking, like a grape I once found in the back of the refrigerator months after the last time I remembered my parents buying fruit. The other eye was bright green and wild with either excitement or insanity. I counted 5 brown teeth in his slobbery grin, but one of those might have been a festering piece of meat wedged between 2 actual teeth. Like to party? He asked in a croaky, gurgly voice. It reminded me of Uncle Raymond, except that this guy talked that way without holding the machine up to a hole in his neck while between cigarette puffs. What are you doing, Dad? Said Mom. Handle this! Dad tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and continued facing straight ahead. Just ignore him and he'll go away. That's what you said about the rash you picked up from the tranny hooker in the bus station bathroom. I still have no feeling in the left side of my face. Dad gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. You have no feeling in your cold, empty heart. He took a few deep breaths, then spoke again in a calmer tone. Walterette was more of a woman than you'll ever be. Why is he wearing that coat? Asked Bobby. It's hot outside. Dad turned around. Good question, Bobby. That coat is like his home. He has to bring it everywhere he goes. Like a turtle? After a moment of thought, Dad nodded. Yes, kind of like a turtle. The man outside pressed his good eye against Dad's window. I got the good stuff. Honey, yum yum. He stuck his impressively long tongue out and licked the window. Cash only. Jesus Christ, said Mom. Would you just give this guy $1 so he'll go away? Dad pulled out his wallet and started flipping through it. The lowest I've got is a 5. Are you sure you still don't have any ones stuck in your crotch from work last night? You son of a bitch. I swear to God I'm going to kill you in your sleep one night. Just give him a goddamn 5. Sheesh, said Dad, pulling out a $5 bill out of his wallet. If I wanted to blow that kind of money, I would have gotten a place closer to the beach. Mom's chin trembled as a tear rolled out from behind her sunglasses. What's wrong, Mom? I asked. I was just thinking about how much better my life would have been if I'd gotten that abortion. What's an abortion? Nothing, Eric, said Dad. Mommy loves you. He finally turned to face the man at the window and held up the $5 bill. I need to turn the engine on to open the window. The man backed away, leaving a mask of filth and spit on the window. He opened his coat, the inside of which was lined with syringes full of some bright yellow liquid. Bobby and I laughed because he wasn't wearing any clothes under his coat. His wiener looked really long and stiff. Honey yum yum, he said again, nodding and grinning as he repeatedly thrust his wiener at my dad's window.
Okay.
Make you feel like a man again. How much you want? A blue SUV came to an abrupt halt where the man in the dirty coat had just been standing. Shit, said the driver, a man about Dad's age with thick black stubble and fat, sweaty arms, just before necking back what was left of a Coors Light can. Did I just hit that guy? Fuck, seriously? Said the young woman sitting up suddenly in the passenger seat. She looked to be about half the man's age, and she wasn't wearing a shirt. I bumped my face against the window trying to get a look at her front. When she saw our car and us in it, she immediately covered her bare breast with her left arm and held up her right hand, the tips of her thumb and index finger almost touching. Oh, look, I found my contact lens. Dad slipped a $5 bill back into his wallet, then put the window the rest of the way down. I was blinking because I had a bit of dust in my eye. I may or may not have witnessed you kill a homeless man with your vehicle. I wonder. He leaned out the window and spoke in a lower voice, though not so low, such that Mom, Bobby, and I couldn't hear him. Is your wife into butt stuff? The woman in the passenger seat scowled at Dad as she hurriedly lifted her tube top over her breast. Ew, no, fuck off, creep. The driver nodded vigorously at Dad. Mom shook her head and lit another cigarette. So fucking pathetic. Now that the woman's breasts were covered, I was able to move my head again. Sitting in the back seat of the SUV, staring into space and tuning out the rest of the world with an oversized set of headphones, seemingly unaware that her father had hit a guy with his car, was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen. Her straight black hair ran down past her shoulders and disappeared into the inky blackness of her clothes. Her face was ghostly white, except for the black eyeliner and purple lipstick she wore. She definitely looked to be a couple of years older than me, but I was certain I could win her heart. My own heart nearly stopped when her miraculously beautiful brown eyes shifted suddenly to lock with mine. She caught me staring at her like a big goober, but I didn't care. At best, I only had a week to make this work. I couldn't afford to be shy. Mustering all the courage I had within me, I gave her a little wave. She raised her middle finger at me. We communicated. I was overcome with emotion as if fireworks were exploding inside my heart while she and I flew through space, holding hands and staring into each other's eyes. This week was going to make or break the rest of my life. All right, big chapter 1 there.
Oh God, that was emotional stuff.
Yeah.
That was proper fucking dirty dancing stuff going on there.
Yeah, you see, this is what Shingles is. Until other people fuck it up.
Was that a dig at me there?
No. Keep it real, see.
Oh. Well, you know what?
What's that? Hello?
Hello.
You say, you know what? I said what, and you just stopped talking.
Well, no, I stopped talking because I don't know. It's been going for 4 hours, and it's 3 in the morning where I am. I'm pretty
Oh,
fucking.
all right. Yeah.
I'm
getting there.
looking through. I'm trying to discern which comments are normal and which aren't. Michaela says you're the one getting weird, Steve. I'm not the one getting weird. I don't know. Ha ha ha, says Vicky Fellows.
Man, there's a lot of comments. I don't even know where
There's a
they
lot of
started
comments
since
going on.
last time. But you know, there's not a lot of donations. Oh shit! I take that back. We just had a big one.
There's been some pretty fucking sweet donations. So we're at 27%. You're definitely going to have to write another chapter.
Yeah, that's happening.
Backers, 16,360 US sweet minted hawk scented dollars.
That's how we like them.
That's how it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing well.
Are you not going to be around for much longer?
Look, whether or not
I'm not judging you.
Whether or not I live through this is entirely up to the fate. But we're having a nice time.
Yeah, good.
We've raised some money. We've had some comments.
Oh man, could y'all still see me? Did you just? Oh, did you
doing
just
fine.
spill beer all over myself?
Yeah, you've spilled beer on yourself. You're in smoke. You look like a Roblox character. Nobody appreciated my ASMR while you were away in the toilet.
You did that again?
Well, I don't know. I can't remember how many times I did it. All I know is that people were made very uncomfortable by it. So
I wasn't.
The
I
next
was
time,
made totally comfortable by it.
well, next time, just piss on camera.
Next time should be like 10 hours of you doing that.
Well, I think it'd just be you tuning into that, to be fair. And also, if you just pissed on camera, it might just be me tuning into that also. But regardless, avant. Enough of this. 16,360 US solid platinum hawk dollars screeching down from the American skies from 141 backers. 20.
That's 40 backers tonight.
It's very well done. But the night is still young.
That's nuts. Yeah, it is.
So
you ready?
Dig deep into your sensual wallets and bring out the money.
See, I see Rosinski is back. He's posting shit. Is he ready for butt stuff?
Is he? Who's ready for butt stuff? Booze Bag gives us $19.99 US dollary dues. Can I get a fuck you, Caprice?
Fuck you, Caprice.
Hey,
are you ready for
butt
stuff?
Fuck you. Until you.
I think Caprice is the one that paid us $20 to say fuck you to Booze Bag.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm happy to perpetuate this.
Keep this feud going.
Yeah, I'm pretty mercenary about this.
Yeah, let's see some escalation.
Look, I've got no emotional attachment to either of you. It's just, I'll
murder your families.
Whoever's got the biggest fucking wallets will determine the outcome of this Cold War. And just ignore what Bevan said there about murdering your families, maybe. Just ignore
I didn't say that.
Vicky Fellows says, hog scented.
No, Steve.
What do you mean hog scented?
Yeah, listen. You had your choice, to vote for WizKid, and you blew it. You're gonna hog scented next time.
Harlan Preston says, Harlan Peterson says, money fight. Yeah, this is what this is all about. I still don't know what hog scented means, Vicky. Elaborate.
I don't know.
Sounds delicious. I don't know. I've run out of beer. It's 3:21 in the morning. Maybe I want something hog-scented. I don't know. Anyway.
You ran out of beer tonight, Steve?
Yeah, I'm done.
You didn't think to buy some extra?
I bought some extra. I already drank it. I'm not a reasonable man. Anyway, enough about me.
You should always have like 36 extra beers just in case.
Well, I
drink them all tonight.
I refuse to learn my lesson. All right. Now let's hear about your terrifying tale. Oh no, wait. Drone audiobooks gives us $4.99 US platinum dollars. I say all chatters and bloggers must shotgun a beer or take a shot, minus Sandra, who we all wish a speedy recovery. I don't know who Sandra is.
I probably can't pass a Sandra.
Yeah, well, I wish.
I can shotgun the last eighth of this beer.
Yeah, I got Joe. I got nothing left to shotgun.
All right, Dad. I'm gonna get another one before I start the next chapter. I'm not gonna be shotgunning it, but I will be sipping it.
Jen Brown says, I think he meant hawk scented. I don't even know what hawk smells like.
I know
Crazy.
got a lot of hawks around my neighborhood here.
Oh yeah, what does it smell like?
They don't smell like shit. They're fun. They're pretty to look at. They're fun to watch when they catch a creature.
They catch a creature.
They're terrifying birds of
Sandra
prey.
Lemme gives us $1.99 US and a little.
Is that the Sandra that needs a speedy recovery?
Well,
maybe Sandra.
They are.
Focus on your recovery.
Yeah. Well, she gives us a nice little purple heart with a thank you on it. So.
Well, I think if you were wounded, you're the one that deserves the purple heart.
Yeah.
Have a speedy recovery.
Apparently, I say hawk-scented American dollar. Michaela says birds smell dusty. Everyone in this chat is you're talking a lot of shit, all right? And there's only one person we should be listening to talking a lot of shit. It's Robert Bevan reading the next chapter from his problematic bullshit.
All right, here we go.
Do it.
Terror on Hyco Beach. Chapter 2.
Fucking fantastic stuff.
One bed, said Mom when Dad opened the door to our room. Didn't have a stable you could rent? Dad pulled the man luggage bag inside. I thought it would be fun for the boys to sleep on the floor. It's like camping, but without all that gross nature. It's got a TV, said Bobby, grabbing the remote chained to the nightstand next to the bed. He aimed it at the television and pressed the big red button on the top. Police are saying it goes by the name of Honey Yum Yum, said a news reporter standing in front of a pet store with a black smoke billowing out the windows. It was lit from both sides by the flaming red and blue lights of nearby ambulances and police cars. It's an extremely dangerous neurotoxin that, according to local chief of police Saul Rockwell, makes users lose their fucking shit. The last two words were beeped out. Boring, said Bobby. He started flipping through the channels in search of something animated. Mom walked out of the bathroom wearing her "Seaman is my favorite chaser" t-shirt. I didn't understand what that meant, but she said it brought her luck when she went out. I'm hitting shore leave early. Don't wait up. She raised her middle finger at Dad as she walked out the door. Oh yeah, said Dad. Well, don't bother calling me for a ride home when they're done jacking off all over you, because I might be busy with... He didn't bother finishing his sentence when the door shut behind Mom. He sat down on the bed and sighed. Can you believe the nerve of that whore? I didn't know how to respond, or if he was even addressing me when he asked the question. She looked at me. Do you know what she wanted to name you? Javier? I shook my head, unsure if I could pull off Javier. Do you know who Javier was? I couldn't remember the last time I'd had this long conversation with my dad. This was a memory I would no doubt treasure for years to come. Oh, Dad, who was he? Our, our gardener, and possibly your biological father. What? I mean, they said they always stuck to anal. But who knows what they got up to after they made me leave the room. What's anal? I asked. Dad patted me on the back. That stuff, son. You'll learn about it in college. Or prison. Then he balled up his fist and stood back up. You know what? I didn't come here to sit in a hotel room and mope. This is supposed to be a family vacation, right? I nodded. Is it fair that she gets to have all the fun? I grinned and shook my head. Look after your brother. I'm going to go downstairs and check out the hotel bar. He walked out of the room looking proud of himself. When the door closed again, I wondered if we were actually going to make it to the beach at all. The alarm clock next to the remote control chain said it was 2 in the afternoon. There was plenty of daylight left, but I couldn't recall my parents ever doing a whole lot of anything productive once the day's drinking began. I was getting hungry, and Mom and Dad hadn't left us any food or money, so it was up to me to figure something out. I had the list of stolen credit card numbers I'd been building since Mom and Dad started forgetting to feed us more and more frequently, but I was concerned that our being out of town might trigger an alert for unusual card activity. It would do as a last resort, but I thought swiping a card here at the hotel might be a little less risky. Bobby would get scared being left in the hotel room alone, so I didn't tell him I was leaving. He had found his cartoon channel and would never know I was gone. The end of chapter 2.
Intriguing.
Yep.
Real proper character building stuff going on there. We've got a $4.99 US from Caprice George saying, I must win. Suck it. Suck it, booze bag.
Suck it, booze bag!
Oh, I don't know what kind of terrible blood feud is going on right now, but please do keep it up. As long as it promotes.
I feel like gun runners, you know, like I don't care which side wins. I'm just getting money.
As long as the room keeps singing, that's just the business I'm in. 141 backers, 27% of our maximum goal. Which I guess.
Well, that hasn't changed since the last chapter.
Oh, you're right, it hasn't. We're at 6360. Uh-oh. Oh, gee.
Yeah, that means it's probably time for a pee break. I'll eat a slice of frozen pizza, and we'll see if we might change their minds. Huh?
Well, okay, all right. We'll give them a little bit of space to think about what they've done. Maybe I'll bring out the old ASMR again. See how you like that, you bitches. Yeah.
All right, you do that. I'll be right back.
I'll mutter into your ears with my fucking Englishness. Oh, how do you like meat? Ooh, custard and fucking starchy pudding. How do you like the starchy pudding? With the lukewarm custard dripping all over your spoon. Oh, do you not like it on your spoon? Well, donate a little bit more. And then, you can get it right off your spoon. Maybe you don't have a spoon. Maybe you have the English equivalent of chopsticks. It's like 2 twigs. And they plump a cat, which is, a delicacy in Scotland. You think you're very sophisticated, don't you? Who eats a cat, you say? Well, the Scottish do. It's a plump cat. It's well fed on tiny juicy bites and you can put it on a skewer and slowly rotate it on a space heater, which is why it is a delicacy in the poorer areas of Glasgow. Don't look down on me. Don't say you're better than me. This is my ASMR fucking tape, and you ain't better than me. So sit down. Look at the cat rotating across the space heater, well fed on mice, and just relax. All right, everyone relax. Everyone calm down. Okay, we're all friends here. We're having a nice time. Anyway, if you haven't donated yet to the Shingles movie project, that will make a lot of people happy. That will, there's a lot of indie artists involved in it. Whether you enjoy the Shingles novel series or not, whether you enjoy child endangerment at all, I don't know if that's your thing. Oh, we have just had a $10 contribution now. We're now at 142 backers, which means that I don't have to eat this murdered cat. So thank you for that, backers. 33 days left, 142 backers. We're at 27% contribution. I wouldn't go to eat a cat at all.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm fine. I've just been chatting to them. We got another donation while you were away. We're now at
Did we?
$16,370.
All right.
142 backers. 27% of the maximum goal. Nothing to do with rotating a cat above a space heater. So, we're ready for another chapter.
Here it comes.
Let's do it.
There on Hypo Beach, Chapter 3. Oops. I slipped out quietly, let the door close gently so that it stopped short of clicking shut, and made for the stairs at the end of the hall. When I rounded the corner just past the ice machine, I saw her sitting on the floor against the wall. "Hi!" I blurted out before I lost my nerve. She rolled her eyes and took off her headphones. "What?" My heart was melting in my chest, and I felt like I might have to pee. "Hi!" I repeated. "Hi." It wasn't the friendliest tone I'd ever heard, but it was just short of open hostility. I stood there gawking at her, having exhausted all the words my brain could come up with then and there. "What do you want?" she asked. I forced the first words I could think of out of my mouth. "I was just going to steal some credit cards, and I thought maybe you'd want to come with me." After the fact, it sounded like something I maybe should have thought about before speaking aloud. "Sure," she said. "Anything's better than listening to my dad point my newest stepmom." I suddenly became aware of a repetitious banging sound coming from the other side of the wall, and moans that I wasn't entirely sure were from a human. I didn't know what boinking was, but it sounded painful. "My name's Eric," I said as we walked toward the stairs. Awesome. That wasn't the response I'd anticipated, but at least it gave me the chance to nudge the conversation a little further. "What's yours?" "Allison." "What a coincidence," I said with a weak laugh. "Both of our names start with vowels." Allison sighed. "That's remarkable." When we reached the bottom of the stairs, I cracked open the door to the lobby just enough to take a peek. I thought it might make things a little more exciting, playing up the element of danger. I looked back at her. "The coast is clear." She pulled her headphones away from her ears. "What?" "Nothing." The element of danger thing didn't seem to be worth pursuing anymore. Once we were in the lobby, Allison pulled back her headphones down. Allison pulled her headphones down so they were resting around her neck. How are we going to do this? Can you pick pockets or something? I shook my head and laughed. That's just begging to get caught. I think the bar is our best bet. The bartender takes customers' credit cards while they're drinking and keeps them somewhere behind the bar. All I need to do is run some kind of distraction and I can swipe 5 or 6 cards at once. Allison nodded. Impressive. I'll definitely want to see this. She stopped suddenly and grabbed my arm. I couldn't believe she was actually touching me. I wanted to tell her I loved her, but I was frozen in ecstasy. She put her other hand on the top of my head and pivoted my gaze toward the bar. Isn't that your dad crying and pounding his head against the bar? Yeah, I said. He does that sometimes. He'll feel better when he gets enough scotch in him. You're not worried about him seeing you? Nah, it's probably better that he's here. You see all those other customers staring at him? That's just going to make my job even easier. Good luck, Eric, said Allison. I'm going to go get a front row seat for this. She walked into the bar area and climbed onto a stool while I went to hide behind a tall potted plant. Hey there, sugar lips, said the bartender to Allison. He leaned over and whispered something that I couldn't hear. When he stood straight again, he winked at her and pointed down toward his wiener with both hands. Dude, I'm 15. That was only 3 years older than me. On a long enough timeline, that would get less and less weird. When she's 23, I'll be 20. That's not so bad. When she's 87, I'll be... Hey, not so loud, said the bartender. He glanced at other customers, but they were all still distracted by my dad. He looked back at Allison and smiled. What if I told you I've got a guy who could make you an ID that says you're 28 and can deliver it right here to the bar in less than an hour? Between Dad's crying and the bartender's strange fixation on Allison's age, I had all the distraction I needed. I walked on the balls of my feet toward the bar, ready to look lost and confused if anyone should spot me. The only one who did was Allison. She gave me a small wink, and my heart fluttered. What are you winking at? Said the bartender. I froze in panic as he started to turn around. There was nowhere to hide. I was done for. What? Allison's tone was hurried and anxious. Nobody. I mean nothing. I mean, there was just something in my eye. You're acting weird, said the bartender. Hang on. Are you a cop? Allison cocked her head sideways at the bartender. If I was a cop, would I want to know more about that fake ID you mentioned before? The bartender stroked his blonde goatee. No, I don't guess you would. What would that sort of thing set me back? That all depends, said the bartender, smiling at her. You into butt stuff? That was the end of chapter 3.
Of course it was. It's the perfect phrase to end a chapter on.
Yeah, kind of. That's going to be a thing in this book.
I've read the book. I know that. We're going to return to that theme. Okay, we got a couple of... Oh, wait, I need to sneeze. Hang on a second.
All right. Ooh, bless you. Damn.
She's got 3D. She's got 3D with that sneezing right there. Okay, we have paid messages from Boozebag.
Oh, yeah.
$9 American dollars. Says, change it up, Steve. Sakers to put your hand up Caprice's ass. Start at chapter 3. What are you talking about, Boozebag? I'm not gonna do. I can't physically do that. I'm on the internet.
What was sake?
I don't know, but I can't do it. I'm on the internet. It's like I can't physically do that. I'm not in the real world. I'm not sure I can digitally do that. Dro talks audiobooks, $4.99. Let's hear Steve discuss the calculus squeeze for him just to shake things up. Well, I'd love to do that for you, Dro, but I've got absolutely fucking no idea what you're talking about. Do I look like a man who understands calculus? And also looking through the comments, people not a fan of my ASMR about eating cats, which, you know,
You should do one about eating pussy.
well, you know, I thought they'd get that. I thought they'd understand.
No. Crowd, you know, if they got that sort of thing, we wouldn't have to be begging them for Shingles money. They'd be all over this.
You're saying they just don't understand these neonates'
Subtleties.
sophistication of what I'm going for. Maybe you're right.
Just tell us what kind of vagina you like to eat, Steve.
Look, yeah, well, if everybody would like to fucking apologize to me, we're
What?
now at 16,370 US dollary dues, 142 backers.
That's where we were before I started this chapter. So,
Oh shit! Is it? Look, I'm not right. Okay, I don't know. That I tried my ASMR at these people. They didn't like it. They didn't understand my metaphors. They don't know what sexy is. They're not sophisticated enough. All right. So
you know,
it's your turn.
for what?
I don't know. Just
Whisper something.
stimulating the fucking erotic sensibilities of these monsters until we get another $10, I guess. We're whores now, Bevan. We're just whores.
Your dick will get hard if you give us money.
There you
Is that
go.
how it works?
I would hope so. But you know, I'm not an expert.
Give us the money. Give us the money. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh
God,
yeah. Give us the money.
Don't do that. That just sounds like
Oh my God.
you're having a
Oh,
tough time.
the money's coming. The money's coming.
Oh no, I don't like that. That might be.
Somebody does. Let's see.
Do they?
No, not yet.
Jen insists we already
The
have
jury's out.
$10.
What?
Jen, I think you might just be saying that to shut Bevan up.
There's other ways to shut me up.
T. Castle says, so there I was with lesbians. Turns out they liked each other more than me. We've all been there, T. Castle.
Well, if they're lesbians, and you're not a lesbian, and probably a dude, then that stands to reason.
Scott Gilliot Paisley. OMG, hit refresh. I just sent another $10 to avoid more Steve ASMR. Alright, Scott.
I don't see it yet. I'm hitting refresh.
I'm hitting refresh as well.
270,
I think
370.
Scott wants
Thing
me
is full of shit.
to whisper deeply into his earlobe.
All right, I'll do it. Saying this is what could happen if you only wanted enough.
I don't know. I think the crowd has turned against me, Bevan, to be fair. Scott's definitely not.
Oh, this guy. Scott wants that spotted dick.
Jen says it's supposed to be a fundraiser, not extortion. You know what? All right. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
And now what? What did you call this?
Extortion.
What is the extortion?
Apparently, me seductively whispering into their earlobes, and the threat of me doing so is extortion.
Oh shit! All right, I came through. We're at 16,380.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah,
You got your own.
there's a little delay in the thing. That's fine.
No, it's just
Forgiving.
that happened recently. All right, Scott. I hope you're happy.
You ready? Here we go. There on Hackle Beach. Chapter 4. Allison turned out to be a pretty talented assistant. She kept the bartender so busy answering questions about his fake ID offer that I could have driven behind the bar in a tank and he probably wouldn't have turned around. I don't know, Scott. That sounds kind of sketchy. I mean, how is it even possible to get an ID made that quickly? Hookers die in this place all the time, said the bartender, whose name apparently was Scott. Is that what that funky smell coming from the mattress is about? Scott cringed. Could be. Sometimes they shit themselves, and the manager makes the housekeeping staff provide their own laundry detergent. That's awful. Tell me about it. But what can you do? You think Congress is going to stand up to big laundry after 9/11? Hold on. You're not suggesting... Do you ever recall seeing so much as a mustard stain on Bin Laden's turban? Allison gasped. Holy shit, you're right. Scott looked left and right. Keep it down. They've got eyes and ears everywhere. I was having a heck of a time trying to find the credit cards. They were usually lying out in the open, but this place must have had a special drawer for them or something. I was going to need more time. I pointed at Scott, then gestured for Allison to keep him talking. Allison nodded. So tell me more about the dead hookers. Right. So the Johns come up to me here at the bar freaking out, testing their terrible stories and excuses on me before they try to feed them to the cops. Like what? Asked Allison. The dumbest shit you could imagine, Scott recited some examples in a mocking tone. She just stopped breathing. She didn't say the safe word. I just came in and found this dead hooker in my room. You think a judge is going to buy any of that? Allison shook her head and Scott kept talking. I pour them a drink and tell them to calm the fuck down, that everything's going to be all right. Then we go up to the room, tidy up, and roll the girl up in plastic. But not before I relieve her of her cash and ID. I get it, said Allison. But what if none of the dead hookers look like me? That's where my buddy Rico comes in. He lifted some equipment when he used to work at the DMV. He reprints the driver's license, replacing the hooker's photo with one that I sent him, and that's that. I checked every drawer, nook, and cubby I could find at the back of the bar, but Scott wasn't going to make it too easy for me. There were so many surfaces that it would have been very convenient to place them, but they were all empty. As I scanned the front of the bar, my eyes were inexplicably drawn to Scott's tight jeans, and I finally understood why I hadn't been able to spot the cards. They were in a glass next to the till, right in front of Scott. This was going to be impossible. There was no way I'd be able to grab those cards right out from under his nose. Allison actually had a better chance of grabbing them from where she was sitting, but I couldn't pass that responsibility off to her, especially not this early in a relationship. I needed to show her that I'm capable, and that I'll be there to provide for her and our children, just like my dad provided for me and Bobby. I looked to my dad for inspiration. Still sobbing into his glass, he lit up one of Mom's cigarettes. He didn't smoke, but he liked to swipe a pack from her purse sometimes and watch the cigarettes burn away one by one. And just like that, I knew what I could use to make a distraction. So what do you do with the bodies? Asked Allison. I couldn't be sure, but her interest sounded more genuine to me than if she was just trying to do her part in the heist. That's the best part. I take them out to my boat and dump them in the ocean. It's giving back to nature. Nothing goes to waste. Everybody wins. The sharks and the fish are happy to be fed. The Johns are happy that their lives aren't ruined. The cops are happy they don't have to do any paperwork. They don't have any paperwork to deal with. The mayor is happy to report a low crime rate, and there's never a shortage of employment opportunities for pretty teenage runaways. If you're interested, I can hook you up. I grabbed a couple of the highest proof liquor bottles I could find and glanced up to make sure nobody was looking at me. Scott and two of the customers had their gazes fixed firmly on Allison, and everyone was either watching my dad continue to cry or laughing at the guy who was throwing peanuts at him. Keep it up, Dad. Once I had what I judged to be enough of that side of the bar saturated with liquor to cause a distracting enough flash, I backed up to the other side of the bar slowly, leaving a trail of something called Mama's hopes and dreams behind me. I looked around for a match or a lighter, but Dad had my back again. That fucking whore, he said through sobs as his peanut bounced off his head. His voice was a little more slurred than I expected for how much scotch was still left in his bottle. He should have eaten something first. I'd say I hope she gets AIDS, but then I'd feel bad for the AIDS. He lowered his arm to stub out his almost completely burned away cigarette butt, but missed the ashtray by over 6 inches and dropped the lit cigarette butt on the floor behind the bar. The sudden eruption of flame was much bigger than I had anticipated. Shit! Cried Scott. Allison's eyes went wide, reflecting the wall of fire behind the bar, then dulled as her gaze seemed to gravitate toward Scott's butt. I made my move, grabbing the credit cards from the glass and ducking out under the bar gate. When I came around to the other side, I saw that the man who'd been throwing peanuts at my dad now had his hand cupped around Allison's waist. She turned abruptly and knocked his liquor bottle over, spilling it onto his lap and down on the bar. Oh my God, she said, hopping down off her stool. I'm so sorry. I couldn't say more, but it didn't look like an accident to me. You dumb little slut. Do you know how much I paid for these? The fire raced along a liquid trail on the bar and down the front of his pants. He burst into flames from the waist down, fell off his stool, and began rolling around the floor and screaming. Allison smiled at me as we walked out to the bar area. I've got to admit, Eric, you're a lot more fun than you look. I think I walked right into the potted plant I'd been hiding behind earlier. What a goofball she must think I am. My knee screamed with pain, but I didn't cry out. Not like the guy back at the bar who was still screaming about being on fire. My vision came back to focus. The first thing I saw was the homeless man Allison's dad had hit with his car. He was standing outside with his face pressed against the lobby window, staring at me with his good eye and laughing. He seemed to be doing pretty well, considering that he had just gotten hit by an SUV a few hours earlier. Eric, said Allison, giving me a little shake. Huh? I looked into her dark, makeup-ringed eyes and sighed. What's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. I shook my head. Not a ghost. Just that guy from the parking. When I looked again, he was gone. Maybe he had been a ghost after all. No, that was silly. I had to keep it together. I think I just banged my head on my knee too hard. Let's order some food. Allison grabbed a booklet from a display case in the lobby featuring local businesses and restaurants. What are you in the mood for? Pizza's an easy choice. My brother Bobby only eats only eats plain cheese. We can get one of those and one of whatever you like the best. Allison placed the order on her phone. I flipped through the rest of the booklet. Nothing caught my interest until I got to the last page. There was a picture of a woman bent over, barely wearing any clothes at all. It didn't say what kind of business it was. It just had the phone number. 555-ETT-STFF. A sentence behind it in parentheses. All that's missing is you. That's the end of chapter 4.
enticing, sexy even.
Yeah.
Well, we definitely had a
Oh.
$10 donation while you were reading that chapter, so the next chapter
I
is
must
in the
have. It
bag.
was a long chapter there.
It was, but only the one donation.
Well, that's fine.
I'd like to shout at people now and give them up, but I don't know. I don't think they trust me yet after my ASMR attempts. So
Our people are into butt stuff.
I didn't say anything about butt stuff. I'm fairly sure I was just talking.
Exactly.
Well, okay, yeah.
I did, and that got donations. You said, "All right, I'm gonna whisper at them." You didn't say, "I'm gonna put two fingers up your butt."
I didn't say that specifically. I like to think I implied it. 145 backers, 16,410 US dollars. Holy shit. I'm going to put two fingers up your butt.
Make it a tier.
Well, it doesn't really
Unofficial.
cost me anything except for some finger warmth, I guess. But
Well, no, it gives you finger warmth.
yeah, you're just suggesting that I want the finger warmth. Maybe I don't. Maybe this is a choice. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a little bit too picky. After all, we want to make this movie happen. Shingles, the movie. Indiegogo today. Donate. We're already at $16,410. 27% of our maximum target. We could really make this happen. Are you a Shingles fan? Maybe not. Are you a fan of, let's say, Goosebump novels, but you secretly rewrite them in your head to be much more problematic? Then we're your guys. Are you just a fan of chaos? Let's make this happen. Donate today to the Indiegogo for Shingles the movie. Whether you're an Authors and Dragons fan or not. Maybe you're just a horror anthology fan. Maybe you're just a comedy horror fan. Maybe you're a Steve Rosinski fan of Karis Hell, cult hit. If you dig that, you're going to dig the Shingles the movie script, trust me. It's going to be sweet. And we've had an exciting and enticing fundraising day today. We've gone from 101 backers to 145 backers. That's pretty sweet. But can we keep it going? With Robert Bevan reading some classic Shingles stories, chapter by chapter. Let's do it, baby.
Huh? Sorry.
All right, we've had enough pledges for another chapter. Go.
All right. What happened? What was going?
What do you mean? What happened? We had someone donate.
I don't know. You were blabbering on. I kind of dozed off.
Well, that wasn't the. I was trying to give you a break. Maybe not that much of a break.
Oh shit! I wish I knew. I would have gone and eaten something. But all right. No, you did fine. I'm proud of you.
Well, no, I'm proud of you. You had a break. You were asleep.
Yeah. I guess that counts.
Yeah, no, that absolutely counts. That's like a short rest.
You know what I'm doing? I'm turning on my fan, Steve.
Oh, fine.
You know what? There's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, no, I can't. I'm not even there.
Yeah, but you. Does it sound horrible?
Well, Bevan, it sounds like a fucking fan.
All right, that'll do. You know what? I'm gonna. What?
What does my opinion
Okay.
matter? I'm
Feel
just the
so
guy
nice.
who controls the fucking sound quality and edits shit. Who
Yeah.
cares what I
So make sure you block out this fan.
How do you expect me to do that?
Nah, just fuck with you. I Alright, anyway, you can clearly understand what I'm saying, so I gotta say some more words.
Yeah, I could somebody say like, well, a fucking rock monster flaps its dick behind you.
And that's all atmospheric. Alright, Terror on Hypo Beach, Chapter 5. Alright, I'll turn down the lowest a little bit. It's, I think that's what's making me so sleepy. Just being sweltering in my garage. What was saved us all for? Alright. Chapter 5, here we go. When we'd all eaten our fill of the pizza, breadsticks, and chicken wings Mr. Brian M. Stanley had been generous enough to pay for, Bobby went back to watching television. Is this the right chapter? Yeah, alright. Do you want to check out the beach? Said Allison. I looked around to see if there was anyone else she might be asking, but it was just me. I was so overcome with shock and joy that I couldn't form coherent words, so I nodded. We should probably go now, before it gets too dark to see all the hypodermic needles poking out of the sand. I remembered those from my last trip to Hypo Beach years ago. They were great for making spires on sandcastles, but it sure would hurt to step on one. Good idea, I said. I'll check on Bobby and see if the babysitter can meet you out in the hall. Allison looked out around the room. There's a babysitter here? I thought she was joking for a second, but she really looked confused. That's what my mom calls the TV. Ah, gotcha. Allison sneaked out quietly, and I looked up at the schedule for the channel Bobby was watching. They were running a SpongeBob marathon. What luck. He'd be occupied for hours. Once again, I slipped out the door and let it close behind me short of clicking shut. But Allison was nowhere to be seen. I looked up and down the hallway, but both sides were completely empty. I leaned my head against the wall opposite our door. What was I thinking? A beautiful girl like her and a dweeby little kid like me? I'm so stupid. Maybe when I discovered Miss Cumberland saying the teacher's room lounge was white. That one's not going to amount to much. I should probably just give up on life and throw myself off the nearest. Hey, dork, heads up. Huh? I looked up and just in time to get hit in the face with a pack of peanut M&Ms. Allison laughed. The vending machine takes credit cards. Isn't that awesome? She had a Coke in one hand and a Milky Way in the other. You ready to go? You bet I am. Bending over to pick up the M&Ms, I wondered if she'd be impressed. If she'd be impressed by my severe peanut allergy. I'd never had real M&Ms before, but Mom and Dad sometimes fed me the generic brand when they had friends over, so they could all laugh at how big my head swelled up. It was pretty painful though, and occasionally people seemed put off by it. I decided to save that trick until I got to know her a little better. When we got down to the lobby, the fire had just been put out, and the bar area didn't look to have suffered too much damage from it. It was dark and smoky, and there was a sign blocking the entrance that said, "Closed for cleaning. Sorry for the inconvenience." Which had a picture of a stick figure and holding a feather duster. Dad was in a chair in the lobby now, drinking a scotch straight from the bottle. He wasn't sobbing quite as hard. It looked like he might have peed his pants. They were wet in the front, and there was a yellow puddle under his chair. Maybe it was just water reflecting in the yellow plastic "Caution, wet floor" sign someone had been thoughtful enough to put there. We walked wide around the puddle, and I didn't think he noticed me until he called out after me. "Way to go, son! Nice tight ass on that one. I was worried that he was talking about Allison, but his gaze seemed to be fixed on a tree to the right of us. Want some fantasy advice? Sure, I said, knowing I probably wouldn't understand it, though the combination of his slurred speech and habit of giving me confusing advice that never seemed to apply to whatever situation I was in at the time.
Come on, dude.
Stick
Don't
to...
stop now.
I'm here. I just need to take a breath. Stick to butt stuff. Otherwise, it looked like he was going to throw up for a second. Then
Stick to
shook it
butt
off.
stuff.
There you go. Otherwise, she'll plop out a couple of brats and you'll be stuck with those just guzzling cow forever. She won't love you. And she'll end up pissing herself in the lobby of a one-star shithole hotel while she gets plowed by every random hobo drunk and desperate enough to put their chlamydia-riddled dick in her bubonic snatch. Thanks, Dad, I said with a smile, not understanding most of what he just said. I think these advice sessions are more for him than they are for me. No problem, Bobby. A yellow stream trickled down from his chair, finding the puddle on the floor and reaching and ruling out by admittedly optimistic reflecting the sign theory. Is he going to be okay? Asked Allison as we walked out the lobby door. Sure, I said. It always surprised me when people ask me that. As long as the hotel staff doesn't give him a rope or a straight razor when he asks for one, they'll be as good as new this morning. How can you be sure they won't give him what he asks for? I smiled at her. My dad's smart. I overheard him when he decided to make the revolution, and he gave them explicit instructions not to.
Bevan.
Yes, sorry.
Go away, you did say you
Did I finish the chapter?
passed out. No. Don't, did you?
What?
Come on, you can do it.
Where did I stop? What was the last thing I said?
Start reading with the page you're on.
Is he going to be okay? Did I say that already?
Go from is he going to be okay?
Is that where I stopped before?
I don't know.
God damn. Alright, we're
Come on, man, you can do this. I believe in you.
I'm having another sip, just a second. I'm going back and looking at where I think I might have what I read.
Come on, you can do it, man.
Alright, I know I can do it, I just want to know where... Alright,
I don't know.
I'm gonna give a little bonus because I know I turned to this page, but I don't remember reading most of this. Alright. Dad was in a chair in the lobby now, drinking a scotch straight from the bottle. He wasn't sobbing quite as hard, but he looked like he might have peed his pants. They were wet in the front, and there was a yellow puddle under his chair. Maybe it was just water reflecting on the yellow plastic caution wet floor sign someone had been thoughtful enough to put there. Excuse me. We walked wide around the puddle, and I didn't think he noticed me until he called out after me. Way to go, son. Nice tight ass on that one. I was worried that he was talking about Allison, but his gaze seemed to be fixed on a tree just to the right of us. Want some fatherly advice? Sure, I said, knowing I probably wouldn't understand it through the combination of his slurred speech and the habit of giving me confusing advice that never seemed to apply to whatever situation I was in at the time. Stick to butt stuff! Otherwise, it looked like he was going to throw up for a second, then he shook it off. Otherwise, she'll plop out a couple of brats and you'll be stuck with the jizz-guzzling cow forever. She won't love you, and you'll end up pissing yourself in the lobby of a one-star shithole hotel while she gets plowed by every random hobo drunk desperate enough to put their chlamydia-riddled dick in her bubonic snatch. Thanks, Dad, I said. Pretty sure I didn't read that before. Thanks, Dad, I said with a smile, not understanding most of what he just said. I think these advice sessions are more for him than they are for me. No problem, Bobby. The yellow stream trickled down from his chair, widening the puddle on the floor and ruling out my admittedly optimistic reflecting the sign theory. Is he going to be okay? Asked Allison as we walked out the lobby door. Sure, I said. It always surprised me when people ask that. As long as the hotel staff doesn't give him a rope or a straight razor when he asks for one, he'll be as good as new in the morning. How can he be sure they won't give him what he asked for? I smiled at her. My dad's smart. I overheard him when he called to make the reservations, and he gave them explicit instructions not to. Allison nodded. That's pretty impressive. Alright. That was the end of chapter 5. Sorry for nodding off in the middle of it.
Look, man, you're doing all right. We've been doing this like nearly 5 hours. We've been doing okay. This is what it's about. This is a fucking marathon event.
Yeah.
And it's
even more impressive that you're still here, because I was not expecting that.
Well, I don't have to read the book. I don't have to put on the show. I tried my show while you're off peeing, and no one liked it. Everybody thought it was creepy. But we're at $16,265 right now, which means we
The
have
fuck we are.
made just
So
on
we're at $16,430.
Oh shit! When did that happen?
As soon as I refreshed,
Oh my god! Yeah,
I read my shit and refreshed.
Well, I don't have accurate information. 146 backers from 101. So 45 backers today. $16,430 US. I was just in
That's incredible.
Campaign Insights, which are apparently a little bit behind the times. And they were saying...
I thought, when I had this idea, I thought, maybe, if we're lucky, I might make $300. But I'm gonna have to stay up till like 9 in the morning to do it.
Well, you've made...
I'm happy to have been proven
you
wrong.
made about $4,000, including the YouTube.
Yeah.
But it will cost you your health and sanity, because...
Yeah, I was going to be drinking all night anyway, so it's Saturday.
Well, I ran out of beer, so it's costing me my health and sanity. But I think... Call me crazy.
I've given you enough warnings.
I think we got another monetary prod last time, which means you've got to read.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I owe another chapter. I know, but can we talk a bit first?
We can't.
Oh man, that one.
We can't even like.
Yeah, give me a breather.
I'm trying to give you a breather. Look, you fell asleep. I gave you a breather.
Yeah.
And then you were like, and then you woke up and you were like, what's your problem? Like, I don't have a problem. I was giving you a little break there.
Oh man. Well, thank you for that.
Well, it's fine. It's fine. I understand where you're coming from.
I mean, again, the could count because I did say
We all watched you
until I pass
we all
out, and
just
I
watched you.
technically did pass out.
We all watched you nope out mid-sentence. I mean, and I don't. No one blames you here. This would be a 5-hour fucking stream of fun.
I'm just saying. Yeah, according to the rules, I did pass out, so I could quit now, but I'm not gonna.
Good, officially. But is that the Robert Bevan we know and love? I don't think it is. I think we know.
No, I am super impressed by the amount of money we've raised, and if people want to continue hearing Terror on Hypo Beach, oh god damn it, I will give them butt stuff.
God damn it! God damn it! I'll give you butt stuff.
If the people want butt stuff,
Then
I will deliver it.
You've done very well.
Oh,
I'm just going to stop here to say that I'm very proud of you. You've done very well.
well, thank you.
We've drank online.
I'm proud of you too, because you are 5 hours later than me,
Yeah, it's very early where I am.
and you don't have beer.
No, yeah, I've run out of beer. That is quite tragic. Oh dear.
What the fuck are you doing now?
Just watching you talk shit.
Yeah, that sucks.
That doesn't suck. A lot of people are bang into this shit.
Yeah, I think most of them are drinking.
Well, I'd hope so.
All right, you ready?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's roll off another chapter.
All right.
Come on, everyone. Let's do this.
All right. Well, chapter 6 is a short one. So, you know what that means? It's a short chapter. That means you. Somebody just donated, but I didn't start the chapter yet.
Oh, wait. Yeah. No, they donated $10. Can I get a fuck you to Liz and Finley from Robert Bevan?
Fuck you, Liz and Finley. You know what? I didn't start chapter 6 yet, so fuck you.
Fuck you, Liz and Finley.
And fuck Scott. Sucker. All right.
Chapter time.
All right. Chapter 6. Now wait, let me introduce it properly. Here on Hypo Beach, Chapter 6. When we'd walked about 2 blocks, I saw an elderly man across the street sitting in a rocking chair in front of a convenience store called Uncle Willie's Get It and Go. He was talking to someone who, from behind, looked a lot like the homeless man Allison's dad had hit with his car. I tried to tell myself it was someone else. After all, lots of people wear long, filthy trench coats in the middle of the summer. But as hard as I tried to convince myself, I just wasn't buying it. I ain't gonna tell you again, said the old man in the rocking chair while the trench coat man was holding his coat open and thrusting his pelvis at him. Why you come around here trying to push that newfangled shit on me? Heroin was good enough for my daddy, it was good enough for my granddaddy, and it's good enough for me. The man in the trench coat spoke too quietly for me to hear what he was saying, but I can imagine his horrible, gurgly voice. The old man leaned back in his rocker and wagged his finger at the trench coat man. I'm 87 years old and set in my ways. I don't need no iPhones, I don't need no Facebooks, and I certainly don't need no fancy new drugs. Now get on out of my face before you go and get me all riled up. I started to have my doubts about the identity of the trench coat man when he thrust his pelvis even more vigorously at the old man in the rocking chair. Surely he couldn't maintain that degree of aggressive salesmanship after having been hit by a car only a few hours ago. I've given you my final answer. The old man pointed in our direction. There's some young white kids. Why don't you go sell your shit to them? My heart started beating faster as the man in the coat disengaged from the old man and slowly turned around. I know a shortcut, I lied, grabbing Allison by the wrist and turning briskly down a side street. I couldn't help but looking at the man in the coat as he turned to face me. It was him, all right. A chill ran up my spine as his creepy one-eye gaze met mine. Allison jerked her wrist free of my grasp, but kept following me. How was this a shortcut? The beach was straight ahead of us. Did I say shortcut? I tried to think of something to follow that with, but I couldn't focus on anything but the trench coat man's creepy, rotten-toothed grin. I wanted to show you this cool shop. I pointed up at the first thing that caught my eye. A friendly-looking, brightly covered storefront sign. Allison looked at the sign, then looked warily down at me. Hello, Titty? There are pictures of naked women and there are pictures of naked men and women in the window that look like the ones in the magazines my dad kept up high on his shelf in a box in his office closet. Except these were a lot clearer because they didn't look to have been repeatedly glued together and pulled apart. Also, in the window was a handwritten sign that read in big bold letters, 50% off all butt stuff. Oops, I said. I thought this was My mind raced for something to finish that thought. I saw an array of colorful plastic things on the back wall of the shop that blurted out. Hot dog stand? Are you hungry yet already? After we just ate? I forced out a laugh. Now that you mention it, I guess I am kind of full. You're acting weird, said Allison. Maybe you should just go back to the hotel. No! I shrieked, a little too excitedly. She put her hands on her hips and narrowed her eyes at me. What's going on with you? I decided to level with her. I'm Tommy. Allison, I just saw something. I looked back at the street where we'd come from, and there were no signs of the Mac next to the dirty coat. Or a thin...
Go on, man. Focus.
I'm sorry.
Sit up.
Sorry, here I am. Where was I?
You can do this.
Alright, yes. Same problem as before. Just gotta find my way. What's going on with you? No. You're acting... Alright, I'm gonna go back up a little bit. You're acting weird, said Allison. Maybe we should just go back to the hotel. No, I shrieked a little too excitedly. She put her hands on her hips and narrowed her eyes at me. What's going on with you? I decided to level with her. I'm sorry, Allison. I just saw something. I looked back to the street where we'd come from and saw no sign of the man in the dirty coat. Or at least I thought I saw something that freaked you out. Or that freaked me out. What was it? Nothing. I'm okay now. Are you sure? asked Allison. You still look a little spooked. Sure, I'm sure. I gave her my best non-public grin. Let's go check out the beach. Allison nodded. When we turned to start walking, the man in the dirty trench coat was standing right in our path, grinning down at both of his rotten, narrow brown teeth. Greetings, children, he said, in a terrible, gurgly voice of his. He opened his coat to reveal his stiffened wiener. Oh, God. Almost done. Going back up a bit. Sure, I'm sure. I gave her my best non-scooped grin. Let's go ahead and check out the beach. Allison nodded. When we turned to start walking, the man in the dirty trench coat was standing right in our path, grinning down at us with his rotten brown teeth. Greetings, children, he said with his terrible, gurgly voice of his that opened up into a curtain revealed a stiffened wiener, as well as dozens of syringes that filled with yellow, strange.
Bevan.
Yes. Sorry.
Can you finish this chapter?
Maybe. Where?
Come on,
Let's see
you can
where
do
I
it.
was.
Focus. You got this. Focus.
Do you remember where I was? Do you remember what I said last?
It was just after the homeless guy talked to them.
Alright, that's not helpful.
Look, I'm not a great win.
Alright. Yeah, alright,
Come on, man, you can do this.
alright. I'm gonna start with, I decided to level with her. I think I've started here before. But I gotta do it one more time. There's only half a page after this. I can do it.
You can do
I'm
it.
sorry, Allison. I just saw something. I looked back to the street where we'd come from and saw no sign of the man in the dirty coat. Or at least what I thought I saw something that freaked me out. What was it? Nothing. I'm okay now. Are you sure? Asked Allison. You still look a little spooked. Sure, I'm sure. I gave her my best non-spooked grin. Let's go check out the beach. Allison nodded. Okay. When we turned to start walking, the man in the dirty trench coat was standing right in our path, grinning down at us with rotten brown teeth. Greetings, children, he said in a terrible, gurgly voice of his as he opened the coat to reveal his stiffened wiener, as well as dozens of syringes filled with that strange yellow liquid. Would you like to experience the wonder of my honey yum yum? Only $15 for a poke in the rear. Alright.
Okay.
That was the end of the chapter.
Yes, that was the end of the chapter. You have read the end of that chapter like 3 times.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, then what are you bitching about me for?
Yeah, no, I'm not bitching you. The chat is now saying to me, Steve, tell me stopped at stiff wieners. It's like, yeah, where I am, it is 4:30 in the morning. Don't expect me to fucking rein this rodeo in. Well, you know what? Danny D1199 says, what a Herculean effort, and I agree with him. Scott Gyot Paisley says, stiffened wieners make Bevan sleepy, and I agree with him. T Castle.
Eventually.
I just expected him to be better off than I am. I don't know how bad you are off, T Castle, but
Yeah, it sounds like you're in a dark place.
Scott says, yeah, it's been awesome, but Bevan needs to sleep and Steve needs to get in his coffin before the sun comes up. Hey, fuck you. But
Are people leaving?
Jess Hennessy says yay. Aaron Kelly says yeah.
What is this in response to something?
I don't know, they're just saying yeah and yay.
Yeah,
Michaela says,
they really like the end of that chapter because I read it like 8 times.
Tamara says, go to sleep, guys. I don't know how much you gonna pay us to go to sleep.
That's the thing. They have paid us.
Oh, they
I
have
just
paid us.
renewed the thing and I owe them another chapter.
That's right. I don't know if they bought another chapter actually. We're still at one.
They did.
Back to, they did buy another chapter.
What? 147? Well, no, we weren't at that before, but I spent so long reading this chapter that we're now at 147 backers. That's not what it was before I just refreshed.
Well, Bevan, I
don't know.
have no concept of time anymore. So I don't know. I have ceased to be your, I guess, your coach in this, and I've become just another person lost in the void. I know we've made somewhere in the vicinity of $4,000 today, thanks to the generous donations of everybody who's been pacing along with us on this marathon of problematic bullshit. And we love you for that. Thank you so much. With that much
clips. Are you leaving me, Steve?
No, I'm not. I'm just talking to people. Jack Coayer says just back. Welcome aboard, Jack. Did you just join us? Tamara Grunwald said, guys, stop donating. They're gonna die. Hey, Tamara Grunwald. God, we're not gonna die.
I'm not gonna die.
The worst you're gonna see is Bevan fall asleep on camera. And
again,
you won't see me. The only reason you won't see me fall asleep.
You've seen it happen twice already.
I mean, this is just fine. Aaron Kelly says, I'll donate $20 for you to go to bed.
It's gonna take more than that.
Harlan Peterson says, Steve made me back it on payday with his ASMR. I don't believe you, Harlan. I don't think anyone enjoyed my cat ASMR. Aaron Kelly gave us $20 to rage quit. Oh,
she actually gave it to us?
Slug comes at the end, says, it's okay, I'll be here. I'll be here forever. Slug, and you know what? You can judge a man by the quality of his enemies. And I feel quite content with the quality of my enemies. That being Slug.
Yeah.
The Dream Fox, I believe that's you, me. I still need to cook my dinner. Go have some
dinner.
It is. Go have some dinner.
And, you know, whenever we're participating with somebody named Yummy, I was expecting it to be like this saucy little Japanese girl, but no, it's just a dude in a fox costume. So I'll never forget who that is.
Well, you'll never forget that. I'll never forget him walking in and
Man,
T-Castles.
I don't want to think of that guy as
Stop eating feline, Steve. Well, maybe I will. And Kelly, hey Dak Daniels. Welcome to
what?
Tamara's saying Slough, take it down a notch. No, he's not going to do that. I've met him. He's an evil genius. He wasn't wearing a cape.
The body of a 12-year-old.
He's kind of like he's sort of internally wearing a cape. It's fine. If you're going to have a nemesis, use a good nemesis.
The Slog is, I don't know him well, but I know that he's a dungeon master and he wears a cape.
He might be the dungeon master.
I don't know either of these things, but I kind of do.
Scott Gert Paisley says, does Bevan still have the can crushing log? Needs to crush some cans.
You want to do that?
Yeah, fucking like and subscribe for some can crushing.
All right, yeah, let's do that.
Let's crush that. Jeff Hennessy says, don't fall backwards.
What?
Well, don't fall backwards.
No, I don't want to do that. But I will crush some cans. We get one more Indiegogo donation for whatever. $1. I don't care what it is.
Can crushing.
I'll crush some cans.
Crush some fucking cans.
So I'm gonna go pee, and you guys.
Okay, well I'm gonna
think about what we've done. What?
Okay, cool. I've put the pee barrier up. Please do feel free to go and urinate before the can crushing. You Thank you, everybody, for your support. We've done all right. We've done very well. I think we've raised more money in a single day than we have in this entire campaign. Don't worry if you're worried about destroying Bevan. You haven't destroyed Bevan. I've casually drank with Bevan. This is fine. This is normal. Danny, D1199. Crush, kill, destroy. Yeah, probably. Hopefully. Let's see. Good to see you all. Nice to see you all coming together for this. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for stepping up. You know, it sounds like kind of a joke. Let's make a Shingles movie. But, wouldn't it be really cool if we made a Shingles movie? Jack Coe says, Cat Crusher, I guess. Well, now he has to crush the cans. Otherwise, it's just going to be weird. Another $5 for can crushing. Who knew that recycling could be so profitable? Okay. Actually, yeah. All right. We should be back now. Set up the cans. Well, I don't think this sort of one can, so this free can should be even more impressive.
Alright, there's 3 flat cans. And make them a little flatter. Boom. Look at that, huh? Nothing.
Alright, now
is that the end of the wonder? No.
No, do another
Hold my
one.
wonder.
Now that everybody sees you and can hear you properly, after we had technical difficulties. So you need to smash some more things.
I can do 5 cans.
Well,
Huh?
do 5
You
cans.
thought 3 was impressive. Yeah, fuck that. Here's 5.
Do it.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see? There's just there. And then thinking,
This
hey,
is
we're 5 cans.
environmental
We got our
efficiency.
whole lives ahead of us. Nope. I can stack them up. Go ahead. Boom, like nothing. Look at that. 5 cans.
This
Looks
is
like 1 can.
entertainment.
Now, I have done this before.
don't try
I
this
can't
at
make any
home.
promises. I can go as high as 7 cans.
Oh shit.
But yeah, I'm in a state right now.
Well, let's not push ourselves.
Well, no, let's do it. These people paid for the entertainment.
Well, you still owe them a chapter.
Well, all right. Do a chapter. Yeah, that's all right. Do a chapter first. If they want to see 7 cans, they can stick around and pay for another one. All right. Good thinking, Steve. You're a ruthless son of a bitch.
I am. I really am.
All right.
Okay, let's do this.
Have another puff. There we go.
Does that get your blood going, Bevan?
Yeah, I guess my dick hard. Voice.
Well, that's a less polite way of putting it, I guess.
Yeah. All right, where are we? Terror on Hypo Beach, Chapter 7. Let's see how long this is. I can do this. Allison screamed so loud I thought my ears might start bleeding. As scared as I was also a little relieved to know that she could see the trench coat man too. And that he wasn't just some, excuse me, just a second. And then he wasn't just some figment of my imagination. His laugh echoed after us as we ran for our lives. I was a faster runner than Allison, but I ran slow enough that she could keep up with me. When we came across the first intersection, I turned left. Eric, panted Allison, why are you going this way? The hotel is back that way. I thought we were going to the beach. I had a feeling she might want to abandon our beach date, which is why I didn't ask before making the left turn. I slowed my pace until we were walking. Do you want to turn around? Allison looked back in the direction we'd come from, then shook her head. I was scared at first, but now I'm more embarrassed. That's as close as I've ever been to a black person. If I hadn't already been madly in love with her, that might have raised a red flag. That's what scared you? I said. She shrugged. We live in a nice neighborhood. I'm not used to that sort of thing. Oh, I said, a little bit disturbed by what seemed to determine the niceness of a given neighborhood in her mind, and wondering why that sort of thing she was referring to black people in general. Don't act like you weren't just as scared as I was. Sure I was, but that had more to do with his moldy, shriveled eyeball and his rotten brown teeth. Allison frowned at me. That seems kind of petty, Eric. You don't know what he's been through. I know he's been hit by a car. That felt like kind of a low blow, but I didn't appreciate being called petty. How do you know that? Did she really not know? Wondering if I'd missed something in the conversation, I gave her a straight answer. Because I saw your dad hit him with his car when you pulled up next to us in the hotel parking lot. Oh man, that's pretty messed up. How could you possibly not notice something like that? Believe me, said Allison, if you had to listen to your horror of a stepmom slurping on your dad's dong every time you all got in the car together, you'd invest in some high-quality headphones and learn to tune out your surroundings pretty quickly. I wasn't so sure about that. I didn't completely understand everything she was talking about, but if my horror of a stepmom looked anything like Allison's horror of a stepmom, and I wasn't wearing a shirt, I couldn't imagine wanting to tune that out. Oh, sorry. But if my horror of a stepmom looked like anything like Allison's horror of a stepmom and wasn't wearing a shirt, I couldn't imagine wanting to tune that out at all. My chances for a summer romance and potential first kiss were slipping away fast. I had to think of something to steer things back in the right direction. At least it seems like your dad didn't kill him. Given a little more thought, I might have been able to come up with something better. Allison pointed to the ground ahead. Watch your step. As the sidewalk gave way to weedy sand, I saw the first syringe. Looking beyond it, I could see the glint of 1,000 more needles reflecting in the late afternoon sunlight. It was like the reverse of a starlit sky. This was my chance to make romance happen. It's so beautiful, I said. Allison sighed. Wouldn't it be nice to live in a place like this? Sure would. I imagined our kids running around on the beach having syringe dart fights. My parents used to take me here when I was a little girl, back before my mom fell into the wood chipper. Hypo Beach always makes me think of her. I smiled. That's nice. The mood was perfect as we walked closer to the water. I couldn't believe I was actually taking a walk on the beach with a beautiful woman. It was a day I'd always dreamed about. I wanted so much to hold her hand, but I couldn't work up the nerve to take it. No, I'd come this far. There was no turning back now. Her hand was within my reach, just asking to be held. I took a few deep breaths, wiped the sweat off my own palm, and went for the grab. I missed. Her hand shot up just as mine closed around empty air. Scott! She shouted, waving at a group of 4 guys standing ankle deep in the water. One of them, sure enough, was the bartender from the seaside inn. He squinted our way as his friends hurriedly put whatever they were holding into one guy's bag. When he finally recognized Allison, he He smiled. Hey, butt stuff, what's up? Boy, did I feel like a doofus. I was the one responsible for him getting the rest of the day off. Alright, that's the end of chapter 7.
Ooh. Some butt stuff going on
Ooh.
already.
Already? There's butt stuff in every chapter in this book.
I know, but
That's
I
a
think
theme.
it's like incrementally building. Oh, and you didn't fall asleep during that chapter?
I didn't, no. No, I got a little second win there.
Yeah, I'm proud of you. It's been a slog.
Thanks,
It's been a grueling marathon of problematic comedy and alcohol. I'm impressed.
Let's see if the audience was impressed.
Well, the audience are
did we get
impressed
any
and
more?
worried.
Oh, the audience was not impressed enough to contribute more, I see.
That is true. There were no contributions in the last chapter. It might be that everyone is just tired and wants to go to bed.
Might be.
But check out that big erect pink bar there. That
Oh,
is,
what are you talking about?
well, the audience can see it. You might not be able to see it right now.
I mean, I'm hoping the audience can't see it.
But the audience can see the big erect pink bar. We
I
have.
thought
I think we've raised
my
more
camera was not showing that.
We've
Huh?
raised more in a single day than we have in any other single day. So it's been a fantastic triumph, Bevan, with your natural charisma and dulcet tones, reading problematic bedtime stories for all our listeners. So well done.
Yeah.
And thank you to everyone who donated. You're all gorgeous, thank you.
This is goodbye.
Are
we done?
Gonna be. Yeah, well,
Oh no, I thought I was gonna be doing this until 9 in the morning.
well,
It's not even 12 yet.
nobody's donated anything.
Yeah. Oh man, you guys let me down.
Well, nobody's donated, but we're still at 150 backers,
Yeah.
which is fucking.
Yeah, you
fantastic.
know what? We can't. Yeah, I can't. I can't just give my talents away. You
Well,
know?
Lamplight is here with us. She's our fail-safe. Because
Yeah, you're right there. You're right. We raised a lot of money today. If I kept going now, it would just cheapen everybody's donation. Yeah. Oh, I didn't have to donate that. He was going to read it anyway.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. Because I can do this again on another day.
Yeah, everyone.
Now that I know the thirst behind it.
Everyone who's been here today and been thirsty for it and been secretly aroused by my ASMR, I know there's at least one of you.
No.
Let us shut up, then, bye. Let us know.
There was me,
Let us know what you
but
like.
I'm cheap.
Let us know what you didn't like, unless it was my ASMR, in which case you show your face. And
All right, you know what? I think. All right. Yeah, they didn't contribute last time. However, they do deserve something to punctuate the end of this stream. So I will attempt a 7-can smash.
a 7-can smash. It's more than anyone does.
7 cans. Yeah. I got 7 cans here.
Oh shit!
I can do this.
We had another. We had another contribution.
How much was it?
We are now at 16,495.
How much was it before?
Are you gonna smash 7 cans?
You're saying we had another contribution.
We did. We just had another $10 contribution.
Another $10?
Yeah.
I can do another chapter.
Well, I think you may have to. These
Yeah.
these are the rules you laid out.
I mean, the rules. Yeah.
But I don't make the rules.
Before I finished the last chapter.
You
That didn't
made
happen. But, that's fine. Just you keep it coming, friends.
Hello, friend.
Alright. Let's see what we got. Not too bad. Take a sip. Error on Hypo Beach, Chapter 8. Name isn't butt stuff, I said just a little confrontationally. It's Allison. Scott looked at me, then at Allison. So what's with the kid? You babysitting or something? Allison smiled. Or something. This is my friend Rico. Scott gestured to the fattest of the four of them. He's the one with all the equipment I told you about. Rico winked at Allison. And a big bucket of lube. When do you dump the kid? Asked Scott. I leaned in way too close to her and slid a finger down her side. Have you thought about my proposal from before? I wanted to slap his hand away, but I didn't like the idea of him and his friends beating the snot out of me. Allison pushed his hand away gently and took a step back. No, I haven't. What are you guys up to anyway? I saw you shoving something into a bag. Scott laughed. Sorry about that. We thought you might be a cop. The tall guy holding the bag in question held it behind his back and scowled down at Allison. How do we know she's not? Whoa, said Scott. Take it easy, Josh. She's cool. Josh's cold eyes remained fixed on Allison. I'm afraid that's not good enough. Butt stuff sounds like a cop name to me. Allison returned his hard stare. I think my friend just told you my name is Allison. I considered the fact that she called me her friend was a win. Sure, I would have preferred boyfriend or fiancé, but it still recognized me as a step up from just some kid she was babysitting. Josh leaned in close, getting in Allison's face. Why don't you read me my rights, Allison? The tension was thick as everyone stared at her, waiting for her response. I don't have to read you shit. Everyone sighed as the tension evaporated. See, said Scott, I told you she wasn't a cop. I didn't want to look stupid, but my curiosity got the better of me. What just happened? I asked. What was that all about? The guy with the curly red hair rolled his eyes. What's with this kid? Is he retarded or something? Hey, lay off, Ziggy, said Scott. He's just a kid. He turned to me. If you ask a cop to read your Melinda rights, they totally have to do it. It's in the Constitution. Josh relaxed his cold stare. Sorry things got so intense. Can't be too careful these days, you know? Allison nodded. Yeah, I know. We cool? No hard feelings? She smiled at him. We're cool. Rico shoved his right hand down the front of his shorts and started pumping his fist back and forth as he stared open mouth at Allison. I've got some hard feelings for you. Knock that shit off, said Scott. Maybe he wasn't such a bad guy after all. You know the rules. No gang banging until she has her new ID. Rico sighed and pulled his hand out of his shorts. Fine. Allison smiled at Scott. Such a gentleman. So what's in the bag? We bought this new drug off a black guy. It's called Honey Yum Yum. Have you heard of it? In passing, what's it like? I don't know, but I heard it's fucking wild. We were just about to give it a try. He turned to Josh. You ready to do this? Josh pulled a syringe full of yellow liquid out of his bag. Who wants to go first? I was the one who had to interact with the black person, said Ziggy. Since it was my life on the line, I think I should get to go first. Everyone else shrugged. I didn't say the N-word. Fair enough, said Scott. Take it away, Ziggy. Josh passed the syringe to Ziggy, who cradled it in his hands adoringly, like it was a sacred relic or a baby bird or something. Come on, man, said Rico. Let's see what this shit does. Ziggy held the syringe in his right hand and straightened his left arm. The skin on his inner elbow looked like it had experienced its share of needles in the past. No, said Josh. It doesn't work like that. The guy said you have to take it in the butt. Rico winked at Allison again. All right, fine. Ziggy handed the syringe off to Scott. That's an awkward angle. You'll have to inject it for me. He pulled his shorts down and bent over. Slap it a few times to desensitize the area before you stick it in. Jesus Christ, dude, said Scott. You sound like your mom. Josh looked up suddenly from his bag. Whoa, Ziggy's mom is into butt stuff? Screw you guys, said Ziggy. Are you going to stand there staring at my ass all night? Or are you going to... Yeah. And that's the end of chapter 8. More butt
I'm
stuff.
impressed. You have rallied there. Well done, you.
I've done what?
You've rallied. I think it was the prospect
I've rallied what?
of butt stuff that has brought you back from the brink.
Yeah, no, this, don't, this Pornhub and all that,
Well, I'm impressed.
Butt stuff.
Judging by the YouTube, and impressed. We've had a couple of just donations from Sandra Lemme and Dro Talks audiobooks, but they've just been kind of like, here is a funny gift, just like kind of helping you along with these little cheerleader gifts. So
I
thank you for that.
appreciate that. That's nice.
But, no, nothing on the Indiegogo. We're still at $64.95 and 150 backers, which is fucking fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
27% of the goal.
All right, but I do have the cans lined up.
Well, you've got the cans lined
It
up.
would be. Yeah, I'll smash 7 cans, or at least I'll fuck that up. But,
Absolutely.
I'll give it a whirl.
Jeff Hennessy, I'm
Something
done.
to say goodbye.
Fair enough.
Yeah. All right, here we go. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Do it. Fuck you, Ken.
As good as it gets. Not that one up at all.
Man,
They're all flat enough to stack up on each other. That rarely happens.
nice.
You're witnessing something special here.
I think everyone
And
knows
here's
that.
the last smash.
The last smash, everyone.
All right, see if we can get one more. And that's it's not gonna be much flooded in there. There you go. That's as flat as cans get with a block of wood.
You heard it here first, everyone.
Hydraulic presses.
That is as flat as can get. Don't let anyone tell you.
With a block of wood.
With a block of wood, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, we are ending the night on 16,495 UN
Yeah,
pancake dollars.
that can smashing did not get us any more donations. That's fine. You guys did great tonight.
151
Oh.
backers, up from 101 backers. So 50 backers today. Thank you very much for joining our
And I
problematic
think
army.
we made close to $4,000 tonight, right?
Probably over, including the YouTube donations.
Including YouTube, yeah.
Yeah.
That's remarkable.
That's just very remarkable. Well done, everyone. Thank
Well
you.
done,
all.
Bevan.
Thank you, Michaela. Steve, Michaela, thank you for being here, but also Steve, thank you. I know it's what 5 in the morning there.
Yeah. Well, it was my pleasure, and in my defense, I am very drunk.
Yeah, but you ran out of beer like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, but I went to
Shit.
store. I've been drinking wine.
Oh, well that's kind of. Hey, we had another donation. Should I do that chapter? Or?
Shit. Well, I did officially call it, so it's up to you.
You should do it next weekend. Do it again.
Do it again.
Well,
All right.
Next weekend is 9/11. Can't do it next weekend.
That's just especially
All right,
appropriate for
no.
that one, then.
That's no, that's
Just do it on Sunday, then it'll be especially sacrilegious.
no, like
Well,
Sunday.
we are planning another
This week would be
stream-a-thon.
fun.
Bevan, if you
I'm
want to
just
do
saying,
another
like-
chapter, you can do another.
The whole 9/11 thing, yeah, I'm not like pissing on, first responders or anything. It's, you can do things on 9/11. If you go outside and you get a taco, or people are gonna get angry, no, just all right.
Well,
we'll
we
see.
are planning another stream-a-thon. That is in the works. But
Yeah,
whether it's another Robert Bevan reads for 5 hours while getting drunk, we'll see. But if you want to do like I said, we have another contribution. If you want to do another chapter, that's up to you. I did officially call it, and somebody sneaked in past me calling it, but I'm going
That did bring us past 16.5.
It did, yeah.
You know what? I'll give them. They earned it. That person donated during the thing. I'm gonna give them another chapter.
Do it.
All right. Terror on Hypo Beach, Chapter 9. I'd never heard. Let me see how long this chapter is. Not too long. I'd never heard anyone scream so loud when getting an injection before, but then I'd never seen anyone cock their arm back before administering said injection before either. Dude, said Scott, it's just a little needle. Don't be such a little bitch. Ziggy pulled the syringe out of his butt and rubbed the sore spot. Where the fuck did you ever see anyone give an injection like that? Pulp Fiction. They said you need to do it like that to get through the cartilage. I don't have any fucking cartilage in my ass. Who gives a shit, said Rico. Give us the skinny, Ziggs. How do you feel? Ziggy stood straight, stretching and yawning. Just a little sleepy, maybe. His wiener was way bigger than mine, and his nads were really hairy. I looked away, but Allison was staring hard at him. Oh, wait, said Ziggy. There it is. I'm feeling something. What is it? Asked Rico eagerly. It's, oh, yes. Allison grabbed my arm. She was still gawking at Ziggy's privates, but I would take what I could get. God damn, said Josh. What the? Said Scott. Allison shook me by the arm and whispered, Look. I didn't really want to, but if it meant maintaining physical contact with Allison, I would gaze upon Ziggy's wiener. It was sticking out straight now, bulging with thick blue veins about the size of my arm. As impressive as that was, the rest of Ziggy wasn't looking so good. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his head, and he was foaming from the mouth through his clenched teeth. He clapped his hands over his ears like he was trying to block out some terrible noise, but I couldn't hear anything except the agonized hum coming from within him. The hum grew louder as foam and spittle sprayed from his mouth, and his body started to shake. "Dude," said Scott, "is anybody recording this shit?" Josh dug frantically through his bag. "My cell phone is in here somewhere." Ziggy started bleeding from both nostrils as his hum turned into a scream. His muscles tensed as he pressed his hands harder against his ears. I thought he was going to crush his own head. Instead, he pulled it off. "Holy fucking shit," said Rico, filling the sudden silence as Ziggy's screams were replaced by a misty cloud of blood shooting up out of his neck, coating his face in red. At the same time, blood from his brain flowed down the dangling tendril of his spinal cord and dripped down into his neck. It reminded me of the yin-yang tattoo on Rico's leg. Ziggy dropped to his knees and fell backwards. His hand finally let go of his head, which rolled into the water. His wiener was still gigantic and sticking straight up like the mast of a ship. "Tell me you got that," said Scott, staring down at Ziggy's privates. Josh shook his head. "My phone was full. I have to delete some videos." Scott rolled his eyes and sighed. "Why don't you just use your phone?" "Mine's 3 years old," said Scott. "We can't be putting up that grainy-ass Loch Ness bullshit on YouTube. No one will ever believe it wasn't faked." Josh frantically swiped and poked at his phone. Okay. Let me get rid of some of these and I'll get Rico's turn. Just don't delete that one of me teabagging my ethics and social responsibility and education professor. I need that to graduate." Josh held up his phone. "At least let me get a pic of that huge dong. Put something next to it for perspective. I've got just the thing." Scott grabbed Ziggy.
I don't know if anyone can hear me right now, but the stream seems to have frozen. Who knows? Maybe this is just how things are supposed to be. I can't hear Bevan, or he seems to be frozen in time. If you can hear me, then the problem isn't on my end. It may be on Bevan's. I don't know if his internet has exploded. And, if it has, well done. Yeah, well done, Bevan. You have outlisted the internet. I don't think we stipulated that we originally said we would carry on reading it until we ran out of donations or until Bevan passed out, and we didn't stipulate or until the very universe decided we should stop, and I think that is what has happened. I don't know if you're right. Has Bevan even noticed, or is he still chatting into the atmosphere? Okay, I don't know what has gone wrong. The chat says he's just holding very still. No, he hasn't. All right, we owe you a chapter because we are definitely frozen. The connection has just been lost. So thank you everyone who contributed. We're probably going to do something a bit like this quite soon. So we'll find a way to get back at you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight for this 5 hours of terrible madness. And we'll see you next time.